This is amazing, William thought, as he looked at the various skills that came along with the Familiomancer job class. All of these skills boosted the power of his two familiars, so he was very keen on upgrading all of them by using the beast cores in his possession. There's something that I need to tell you, Will. Yes. Perhaps you didn't notice, but when you were creating your familiars, the two dungeon cores that had remained dormant inside your body merged with your soul, which gave birth to Elliot and Conan. What? William was genuinely shocked by the information that the system had shared with him. Due to the pain that he suffered after half of his soul was torn off from his body, he didn't notice that the two dungeon cores that he had saved long ago had now been reborn as his familiars. Will, how are you feeling right now? Do you still feel any pain? Of course I still feel weight. William closed his eyes and expanded his senses to every part of his body. Earlier, he was in such intense pain that he felt like dying. Now, that painful sensation had completely disappeared as if it had never happened. I see. Now I understand why the second subclass has been unlocked. Basically, since you lost half of your soul, you should feel very unstable right now. However, that is not the case. It seems that the CPU core has decided to add this new feature to compensate for the loss you received. As long as Elliot and Conan are with you, the imbalance in your sea of consciousness will maintain its stability. Are there any side effects of having half of my soul taken from me? William inquired. I already ran a diagnostic scan on your physical and spiritual body. So far, I don't see any problems. But I will continue to monitor your spiritual world just in case there is a side effect that we are not aware of. For now, you should ask Celeste for more information about your condition. If I'm not mistaken, she also used her soul to give birth to Chloe and Claire. William nodded his head in understanding. Soul injuries were a serious business. He knew because he had personally faced this problem a few years ago. He thought that there was no problem sacrificing a part of his soul to create his familiars, because it was one of the methods that was available to him. So, your name is Chloe. Such a beautiful name indeed. Elliot's flowery words reached William's ears. Why don't the two of us take a stroll and see what you and I have in common? To this, I still need to teach my disciple about being a familiomancer, Chloe stuttered. Elliot's persistent, yet charming attacks were slowly corroding her defenses. She wasn't used to being approached by others and talked to in this manner. Usually, everyone that met her either ran away or collapsed on the floor in tears. Because of this, she wasn't sure how to react to Elliot's advances, and the latter's angelic smile was making her feel weird. Conan, on the other hand, was standing stiffly as Claire circled his body with a serious expression. Chloe's twin would sometimes touch and pat Conan's body as if she was taking notes of an endangered animal. Why are you being so touchy? Conan shuddered as Claire caressed his stomach. Don't you know about giving others personal space? Why are you touching me without my permission? Shut up and don't move, Claire ordered. I'm busy taking mental notes. Move and I'll burn you alive. Hi. Conan's body shuddered, but he didn't dare to move away. For some reason, Claire was able to suppress him to a degree where he couldn't resist. He then turned to his master and decided to use his trump card. Will help me. William massaged his face with his hands as he looked at the pitiful little devil who was under Claire's complete mercy. Bruh, you're making us look bad, William said through telepathy. Go grit your teeth and show her who's boss. Aren't you a man? Why are you letting yourself get henpecked? That's right. Why am I letting myself get bullied? I am the great Conan. I don't bow down to anyone. That's the spirit. Knock her silly. Okay. I will knock her silly. Emboldened by William's words, Conan grabbed Claire's hand, who was busy caressing his face. You? Who do you think you're touching? Conan asked with a glare. I am the mighty Conan. Do you think that I am so easy to bully? Claire looked at the hand that was holding her own in place before looking at Conan, who was glaring at her. Suddenly, a resounding crack was heard, followed by a scream. Claire had gripped Conan's hand tightly until the bones in his hand broke. Why are you being so barbaric? Conan asked while tears and snot ran down his face. Can't we discuss this like proper, civilized familiars? Claire smiled sweetly, and yet, her smile made Conan and William shudder uncontrollably. I learned from my sister that violence solves most problems, Claire replied. It seems that she is right. Sometimes we have to hurt people in order to ensure that they don't get out of line. Her hand glowed, and the injury that Conan received was healed completely. Are you going to stay still and let me examine you? Or are we going to do this the hard way? Ma'am, please do whatever you like. I will not resist. Good. I like good boys, Claire said as she caressed the side of Conan's face. I'll treat you to a meal later. William covered his face with his hand as he averted his gaze. His familiar that specialized in defense was now acting like a henpecked husband, unable to defy the orders of his wife. The half-elf then glanced at Elliot, who was currently having a lively conversation with Chloe. William's sixth master's face was still as red as an apple. Clearly, the playboy familiar was on his A-game and managed to subdue the monstrous little girl that had defeated William even after using all of his powers. William then glanced at Celeste, and the latter nodded her head. The two of them left the scene and allowed their familiars to interact with each other. Chiffon followed William while carrying bacon in her hands. She was still not comfortable letting one of the 7 virtues talk with her husband alone. Although Celeste wasn't being hostile to them, her natural instinct prevented her from trusting the beautiful elf completely. Half of your soul was taken away from you? Celeste frowned after hearing William's explanation. William nodded his head. Yes. This is strange. It shouldn't have taken that much to create your familiars. Celeste shook her head. I had to pay that kind of price because I am the progenitor of this profession. However, for you to do the same is unnatural. Did you feel or see anything strange while you were in the midst of creating your familiar? William didn't know how to answer Celeste's question. He hid the fact that there were 2 dungeon core spirits that were resting in his body. He thought that if he divulged this information, the beautiful elf would press him for answers, and he was not comfortable answering these kinds of questions. Especially from someone that he had just met for a day, even if she was the twin sister of his master, Celine. Will, I think it will be best if you spill the beans. Since she is the progenitor of the Familiomancer class, she might be able to answer the doubts we have. Perhaps there is a hidden danger that we cannot see at this point in time. It is best to be safe than sorry. You're right. William sighed. I'll trust her just this once. After resolving himself, the half-elf told Celeste the truth. He didn't tell her how he was able to acquire the spirits of 2 dungeon cores, because he thought that this was not important. Celeste listened to William's explanation and made a mental review of what happened during the creation process. This is unprecedented, Celeste said after a few minutes of silence. William, you already know that dungeon cores hold almost infinite energy, right? William nodded. Yes. Celeste paced around the room with her hands behind her back. Your soul merged with 2 dungeon core spirits that were residing in your body. Right now, it is safe to say that your soul was divided in half in order to accommodate the great powers that they possess. Right now, both of your familiars are still in the infancy stage, meaning they still couldn't bring out their full potential. However, as you advance the power of this job class, you will understand what they are capable of. Celeste paused and stared at William with a serious expression. If my calculation is right, your familiars will be just as strong as mine when they reach their full potential, Celeste stated. Meaning Elliot and Conan will have the strength of progenitors, which means that you will also become a progenitor. Celeste walked towards William and placed her hand on his shoulder. I thought that I would be the only one that could bestow this class to other people, but it seems that is not the case, Celeste said. Do your best, William. Let us spread the profession of familiomancers together. But before that happens, you need to reach the highest rank of familiomancer, which is called the familiar sovereign. I look forward to what you can do in the future. A refreshing smile appeared on Celeste's face which made William's heart race. She really looks like Master, especially when she smiles. William thought as he did his best to control his beating heart. Although he didn't fully understand how he was able to become a progenitor of the Familiomancer class, He had previous experience with bestowing job classes to his subordinates. Back then, he had given the members of the Angorian War Sovereign, Cavalier classes, with the help of his spear, Rangaminiad. For William, reaching the highest rank of the Familiomancer class was not a problem. As long as he was willing to use all of the best cores in his possession, or grind in the dungeon of Atlantis for experience, he believed that it was only a matter of time before Elliot and Conan reached the same heights as Chloe and Claire. When that happened, William would truly be equal to the powerhouses of the world. But until then, he would explore the full potential of this job class that he had acquired through touching the divine artifact, Enuma Elish. From on top of the Tower of Babylon, an old man looked at William and Celeste with a smile on his face. He himself didn't expect that William would be able to summon 2 Lazarus-class familiars with so much potential. "We need all the help that we can get," the old man thought. He then looked in the distance. His gaze landed on a beautiful world that was similar to Earth. On its surface, flames were starting to spread across the land. A great battle was being waged, but the old man was sure that the ending had already been set in stone. The end had already come for that beautiful world, and only a miracle could save it from destruction. Inside the temple of the gods, in the place of the cycle of reincarnation, a red portal glowed brightly. However, if one were to look closely, several cracks had started to appear on its surface. This portal led to the world that the old man saw. It was only a matter of time before that beautiful world, and the red portal would cease to exist. Such was the fate of a world that was nearing its end. An end that was brought about by the gods of destruction, whose sole purpose was to usher an eternal rest to gods and mortals alike. A week passed after William had summoned his 2 familiars, Elliot and Conan. Chloe had taught him everything she knew about familiars, while Celeste answered most of his questions. After a week, the beautiful elf had decided to return to Hestia Academy and continue her duties as a professor. I will be waiting for you at Hestia Academy this year," Chloe said as she placed her hands on her waist. "Finish everything that you need to do and enroll there. As my disciple, you needed to become strong, so you wouldn't make me look bad. Do you understand?" William wanted to roll his eyes at the audacious statement of his 6th master. Even so, he had to admit that he learned a lot from their visit and nodded his head in agreement. "I will come as soon as I can, 6th master," William replied. "However, my visit will have to wait until the founding ceremony of the Misty Sect. I still have some business to finish there." Chloe nodded her head in understanding. William had already told her that he had an agreement with his ex-fiancée that would take place at one of the most influential sects in the central continent. Because of this, she didn't say anything anymore and simply reminded him to tie up all his loose ends and head to the academy as soon as he could. "I will miss you. Wait for me in the academy. Okay?" Elliot said softly as he held Chloe's hand. "Promise to think of me always, yes?" "Okay," Chloe stuttered. She really didn't know how to handle Elliot's eloquent skills and found herself lost for words whenever he was around. Not far from the 2 familiars, Claire was holding Conan's hand, and the latter was sweating buckets, due to how close she was to him. "Don't think too much of me while I am away. Okay?" Claire smiled. "Why would I think of you?" Conan replied casually. "In fact, I am quite happy that you'll be going away soon." Conan had replied without thinking things through, and Claire's reply made him regret the words that escaped his lips. 2 resounding cracking sounds reached William's ears, followed by Conan's scream. Claire had broken both of Conan's hands, and was smiling sweetly at him. Did you just say that you'll be happy with me going away?" Claire asked. "Of course not. Whoa. I'm crying at the thought of you leaving me," Conan replied as he cried like a little girl. "I will miss you. There, I said it. Can you please heal my hand now?" Whoa. He wanted to escape, but Claire's firm hold on his hands prevented him from flying towards William and using him as a shield against her. William looked at this scene with a disgusted face. Clearly, he didn't like Conan being submissive to the little familiar in front of him. "I guess I'll have to ask Elliot to teach Conan how to deal with the girls," William thought. He refused to acknowledge that Conan's henpecked attitude belonged to him. Celeste had told him that the familiar's attitude and character depended on their master when they were created. Since Conan had this submissive trait, it meant that William also had it. A trait which the half-elf dismissed completely. "We will now be taking our leave," Celeste said as she approached William. "Be wary of the families that have been stripped of their rights. They will not take this lying down, and they will definitely do something to regain what they have lost. They might even go to the southern continent and find trouble with the people important to you. Although they are no longer part of the ruling families. The treasures and military might that they had accumulated through the years are nothing to scoff at." William nodded his head. "I understand." He already knew that these families wouldn't be backing down anytime soon. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough manpower to deal with them at the moment. For now, he decided to just retain the previous floors just as they were and let the trials proceed as they were meant to be. There were plenty of resources to be mined from each of the floors under his wing, but he had no time to do that. He was still in the middle of thinking of a solution on how to maximize the profits he had gained in the tower. There was also the issue with the tokens he had accumulated from finishing the trials and clearing the 51st floor. "If things really get out of hand, just come to Hestia Academy," Celeste commented. "I will put you under my protection. Those families will not dare reach their scrubby hands inside the academy, or else they will suffer the wrath of our guardian deity." William's interest was piqued by the mention of the guardian deity of Hestia Academy. He wondered what kind of god watched over this institution that was named after the world of Hestia. A few minutes later, Celeste, Chloe, and Claire disappeared from the floor of Asgard and returned to the base of the tower. They couldn't stay away from the academy for a long time because Celeste was a professor, and she had already been gone for a long period of time. After their guests had left, William took out a few beast cores from his storage ring and immediately upgraded the Familimancer job class. While the half-elf was busy leveling the skills in the Familimancer skill tree, James had finally arrived at the central continent along with Ezio. "It has been many years since we've been here, Vlad," James said with nostalgia. "The last time we came here we made a killing. Such happy times." The giant dread lord snorted. James had repeatedly ransacked the treasury of the kingdoms in the central continent, which made several kingdoms very angry. All of them united under one banner and pooled their military might to hunt the old bastard until he had no choice but to run away with his tail behind his legs. If not for the fact that Vlad was there, the old coot might have already been beaten to death by the angry members of the royal family, whose wealth was still with him even to this day. "Are we going to head straight to the tower?" Vlad asked. "If I use my full speed, we can arrive there in 3 days." James rubbed his chin and nodded his head in affirmation. "We need to hurry. I'm sure that my grandson is having a hard time holding down the fort. I can't let those ruling families regain what they have lost. Just thinking of those countless tower tokens is already making my hands itchy." Vlad shook his head helplessly. Sometimes he wondered if being James' close friend was a good thing or not. Every time they were together, they would often get into trouble. Although he was a demigod, he was not the only demigod in the central continent. Vlad alone could handle 2 of them at once, but if a 3rd and 4th demigod joined the fray, he would have no choice but to flee, dragging the old coot, who loved riches, along with him. Another week passed, and James finally arrived on the outskirts of the Tower of Babylon. They were supposed to arrive a few days ago, but they got delayed because James decided to gather some information along the way. Just as he expected, everyone now knew the name William von Ainsworth, and it made the old man very happy. For James, having his family name recognized gave him bragging rights, which his old friends hated the most. Whenever James would start to brag at them, they would immediately ignore him like he didn't exist. Naturally, the old coot knew this too, but he didn't care. The more he heard people praise William, the more he felt that his grandson inherited his awesome genes, which had led to the conquest of the Tower of Babylon. After arriving at the city of Babylon, the first thing James did was to go to the main square where countless merchants gathered to sell their wares. He thought that this was the perfect place to put his plan into action, which would allow him to get a better understanding of the current situation. Vlad, who was walking beside him, had a bad feeling because James was smiling. It was the smile that James usually wore when he was about to start scamming people of their hard-earned money. The moment the old coot stepped at the center of the plaza, he immediately raised his head in arrogance and shouted like a madman. "I am William von Ainsworth's grandfather," James shouted. "Can someone tell me where I can find my grandson?" The people in the plaza immediately locked their eyes on James. Some of them were wondering if he was just playing a prank, or was he telling the truth? Right now, William was a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to gather information about him, but only the top dogs of the central continent know his true background. James shouted for more times before sitting on the edge of the fountain at the center of the plaza. He crossed his arms over his chest and had a smug expression on his face. Vlad, who saw this side internally, as James' close friend, he already understood what the old man was planning to do. Since that was the case, the demigod of the southern continent just stood his ground and waited for the show to start. News spread fast in the city of Babylon, especially if the news was very important. An hour after James had made his announcement, the various ex-ruling families of the Tower of Babylon immediately conducted a high-level meeting. For them, this was a good chance to once again regain their former glory and use the current situation to their advantage. "Are you sure that this news is confirmed?" Waltir, the patriarch of the Ugnis family, inquired. The patriarch of the Valkazar family, Hexat, nodded his head. "It is confirmed. The one who declared that he was William's grandfather is still at the plaza as we speak. My men are keeping watch over him and will alert us right away if he makes a move." The patriarchs glanced at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. "Let's capture him first and ask questions later," Janos, patriarch of the Moro family, proposed. "We should hurry before he escapes our grasp." Damon, of the Amaral family, smiled evilly as he eyed his compatriots. "I have already sent my people to invite the old man to our residence. I am planning to host a feast in his honor. You guys should come later." "A feast, is it? Sounds good. Count me in. I'm going too. I would like to see just what kind of man this grandfather is." "Yes, perhaps we can talk some sense into him and use him as a middleman to negotiate with his grandson. What do you guys think?" "It will be better if we just use him as a hostage. With all of us banding together, I am sure that bastard William will have no choice but to listen to our demands." "I agree with this plan." "I, too, support this plan." The patriarchs voted unanimously and left the meeting with smiles on their faces. For them, as long as James' identity was true, William would have no choice but to cooperate with them. Of course, they were also willing to compromise with the half-elf. For them, as long as they could regain control of their respective floors, apologizing and paying compensation could be negotiated. Back at the plaza, James was approached by several men and women with friendly smiles on their faces. "We are here to formally invite you, esteemed sir, to the residence of my master," the right-hand man of one of the patriarchs said. "We plan to host a feast to honor you and your grandson's accomplishment in the Tower of Babylon. My master is looking forward to having a good relationship with you, and will cater to your every need while you stay here in the city of Babylon." James laughed in a friendly manner and patted the man's shoulder. "Since you have invited me on bended knees, it will be impolite of me to reject," James replied. "I will allow you to guide my esteemed self to your residence. Also, I am very picky with food. Do you have seafood? It has been a while since I've eaten any of it." The corner of the subordinate's lips twitched when he heard James' reply. "Invited on bended knees? Da fuck? Since when did I bend my knees to you? Are you getting senile, old man?" The subordinate had no choice but to smile and allow the old man to say whatever he wanted to say. His duty was to bring James to his master's residence, and he didn't care what method he used to do that. James and Vlad followed behind the group of people in silence. They would glance here and there, with veiled excitement on their faces. This earned them the contempt of the people that were guiding them. All these people had labeled James and Vlad as country bumpkins who were seeing the big city for the first time. They knew from experience that country bumpkins were gullible people. These were the people who would even help their sellers count the money that was used to buy them, due to their lack of common sense. Deep inside, James was chuckling evilly. His plan was very simple. He would first weed out those who had bad intentions against his grandson before climbing the tower to find him. The only thing on their minds was the method of coercing William to return what had belonged to them. This was the confidence of the ignorant, who had long been used to having their way and bossing people around. If the ex-ruling families only knew that they were inviting a rascal into their den, all of them would definitely not approve of their plan to invite James to their residence. They would rather keep what little wealth they had saved up in the tower than have it personally delivered to the old scammer's hands, who coveted any form of treasure. Sadly, they didn't know, which marked the complete and utter downfall of the once powerful families, who had conquered the floors of the Tower of Babylon thousands of years ago. Albert Einstein, William's fifth master and renowned alchemist in the Creator Empire, drank a bottle of wine as he looked up at the beautiful moons in the sky. Sometimes, he would do these things to remember the past that he kept hidden inside his heart. Just like everyone else, he had been surprised when he heard the worldwide announcement that had brought William to the forefront of the young generation. No one had expected such a feat, not even Albert, who already held William in high esteem. Although the one that won the Tournament of Champions was Lilith, her fame was short-lived and overshadowed by William's brilliance. How can the champion of a tournament compare to the one that conquered the floor which had stopped mankind's advance in the Tower of Babylon? The two achievements were like heaven and earth. The championship could be won by anyone, but clearing the 51st floor was something that even the most powerful beings in the world of Hestia didn't dare to challenge. Everyone had already accepted that the 51st floor was unconquerable. But, on the last day of the Tournament of Champions, all of them were proven wrong. The Tower of Babylon was once again open for conquest, and all the heroes of the world are now headed there to mark their names in the pages of history. As expected of your son, Maxwell, Albert said as he lifted the bottle of wine in the direction of the Silver Moon continent. Cheers to having one hell of a son. After praising his old companion, Albert drank the wine and relished its taste. I wonder, if Arwen chose me instead of you, would my son be as good as yours? Albert muttered. He was one of Arwen's many admirers, but due to him being a half-elf, he didn't dare to cross that line and simply watched from the side. Maxwell was different from him. He was strong, bold, and confident. Not even the most beautiful saintess of the World Tree was able to resist his charms. I'm still more handsome than you. Albert chuckled as he drank the rest of the wine in the bottle. You're just more confident than me. The memories of accompanying Maxwell in the central continent passed through his eyes. He had suffered many difficulties because his close friend liked to use violence to get what he wanted. Well, he had that ability to do that because he was the one and only dungeon conqueror in the world. A profession that was akin to a god of death that no one dared to face head-on. 1 year from now, my friend, I will fulfill my promise to you, Albert said softly. Your son will definitely need this power. A power that you had decided to pass unto him, before he was even born. The great alchemist glanced at the moon one last time before walking towards the red light district of the Empire. He was growing sentimental again, and he needed the warmth of others in order to appease the coldness he was feeling inside his heart. Elliot, use lightning bolt, William ordered. Elliot pointed his fingertip at B1 and B2 who were watching their training exercise from the sky. A streak of lightning shot out from the familiar's fingertips and flew towards the two dumb birds at incredible speeds. Unfortunately, B1 and B2 had died countless times in the past and had accumulated plenty of experience. They had been active during William's different campaigns and could be considered part of the elite circle under his wing. The two birds moved their bodies to the side and dodged Elliot's bombardment from the ground. William, who was observing his familiar's battle capabilities, nodded his head in appreciation at the improvement of the rainbow birds, who originally only knew how to use suicide attacks. I'm rolling. Casaganaga's adorable voice sounded across the training field as he sparred against Conan. The iron wall that the familiar had erected was pierced through by the rolling calamity that had already reached the pinnacle of the centennial rank. Casaganaga was nearing its breakthrough, so it decided to visit William on the floor of Asgard to play. This was when he saw the half-elf training his familiars and decided to join in the fun. Conan, whose shield was destroyed, didn't flinch and summoned his death scythe. He met Kasaganaga's rolling attack head-on, which sent the little familiar flying several meters in the air due to the rainbow-colored anteater's powerful rolling attack. Iron Fortress! Conan shouted, and a magic circle appeared under his feet. A miniature fortress the size of a small hill rose from the ground surrounded him. Kasaganaga collided with this fortress and kept on rolling, with the intention of breaking past its defenses. Conan gritted its teeth as he focused all of his powers to block the anteater's powerful attack. A few seconds later, Kasaganaga was repelled by the iron fortress, which sent it tumbling towards the ground. Not bad. Kasaganaga nodded its head in approval. You directed all of your defensive abilities on the single point where I attacked, which nullified the force behind my attack. You have a good battle sense. I like it. Kakik, you're not bad yourself, Conan said with a grin. However, if one looked closely, his forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, blocking Kasaganaga's single attack wasn't as simple as it seemed. Right now, Elliot and Conan were equivalent to Class B monsters. They were as strong as Soglav when William had first met him. The Familiomancer job class had already been maxed out, so he would need to visit Celeste in Hestia Academy and pray in the temple that she had established in order to advance the prestige class to a higher level, which was the Familiomancer Overlord. William was quite satisfied with Elliot's firepower and Conan's defense. Although they weren't as strong as Chloe at the moment, they were still good additions to his team and could play their roles as support. Right now, William no longer needed to hide that he could wield the power of lightning. He had already become one of the powerhouses in the central continent, and he was not afraid to have a confrontation with the demons in the demonic continent. In fact, after seeing how the bastards treated his wife, Chiffon, he was itching to pay a visit to her father and unleash a thunderstorm that would devastate Lucille's domain. Right after dinner, William and Chiffon once again lay in the open fields of Asgard to look at the stars in the sky. After what happened a week ago, Bacon no longer came in between William and Chiffon for fear that William would once again toss it inside his thousand-beast domain as punishment for being the third wheel. This time, the golden piglet obediently rested at Chiffon's left side and closed its eyes to sleep. "Big brother, we will be able to leave after a week," Chiffon said with a tinge of regret. In truth, she wanted to stay in the floor of Asgard for a little while longer because she was still in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. "Yes," William replied and gently squeezed her hand. "After that, I need to prepare for my battle with Rebecca. This agreement is already long overdue." Chiffon hummed softly. For her, it was Rebecca's loss that she decided to break her engagement with William. Her big brother was such an amazing person, and a very rare find. The pink-haired girl couldn't understand why the so-called genius of the Hellon Kingdom didn't put William in her eyes when both of them were still young. "Big brother, do you like her?" Chiffon asked. This was the first time she had asked this question to William, and she was very curious whether the half-elf had feelings for his ex-fiancée or not. "I don't like or dislike her," William answered. "She was just a baby when our grandparents decided to tie us together in marriage. Of course, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if the two of us got along. But that is all in the past. Right now, I don't have any intention of making her my fiancée. Also, there is a nagging feeling at the back of my mind that I am forgetting something important." "Are you talking about Belle?" Chiffon already knew of Belle's existence, because William had asked her to help him remember his loved one that he had left back on Earth. "No," William shook his head firmly. "I still remember Belle. I still have memories of her. What I am talking about are other things." Chiffon shifted her attention from the stars to William and saw the half-elf looking back at her. Their eyes met and their affectionate gazes made each other feel loved. "Chiffon, no matter what happens in the future, will you continue to remain by my side?" William asked. The pink-haired girl nodded and gave William a hug. "No matter what happens in the future, I will continue to be with Big Brother," Chiffon said. "Even if my body were to turn into ashes, I will always be by your side. I promise." William closed his eyes and gently patted her head. Ever since he had cleared the 51st floor and obtained Enuma Elish, he started to recognize a vague sense of awareness regarding certain things. of worlds being destroyed one after the other, and champions fighting with their lives on the line to protect everything that was dear to them. Enuma Elish, the Tablet of Creation, a testament of a world that once existed, a world that had now ceased to exist. Only the faint memories of the wills that resided within its tablets allowed William to take a peek into the past glories of gods long forgotten. As William pushed away the uneasiness that was rising in his heart, the soft sleeper breaths of chiffon reached his ears. He held her firmly in his embrace, as he uttered a silent prayer in his heart, a prayer where he wished for the safety of the people important to him. After saying his prayer, he then fell asleep, holding his lover in his arms, and fell into a familiar dream, a dream of a world covered in blazing flames, and a god laughing at the destruction that was taking place. Soon, these blazing flames were engulfed in darkness, and the cry of a phoenix resonated within the sky. Within the darkness, a soft and silky voice reached William's ears. "Pendragon, I don't need you to light up my world. All I want is for you to just sit with me in the darkness." That was the last thing that William heard before he fell into a deep and dreamless sleep, unaware that somewhere far away, beyond the world of Hestia, and the stars in the sky, the harbinger of destruction was inching its way closer with each passing day. High above the Savadine Mountains lay the Misty Sect's main stronghold. They were one of the powerful factions in the central continent and held considerable prestige and influence. Right now, the sect master and sect elders were having a high-level meeting. They had gathered to discuss the upcoming celebrations for their founding ceremony. Naturally, one of their topics was William's and Rebecca's upcoming battle that would be held in less than 2 months' time. Rebecca's master, Eleanor, and the elder, Lady Miriam, who had attended William's knighting ceremony in the Hellon Kingdom, were telling the sect master and the elders of their sect all the information that they had about William. After their report, the sect master pressed her hands together and rested her chin on top of it. "So, you're saying that this William was just a normal shepherd a few years ago, correct?" Thea, the sect master of the Misty Sect, asked. "Yes," Eleanor answered. "He is just a country bumpkin that tends goats and sheeps." Thea nodded her head. "Then a few years later, he rose up in the ranks and became the youngest knight commander of the Angorian war sovereign. After that, the war in the southern continent happened, and he was one of the commanders that opposed the Elven invasion." Thea had read most of the documents about William an hour before the meeting took place. More or less, she already knew the half-elf's achievements and felt that things didn't add up. "I had only met the boy once, and he left a lasting impression on me," Lady Miriam commented. She still hadn't forgotten how William made her kneel in front of the nobility of the Hellon Kingdom. For her, it was the greatest humiliation that she had suffered in her life. "Back then, I supported Eleanor's move to break up ties with the boy because I deemed that he wouldn't amount to much." Lady Miriam sighed. "We sent invitations months ago to the other factions in the central continent and invited them to participate in our festivities. We even advertised Rebecca's and William's battle as the main highlight of our sect's celebration. Now that news of the boy's accomplishment is announced in the entire world, we can expect that more guests will arrive due to him." The elders of the Misty Sect frowned. In the past, they wanted to use William as a stepping stone for Rebecca, and use this event to show everyone the prowess of their sect. However, right now they felt that they were sitting on hot coals. Rebecca might be a genius, but if you compared her to the half-elf that had conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, her prestige fell far too short. The only saving grace was that Rebecca had undergone closed cultivation for a year inside their ice-glazed domain, and was unaware of the events that were happening in the world. If she knew about William's recent achievements, it might affect her progress and would prevent her from breaking through the next step in her advancement. "There's nothing that we can do right now," Thea said. "We also cannot cancel our founding ceremony because that will make us look weak in the eyes of the world. But, Sect Master, if we let Rebecca fight William, her chances of winning are almost non-existent," Eleanor replied. "We will lose face if that happens." The other elders nodded their heads in agreement, but Thea remained calm. She shared Eleanor's opinion, but she had already thought of a plan in order to raise Rebecca's chances of winning. 3 days before our founding ceremony, bring Rebecca out of the ice-glazed domain, Thea ordered. I will plead with Her Excellency Meredith to become Rebecca's contractor for a day. With Her Excellency's help, we will achieve victory over the boy and raise our sex prestige to the world. The elders looked at Thea in shock because they never expected that she would resort to such drastic means. Meredith was the demigod that resided in the Savadine Mountains and was the protector of their sect. This was why the Misty sect had managed to survive over the years, because they had the backing of a demigod. Everyone had mixed feelings about the sect master's decision. Although they thought that Rebecca's chances of winning were slim, using this method to win against the half-elf left a bitter taste in their mouths. Thea knew what the others were feeling, but her decision was final. Right now, Her Excellency Meredith still hasn't fully recovered her strength, Thea explained. She has recently undergone rebirth, so her overall strength is only at the pseudo-demigod level. I don't think that making a temporary contract with a creature that is at the peak of the myriad beast category is an issue. Also, I believe that the boy is the same. Perhaps William has also made a contract with a powerful beast. This is the only explanation that I can think of to explain his unprecedented rise in power and prestige. We are just making the fight fair and square. There is no shame in using our trump card against the person that has cleared the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. The elders pondered about Thea's reasoning and felt that there was some logic behind her statement. William was only an ordinary shepherd, but he suddenly managed to stop the elven invasion as well as clear the Tower of Babylon. If one were to ask what a miracle was, then this was a miracle. It was simply unbelievable. I support the sect master's decision. Lady Miriam nodded her head in agreement. This whole William incident is indeed very fishy. We must protect our sex prestige and show the world that he isn't that much of a deal. So what if he cleared the 51st floor? That will not mean anything once Rebecca has trampled on his dignity. This is also a very good opportunity for our sect to take advantage of William's popularity. Everyone wanted to know more about him, so if he gets defeated in front of countless people, his previous achievements will become obsolete. Lady Miriam clenched her fist. She had long wanted for the shameless half-elf to be brought down a peg or two. The grudge she had since she left the Hellon Kingdom weighed heavily on her heart. If there was a way to humiliate William in front of everyone, then she would do everything in her power to make it happen. Cheers for the Ainsworths family's good fortune. Cheers! James drank the wine in his glass with a happy expression. Right now, he was in one of the residences of the ex-ruling families, and they were having a feast in his honor. The patriarchs of the different families all looked at James with smiles on their faces. Right now, they were sneering in their hearts because William's grandfather was a gullible person. As long as they sang his grandson praises, the old man would grin like he was on top of the world. What the patriarchs didn't know was that James was also sneering inside his heart. While he was keeping the idiots company, Ezio was already busy emptying the coffers of their treasuries. James' faithful subordinate had completed his investigation a day before the old coot had made his announcement at the plaza. Their plan was to bring out those who had evil intentions towards William by using James as bait. Lord James, once you are reunited with your grandson, your prestige will definitely soar towards the sky like a dragon in flight. Waltir, the patriarch of the Ugnis family, said with a smile. Well, my boy, William has always been filial, James replied with a smug expression on his face. I'm sure that he'll allow me to manage a floor or two if I ask him nicely. Such a filial grandson. You're very lucky to have him, Lord James. Indeed, I wish I also have a grandson like William. He will bring good luck to the family. With Sir James' majestic presence, I'm sure that his grandson is definitely a good-looking person. I can tell with just a glance that you were a lady killer, Lord James, when you were still in your young years. James laughed and nodded his head in agreement. Right now, he found the patriarchs very cute, and decided to humor them a bit. Ha ha ha, indeed. I was a ladies' man back then. James nodded his head. My grandson managed to inherit my genes. I feel sorry for him because he will be a lady magnet just like me. The patriarchs looked at James with fawning gazes. However, deep inside they wanted to drown him in spit. If not for the fact that they needed him to use against William, they wouldn't waste their time in buttering him up like a VIP guest. The feast lasted for 3 hours, and James had his fill of eating and drinking. It was also at that moment when he received a telepathic message from Ezio. "Sir, everything has been settled," Ezio said. "Did you take everything?" James inquired. "Yes, the only thing I didn't take were their clothes." "Excellent." James grinned like a wolf as he stared at the patriarchs who were fawning at him. He didn't plan to show any mercy to those that had evil intentions towards his family. Regardless of who they are, as long as they targeted his family, they would all meet a miserable end in his hands. The next day, several men holding weapons barged inside James' room. After the feast ended, James returned to the inn where he and Vlad were staying. Although the patriarchs had invited him to stay with them for the night, he politely declined their offer with the excuse that he would be climbing the tower the next day to meet with William. "Who are you people?" James asked as he stifled a yawn. "Don't you know that it's rude to barge into someone else's room while they are sleeping?" "Shut up, old man. You're coming with us," the leader of the men answered. James scratched his head as he stared at the leader. "Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf. I can hear you perfectly. Come with us and do not resist if you know what is good for you. Of course, if you want to get hurt, we are more than willing to oblige." James laughed because it had been a while since someone had dared to threaten him. No one in the southern continent had the guts to do it, but as soon as he entered the central continent, someone actually dared to bully him. "What will you guys do if I refuse?" James asked. He was looking at the armed warriors with an amused expression on his face. The leader snorted as he raised his hand. "Since you refuse to cooperate then, we won't hold back and make you understand what it's like to cross the ruling families of the Tower of Babylon." 2 minutes later, cries of pain could be heard on the streets in front of the inn. The men who had threatened James earlier were now writhing in pain because their arms and legs were broken. The leader of the group had it worse because James had broken all of his limbs. Ever since James had made his announcement in the plaza, it was not only the ex-ruling families that had been keeping an eye on his movements. Adventurers, bounty hunters, mercenaries, and several other elite warriors that had been hired by influential people were keeping tabs in everything he did. The envoys of the different empires of the central continent that had been dispatched towards the tower had also caught wind of James' name. Since these people wanted to curry favor with William, they intended to form good relationships with any member of his immediate family. They had already known that a group of armed men, who belonged to the former ruling families, were planning to capture James. Their plan was to come to his rescue at the right moment, in order to gain his good graces and gratitude. Unfortunately, they were not aware of James' true identity. They thought that he was only an old man that was lured by his grandson's success, and intended to profit from William's accomplishments. The scene in front of the inn made them reevaluate James, and their impression of him changed completely. "We should have known that you were not an ordinary old man," Janos, the patriarch of the Moro family, said with his arms crossed over his chest. "However, your futile attempt ends here." James glanced in the direction of the patriarchs, who had prepared a feast for him several hours ago. All of them looked back at James with angry expressions on their faces. If not for the fact that one of the sons of the Agnes family visited their treasury to get some gold, they would have never discovered that their coffers had been emptied. Waltier immediately felt that something was fishy, so he immediately contacted his compatriots. It didn't take long for all of them to discover that they had been robbed clean. Their first suspect was James. But, since the old man had been with them for the entirety of the night, this suspicion didn't last long. They had sent men to monitor him, and none of them reported that the old man had left the inn since he returned last night. Without any leads on the thief that had ransacked their treasuries, the patriarchs decided to push through with their plan earlier than previously discussed. They unanimously agreed to kidnap James and send a messenger to the tower to tell William that they were holding his grandpa hostage. James placed his hands behind his back as he stared at the encirclement that was slowly forming around him. The ruling families had called up their big guns, which were high rankers that were equivalent to a Saint-class warrior in their initial stages. Vlad stood beside James with his arms crossed over his chest. Deep inside he was sighing because his companion had once again poked the hornet's nest and was using him to clean up the old man's mess. "Surrender peacefully and you will not be hurt," Walter said with an arrogant tone. "This is your last warning." James started picking his nose with his finger as he scanned the high rankers that surrounded him. 40 pseudo-saints, not bad, James said as he rubbed his right index finger and thumb together. Without warning, he flicked the small ball of mucus towards one of the high rankers, which hit the latter directly on his forehead, sending him flying a few meters from where he originally stood. "One down," James announced before laughing out loud. The expression of the patriarchs as well as the spectators watching the scene immediately changed. However, it didn't end there. Vlad finally unleashed a terrorizing aura that announced his identity as a demigod. It was at that exact moment, when the patriarchs of the once glorious families in the Tower of Babylon knew that they fucked up. Back in the floor of Asgard, William was unaware that his grandfather, James, was already in the city of Babylon and raising a ruckus to the forces that were hostile against him. Only a week was left before he would be leaving the tower, and he was currently in the process of collecting the spoils that he had gained from the tower. 5,929,841 tokens. William muttered as he browsed the Babylon shop to use the tokens that he had accumulated. Chiffon was seated behind him and leaning her back on William's body. She was also looking at the Babylon shop for items that might catch her interest. Unlike William, Chiffon only had a little over 1 million tokens under her name. The majority of these tokens came from clearing the 51st floor with William. As for why her husband had more tokens than her, this was due to the ownership of the other floors in the tower. Since the ruling families had been exiled, all the earnings that their respective floors got would automatically be transferred to William's account. William had already taught Chiffon how to navigate the Babylon shop, and the pink-haired girl was extremely curious about the items that were currently on sale. After getting William's recommendation, Chiffon went to the consumable category where items for beasts were currently on sale. B1, B2, and Bacon peeked at the projection in front of the pink-haired girl and would comment from time to time. "How about this Beast Awakening pill?" Chiffon asked B1. "Is it useful to you?" B1 and B2 checked the information that was written on the projector and nodded their heads in approval. "Divine Grade Pill," B1 read the information aloud. "Helps beasts awaken their hidden talents, and has a small chance of mutating to a higher form." "Yes," B2 nodded. "There is a chance for us to become stronger if we ate this Beast Awakening pill." Bacon nodded its head in agreement. "Oink! Really?" Chiffon smiled. "Then I'll buy 3. They're only 200,000 token each. Very cheap." If the other challengers of the tower could hear Chiffon right now, all of them would be vomiting blood due to her choice of words. The challenges in the tower would, at most, give 5,000 tokens if they were to clear it with a high rating, and 1,000 tokens if they cleared it with a low rating. Even if they managed to get a high rating until they reached the 50th floor, the tokens at their disposal would be more or less around 250,000. A single Beast Awakening pill was already worth 200,000 and Chiffon bought 3. She even said that they were cheap. Fortunately, none of the challengers heard her words, or else they would be questioning themselves about the meaning of life. William smiled and continued browsing the shop of the tower. He wanted to train Chiffon to be more confident when making her own choices, so he didn't prevent her from buying anything she wanted from the Babylon shop. Now that she was now his wife, he wanted her to be a bit more confident about herself and the decisions that she would make in the future. After getting the 3 Beast Awakening pills, she fed one each to B1, B2, and Bacon. The effect of the pills would activate after 24 hours, so its effects wouldn't be immediately felt or seen. Since that was the case, Chiffon returned to browsing the items on the shop while humming a happy tune. William's 2 familiars, Elliot and Conan, sat on his shoulder and were browsing the shop as well. The half-elf was feeling generous and gave his 2 familiars 500,000 token each, so that they could buy their own things from the god shop. After the Familiomancer was registered as William's 3rd permanent subclass, Elliot and Conan were able to permanently materialize in the mortal plane, just like Chloe and Claire. William treated these two little guys who looked exactly like him as his partners in crime. Elliot read the information about an item called the Heart of the Crystal Phoenix. Contrary to what its name implied, this wasn't an actual phoenix's heart. It was in fact a crystal that was formed from the tear of a crystal phoenix when it reached its 1,000-year life. The only reason why it wasn't called the tear of the crystal phoenix was due to its shape when the tear took a solid form. The tear would transform into a light blue crystal heart after being exposed to the air for a few seconds, which gave birth to its name. Heart of the Crystal Phoenix. This teardrop that came from a crystal phoenix during its 1,000th year of life and has very miraculous properties. If this was absorbed by an ordinary mortal, their body's constitution and strength would take a qualitative leap and rise immediately to the adamantium rank, equivalent to that of a centennial beast. Aside from strengthening the body, the heart of the crystal phoenix will also strengthen that person's spiritual and magical powers. Even if a person didn't have any magical affinity, the changes in their body would allow them to use one of these two powers, depending on what was more compatible with them. Lastly, absorbing this item would give you the ability to form contracts with phoenixes and merge with them for a short period of time without encountering any side effects. Price: 500,000 tokens. Elliot's eyes glowed as a scene played out inside his head. Among William's two familiars, Elliot had the passive ability, clairvoyance. This ability appeared after William maximized all the skills in the Familiomancer skill tree, which unlocked Elliot's and Conan's latent abilities. Elliot was able to see brief images of the future at any given time. These images came and went without warning, and this was Elliot's first time seeing one. "Oh, this is quite an interesting development," Elliot mused as he decisively bought the heart of the Crystal Phoenix. "Well, I look forward to how it will unfold." Elliot glanced at William with a smile. He decided to keep what he saw as a secret because he thought that it would be more interesting that way. Although the angelic familiar had no doubt that what he saw would come to pass, he still deemed that it would be wise not to tell William about it. William was so focused on his task that he didn't notice the mischievous smirk that Elliot directed at him. The half-elf was currently in a dilemma. Just like the God Shop, the Shop of Babylon had many interesting things for sale. However, there was something that had caught his attention. On the very first page of the Shop of Babylon, a promotional was displayed. It was called Babylon Gotcha. If he spent 4 million tokens, there was a 100% chance to get one random divine item from the gotcha. William was very moved by this offer because of what happened with Enuma Elish. The divine artifact allowed him to summon the avatars of various gods similar to Final Fantasy summons. Not only that, he also unlocked the unique prestige class, Familiomancer. If he were to get another divine artifact like Enuma Elish, wouldn't his cheat-like abilities be over the top? William glanced at his remaining tokens and made his decision. 4,929,841 tokens. Let's do this, William thought. Let's go for one time big time. William decisively clicked the gotcha button. Immediately a dazzling rainbow-colored ball appeared on the projection screen and exploded into a shower of sparks. William had a wide grin on his face as he looked at the divine item that now belonged to him. However, after reading the name of the item, the smile on his face immediately became stiff. Chamber Pot of Serenity, Rarity, Divine, Ender of Misery. When you see it, you'll shit bricks. After reading the information of the divine item that he just recently got from the Shop of Babylon, William closed his eyes and massaged the bridge of his nose. I might be a bit tired due to the things I've been doing for the past few days, William thought. I'm just seeing things. A minute later, William summoned the Chamber Pot of Serenity and held it firmly. He then read its information with a mind overflowing with positivity. He believed that the divine artifact was just named that way in order to prank those who would accidentally own it. As a divine artifact, it couldn't possibly be bad, right? Chamber Pot of Serenity, Rarity, Divine, ender of misery. When you see it, you'll shit bricks. When the gods created the world, they realized that they overlooked one very important factor, and that was shit. Every living thing that they created in the world is duty-bound to take a dump. The gods thought that this isn't a big deal until the humans, and other races that they created, started to pollute the land and water with their shit. There is shit here, shit there, shit everywhere. It was truly a disgusting sight to behold. The gods endured because they believed that humanity's evolution would allow them to become more intelligent and pull their shit together. All of this changed when their believers started to use their altars to take a dump, which horrified and disgusted the gods to an unbelievable degree. Because of this, they tasked the god of crafts to solve this issue, and thus, the chamber pot of serenity was born. The gods' first gift to humankind was fire. Their next gift was a chamber pot. However, this event was not written in the history books because mankind found it quite embarrassing to add this episode to their written record of their path to evolution. This artifact could store unlimited amount of shit. This artifact is indestructible. This artifact comes with a handle. This is very important when it comes to chamber pots. This artifact has a special passcode for its activation. The passcode is, "Eat shit motherfucker." This artifact has an automatic cleaning spell embedded in it. Its exterior surface is always clean. It is very hygienic. P.S. As a special promotion, the Babylon shop decided to put 1 quadrillion tons of shit in this artifact as a freebie to its new owner. Don't worry. It's high-quality shit and it's free. You don't need to thank us. Our customer satisfaction is our satisfaction. Thank you for using Babylon Gotcha. May you have a not-so-shitty day. What in the flying fuck is this shit? William roared in anger as he slammed the chamber pot on the ground, creating a small crater. Since the pot was indestructible, it didn't even have a dent, even though William's current strength was enough to smash a boulder with a punch. His outburst alarmed Chiffon, Elliot, Connan, B1, B2, and Bacon, who were minding their own business by his side. Big brother? Chiffon held Bacon in her arms and was looking at William with an anxious gaze. William had completely forgotten that he wasn't alone and immediately restrained the anger that was bubbling inside his chest. "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" William asked awkwardly. Chiffon shook her head. "Not scared. I was just surprised. Did something bad happen, big brother?" "Yes," William replied with a sigh. "I got scammed by the tower." William glanced at the chamber pot on the ground and felt like crying. He spent 4 million tokens just to get a random divine item, and he got the short end of the stick. Elliot flew towards the chamber pot and landed on its handle. Suddenly, his body shuddered as he received another vision from the future. "Oh my goodness! What a nasty vision!" Elliot covered his mouth in disgust. The passive ability of his clairvoyance had shown him a scene that was not far in the future, and it was truly a spectacle to behold. William noticed Elliot's expression and immediately held the familiar, who was looking back at him with disbelief. "What did you see?" William asked. Since he could see the stats and abilities of his familiars, it was very easy for him to guess that Elliot had seen a vision concerning the chamber pot. "One moment," Elliot replied as he raised his right hand, while his left hand covered his lips. A few minutes later, Elliot finally calmed down and looked at William with a complicated expression. This chamber port will save your life in the future," Elliot said carefully. "For now, just store it in your storage ring. Are you sure?" "Yes, trust me on this one, Will." While the two were discussing, Chiffon and her entourage moved towards the chamber pot to take a closer look. B1 and B2 poked it with their foot and chuckled. "What a shitty item," B1 said. "Indeed," B2 commented. "Chiffon, don't get too close. This thing is dangerous." "Oink," Bacon agreed. Seeing that her 3 companions were telling her not to come closer, Chiffon decided to heed their advice and simply eyed the chamber pot from a distance. William's body uncontrollably shuddered when he saw B1 and B2 playing with the chamber pot. Among everyone in the scene, the 2 dumb birds had the highest possibility of triggering the secret passcode of the divine artifact that could lead to unimaginable consequences. Without waiting for the worst-case scenario to happen, William immediately summoned the chamber pot to his hands and hurriedly stored it inside his storage ring. Elliot stared at William in a meaningful manner because the two visions he had received earlier were connected to each other. After giving it some thought, the angelic familiar devised a scheme in his head and smirked. Conan looked at his twin with curiosity. Although he didn't know what Elliot was thinking, he had 100% certainty that he was up to no good. Several days had passed and William's stay on the floor of Asgard was about to come to an end. However, a day before his month-long stay at the 51st floor ended, a guest had once again appeared in his domain. "I've been getting plenty of uninvited guests as of late," William said as he shook his head helplessly. He took a step forward and immediately appeared at the base of the Bifrost Gate. On the other side of the bridge, a floating jellyfish, a turtle, and a goblin waved at him from afar. "Good day to you, Lord William," Jellybell, the guardian of the 50th floor, greeted. "Will, it has been a while," Owagwe said with a smile. Zod didn't say anything and just gave William a brief nod. William was familiar with all of them, so he decided to invite them to the castle of Asgard. He was curious about the purpose of their visit since most guardians just stayed on their respective floors, and didn't mind other people's business. "When we guardians agreed to send you to the 51st floor, we didn't expect you to really clear it," Jellybell stated. "Now, we are experiencing a steady increase of challengers that are climbing the tower. This is all thanks to you, Lord William." Unlike the other guardians, Jellybell treated William in a respectful manner. It was the only one that had seen the primordial goddess that was watching over the half-elf, and it was more than enough for it to humble itself in front of him. Owagwe and Zod noticed Jellybell's polite behavior, and wondered why it was acting this way. The jellyfish was one of the most haughty guardians in the tower. Since Jellybell was in charge of the 50th floor, it also held the highest authority among the guardians of the lower floors. Simply put, the jellyfish was their big boss, and their big boss was currently giving William the VIP treatment. Maybe Jellybell is afraid of being eaten by William, Zod thought as he eyed the floating jelly who was making casual talk with the red-headed teenager. Owagwe was also thinking of the same thing, since all of them had witnessed how William devoured Belial in their battle. None of the guardians in the tower wanted to offend the half-elf. Is there something that you need from me?" William asked. He didn't believe that the three guardians personally came to visit him just to make some small talk. "Actually, we came here to tell you some news," Owagwe answered. "Since you're stuck up here, you are not aware of what is currently happening outside the Tower of Babylon. A few days ago, an old man that goes by the name James suddenly appeared in the city of Babylon and made a scene." Owagwe told William how his grandpa single-handedly dealt with the ex-ruling families. At first, William was surprised when he heard that James had arrived at the city of Babylon. However, it didn't take long for his surprise to subside and be replaced with genuine amusement with how his grandpa had beaten the crap out of the former ruling families of the tower that had tried to use him as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate with William. The half-elf almost felt sorry for the patriarchs of the ruling families for falling into James' hand. He knew how merciless his grandpa was when it came to those who threatened their family, and Owagwe's explanation didn't disappoint him. According to the little turtle, after James and Vlad demolished all opposition, no one no longer dared to target William because of his background. Also, the emissaries of empires, kingdoms, and other powerful factions tried to ingratiate themselves to James by personally dealing with the remnants of the exiled families from the tower. When William heard this, he rubbed his chin in contemplation as he thought of an idea that would definitely work in his favor. "Your grandpa is currently on the first floor of the tower," Zod said. "He asked me to send you a message." Zod cleared his throat and passed James' message to William. "I'm here. Where's the treasure?" The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard his grandpa's message. He helplessly shook his head because his old man really knew how to mooch off the hard work of others. Originally, Zod would have been the only one going to meet with William. However, he was afraid of facing the half-elf alone. Because of this, he asked Owagwe to accompany him. The little turtle readily agreed to Zod's request. The two guardians then went to see Jellybell to ask for permission to enter the 51st floor. Jellybell thought that this was a good idea to smoothen things out with William, so it decided to accompany Zod and Oagwe to the 51st floor. He also wanted to know what William's intentions were. Would he continue to climb the tower? Or would he stay true to his words and leave the tower? Please, send my grandpa to the 51st floor directly, William said. There is something important that I want to discuss with him. 10 minutes later, James, Vlad, and Ezio appeared on the floor of Asgard. William's grandpa nodded his head in appreciation when he saw the Bifrost Bridge, as well as the majestic castle in the distance. Vlad and Ezio had similar reactions. The world that William had created on the 51st floor was a scenery that they had never seen before, and they would be lying if they said that they weren't interested in exploring this new domain. Without even waiting for anyone to meet them, James was already walking towards the Bifrost Bridge with the intention to cross it. It was as if he was the owner of the place and even had a smug expression as he walked in a carefree manner. Vlad and Ezio exchanged a glance at each other before following behind him. Since this floor belonged to William, James had already labeled the 51st floor as the property of the Ainsworth family. Since this floor belongs to my grandson, naturally it also belonged to me. After crossing the bridge, the three continued their journey towards the castle in the distance. Because the floor was still not open to the public, the entire place was completely deserted. It didn't take long before they arrived at the castle, where they saw a red-headed teenager with a devilish smile plastered on his face. They also noticed the adorable pink-haired girl beside William. James thought that if the girl was given a few more years, she would grow up to be an outstanding beauty. As someone who was aiming to expand his family's bloodline, James had always told William to have as many wives as he could. That way, he would have many great-grandchildren that would help secure their lineage in the world. Gramps, did you come here to the Tower of Babylon after hearing how awesome I was? William asked with a smug expression on his face. Of course, James replied. Boy, you really made me proud. I knew that you inherited my awesomeness, but I didn't expect you to be just as awesome as I was when I was your age. Well done. James laughed heartily as he patted William's shoulder. He then glanced at Chiffon with a smile and asked William to introduce him to the little beauty standing beside him. Chiffon, this is my grandfather, James von Ainsworth, William said with a smile. He then turned to James and introduced Chiffon to him. Gramps, this is my wife, Chiffon. James held Chiffon's hand and shook it gently. He was only half listening to William's introduction because he only cared about making a good impression on the adorable girl, whom he thought he believed would be a stunning beauty if given a few more years. Nice to meet you. James held Chiffon's hand like a kind grandpa. I'm very happy to meet William's friend. What? The old man glanced at William. Boy, what did you just say? I think I heard it wrongly. Chiffon is my wife. Your wife? William smiled and pulled the pink-haired girl in his embrace. We got married a month ago. Gramps, how many grandkids do you want to have? Chiffon's face immediately flushed when she heard William's words. She immediately started thumping his chest with her closed fist out of embarrassment. This adorable display made James, Vlad, and Ezio's lips twitch at the same time. They thought that William was just joking. However, after seeing that Chiffon wasn't denying the half-elf's claims, they realized that he was telling the truth. James' expression immediately turned serious before placing his hand on William's shoulder. Will, we need to talk, James said. Deep inside, he wanted to pick William up and slap his bum silly. If others were to hear that his grandson had casually married a kid, wouldn't that bring shame to his name? Wouldn't all of his friends and acquaintances tease and ridicule him if they heard about it? James wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He would definitely beat the crap out of William until he came to his senses. William didn't have mind-reading powers, but he could already guess what James was thinking. He gave a nervous chuckle because the old man's grip on his shoulder was like a vice grip that wouldn't allow him to escape no matter what. Gramps, I think you're making a misunderstanding, William said after realizing the danger he was in. Chiffon is legal. She's legal, you know? Here, Chiffon, you need to eat more, James said in a doting manner. You should eat nutritious food, so you will grow taller and more beautiful. "Thank you, Grandpa," Chiffon replied with a smile. She then happily ate the dishes that James had given her. William stood at the side with a cramped expression on his face. After finding out Chiffon was half dwarf and half demon, James happily accepted her as William's wife and began to pamper her. Clearly, the old man was very happy that his grandson was finally married. This had been his goal since William was a baby. The old coot had even pulled strings behind the scenes and engaged him to Rebecca in order for him to have a wife when he grew up. For James, he didn't care how many wives William had. What he was afraid of was his grandson not having enough wives. After finding out that everything was a misunderstanding, the shameless old man had ditched William to the side and focused on his daughter-in-law. "I see, so you bear the sin of gluttony." James nodded his head in understanding. "You have it rough, Chiffon. However, since we are now family, I will guarantee that you will never go hungry again. Also, I will not allow anyone to bully you again. If I ever get my hands on them, I'll break all the bones on their bodies and feed him to that little pig beside you." Bacon, who was quietly eating on top of the table, beside Chiffon, raised its head and looked at the old man. Its innocent gaze was telling James that it didn't eat trash, which made the old man chuckle in delight. "What is this piglet?" James inquired. "Is he your emergency food?" "Oink!" Bacon lightly stomped its foot in protest as it glared at James. Chiffon giggled as she lightly patted Bacon's head. "Grandpa, Bacon is my friend. He is not my emergency food." James laughed and nodded his head. He was just teasing Bacon as a test to see if it was intelligent enough to understand his words. This was the first time that he had seen a golden piglet, and he was very curious to know if it was edible. William, who had been cast to the side by his grandfather, was busy chatting with his fourth master, Ezio. The half-elf had been away from the southern continent for a while, and he was curious about the latest events that had happened in the Hellon Kingdom. "Before we left, Leah announced that she was pregnant," Ezio said. "If not for the fact that the commander was worried about you, he might have stayed in Lant and waited for his great-grandchildren to be born." William was quite happy to hear the news that their family was going to have a new member. Due to the war that erupted in the southern continent, Matthew and Leah had decided not to have any children until the crisis was fully averted. Now that peace had settled within the southern continent, the married couple finally decided that it was time for them to have a child. William silently prayed for the baby to be born healthy and Leah to have a safe delivery. Like his grandpa had said, the lineage of the Ainsworth family was very thin. Even if Leah's unborn baby was added to the count, their family's bloodline would only amount to 7 people. This number was too few, and he could somehow understand his grandpa's worries. In truth, William was not opposed to having a child of his own, but he still felt that it was still too early for him. Aside from Chiffon, he was married to Wendy and Ash as well. There was also Est and Princess Sydney, whom he had already recognized as his lovers. As for Celine, their relationship was complicated. Even so, William had decided to have a serious talk with her the next time they met. Deep down, William was afraid that Celine would reject him. Although the time they had spent within eternity made William feel that the beautiful elf was not opposed to the idea of becoming his lover, she still didn't say anything to him, which made him feel helpless. "I'll cross that bridge when I get there," William thought. "For now, I still need to lift the curse on Est, Ash, and Isaac. Right now, this is my top priority. Since Grandpa is already here, I'll just let him take care of the matters of the floor of Asgard's and the other floors under my name." William was a very lazy person. Since his grandpa was already in the tower, he might as well throw all responsibilities at him. James had already told him about the emissaries from the other kingdoms that were waiting for the floor of Asgard to open. This discovery gave William a headache, so he decided to just let the old coot scam negotiate with those people. William was very confident that by the time the emissaries left the floor of Asgard, all of them would be puking blood. "Ha ha ha, you want ownership of a floor? Sure, but you need to pay up." "What? The price is too much? Sorry, we don't deal with peasants." The next day. "Are you sure you're fine with this?" James asked. "Of course, Gramps," William replied. "You know that I'm a very busy person. I have no time to spare in developing our family business. I'll just leave the floor of Asgard and the other floors in your very capable hands. If you want to form partnerships with the factions in the central continent, that's fine with me as well. However, this floor belongs to the Ainsworth family. No matter what happens, this is off limits. James nodded his head in understanding. He wasn't surprised that William had delegated this troublesome work to his shoulders, but the old man didn't have any complaints. In fact, he was already itching to start counting gold coins as soon as his grandson left the tower. Both of them were currently at the throne room of Asgard. William had asked James to come with him, and the latter followed out of curiosity. "Okay, Gramps, you'll be sitting here from now on," William said as he made a gesture to the silver throne that used to belong to the father of Asgard, Odin. James sat on the throne like an emperor, and his presence was truly a sight to behold. If not for the fact that his family, friends, and acquaintances knew that he was a scammer, a money grubber, and a bandit, they would definitely think that he was truly an emperor of a powerful empire. "Something is missing," William mused as he rubbed his chin. "Ah, I know." William opened the Babylon shop and bought one of the items in their inventory. "Wear this, Gramps," William said with a smile. What is this?" "An eye patch," James asked as William passed the eye patch to him. "Just wear it, Gramps. It will make you look cooler." "Fine. I'll let you trick me just this once." James wore the eye patch and he immediately felt a change in his line of sight. He turned his head to the right side and his vision went past the castle walls and into the plains of Asgard. He then looked at the north and saw the Bifrost Bridge in the distance. "Not bad." James nodded his head. "Too bad it can't see past through people's clothes." The regret in James' voice made the corner of William's lips twitch. "Well, he looks more imposing this way," William thought as he looked at his grandpa's intimidating presence. Now for the finishing touches. William summoned a spear in his hand and handed it over to James as well. "Gramps, the name of this spear is Gungnir," William explained. "Even if you can't use spears, when you throw this spear, it will always hit its target." James eyed the silver spear with a critical gaze. He could feel that the spear was the perfect weight in his hands. It was not too heavy nor too light, achieving the perfect balance. "This is nice. Thank you, Will," James said as he rested the spear to the side. "No problem, Gramps," William nodded. "Chiffon and I will be leaving tomorrow. I'll leave Asgard in your care." "Understood," James replied. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be settled." After getting his grandfather's promise, William left the throne room with nostalgia. Seeing James wearing the eye patch and holding Gungnir in his hand made William recall the god that had fallen long ago. A god that had fought valiantly even though he was fated to be eaten whole by the world wolf, Fenrir, who was one of Loki's children. William knew that Asgard was long gone, and yet he was still unwilling in his heart. This was also the reason why he made the 51st floor an exact copy of Asgard in his memories. James watched his grandson go, while sitting on the throne of Asgard. The smile that was plastered on his lips was now gone, replaced by a solemnity that William hadn't seen before. "I never thought that I would be seeing it again," James muttered. "This place brings back memories." James then held Gungnir firmly in his hand and caressed its handle. "Will you accompany me again, old friend?" Gungnir vibrated as if to answer James' inquiry. Its body also gave off a faint light, which made the old man chuckle. Out of nowhere, two crows materialized and landed on the left and right armrest of James' throne. These two crows gazed in the distance, as if waiting for something. Waiting for the day where they would once again spread their wings and travel the world. A world that they were now duty-bound to protect. The day where William and Chiffon would leave the tower had come. Since the floor of Asgard had no guardian, William had given James that role. The Tower of Babylon had recognized the half-elf's decision and gave James administrative powers. Right now, James had the same authority as the other guardians of the tower, and had absolute control within the 51st floor. William had also brought James inside his 1,000-beast domain and introduced his herd and legion to his grandpa. James didn't expect that his grandson had a mobile army at his disposal, which made him look at William in a new light. However, the surprise didn't end there. William had also revealed that he had formally taken the mantle of his father as the dungeon conqueror, which made James almost choke on his saliva. Although I already had my suspicions, hearing it from you still makes a difference. James sighed as he looked at his grandson in awe. Will, make sure to limit this knowledge to the people you trust. If other people were to hear this, they would definitely make trouble for you. Gramps, even if I don't tell anyone that I'm the new dungeon conqueror, they would still target me because of my accomplishments, William replied. I'm just that awesome. James laughed because that was indeed the case. William had done things high-handedly and everyone now knew his name. Even without the title of the dungeon conqueror, he was a hot potato in everyone's eyes. It was too late to act low-key when everyone was paying attention to his every move. Are there any other things that you are hiding from me? James asked. William grinned as he nodded his head. They will be arriving soon. Just wait a little bit more, Gramps. As soon as the words left William's mouth, two beauties materialized out of thin air. James smiled and opened his arms wide. To William's surprise, Princess Sydney happily jumped into James' arms, while calling him grandfather. Unknown to William, James and Princess Sydney had a good relationship. After finding out that the princess from the Kingdom of Frisia had hoodwinked his grandson to become her fiancé, James' impression of Princess Sydney rose significantly. After the princess secretly went to meet him to bridge their relationship closer, the old man's impression became higher. Clearly, the beautiful princess was after their family's good genes, and James was more than happy to tie William up and let the princess marry him with his blessing. Fortunately, William was a sensible person. He gave the beautiful princess a chance to become his lover. Because of this, James and Princess Sydney temporarily shelved their shotgun wedding plan and allowed the half-elf and the princess relationship to develop naturally. It's good to see that you are healthy, James said. How long must I wait to hold my great-grandkids? Princess Sydney glanced briefly at William before giving her answer. Don't worry, grandfather. I am working on it. I promise that I will give you healthy grandchildren in the future. I will look forward to it. Just tell me if you need me to tie William up. There's no need for that, grandfather. Darling loves me very much. Ash watched this scene with a dumbfounded expression. She then approached William and gave him a hug. It had been a while since they had last seen each other. Even if the mermaid didn't want to admit it, her feelings for William had grown stronger while they were unable to see each other. William shared half of Ash's heart, so he could understand her feelings. Because of this, he gave her soft pecks on the lips and promised her using telepathy that he would make it up to her as soon as he kicked James out of the Thousand Beast domain. James chuckled when he saw William's attempt to pacify his lover. Just like Princess Sydney, James had already known about Ash's relationship with William. He was very touched when he discovered that the mermaid had given half of her heart to his grandson in order to save his life. Because of this, he had a very good impression of Ash. James' only concern was the curse that forced her to be trapped in a boy's body. The only good news was that William assured him that there was a way to break the curse, and for that to happen, he needed to travel to the Creator Empire in the Central Continent. The old coot didn't try to persuade William out of his decision because he believed that his grandson had what it took to go to where all the powers of the world were congregated. The old man knew that regardless of the reason, William was destined to go to the Central Continent in order to reach a higher stage. The worldwide announcement proved that his decision was right, so he was very happy to help his grandson manage the territories that he had recently acquired, while he traveled the Central Continent to do the things he needed to do. Princess Sydney lightly cleared her throat, and William and Ash stopped their public display of affection. Chiffon, who was standing at the side, only smiled as she watched this scene. Although there were a few mishaps, she was still able to monopolize William for a month, so her heart was at ease. Also, she was now William's wife. There was no need to compete for his affection, because she could feel how much he loved her. The half-elf had made sure that Chiffon's unending hunger for food and love were sated completely. Interesting. James crossed his arms over his chest. How about Wendy? Can she come here? William shook his head. I will make it up to her once I return to the southern continent. James nodded his head in understanding. He was also aware that Wendy had become William's first wife, and this made him very happy. He had a fondness for the blonde beauty, who didn't bother to hide her feelings for William when she visited Lant. Gramps, since I am the floor master, as long as I am in the central continent, I have a way to instantly travel to the floor of Asgard, William explained. If you need me, just ask Fourth Master to send me a message. If I am not busy with anything, I will come immediately. James nodded his head. Don't worry, unless it is absolutely necessary, I won't ask for your help. Before I forget, I will go to the Misty Sect on the promised date. Lawrence and I talked, and we will be settling things during your battle with Rebecca. William knew that although James and Lawrence were sometimes at odds with each other, they were still good friends. Although he didn't plan to hold anything back when fighting Rebecca, he would ensure that she wouldn't be humiliated. This was the least he could do for Lawrence, as well as the girl who used him as a shield to ward off potential suitors. William summoned Soleil and handed it to Ash. The latter nodded her head in understanding and left with Princess Sydney to return to the Creator Empire. Chiffon remained in the Thousand Beast domain because William didn't want to leave her in Asgard. He could only travel by himself using his connection with Soleil, so this was the only way for the pink-haired girl to travel with him. Gramps, I'll see you in the Misty Sect, William said with a smile. James patted his grandson's shoulder and gave him some words of wisdom. Although your victory is mostly assured, don't underestimate the old hags of Misty Sect. James warned. I'm sure that they'll cook up something before your battle with Rebecca. Stay alert and keep your eyes peeled. William agreed with James. Understood, grandfather. With a determined gaze, William disappeared from the floor of Asgard. Now that he had accomplished Amun's mission, it was now time to go to the temple for the next set of tasks that Amun had prepared for him. High above the Tower of Babylon, an old man with a long beard looked in the direction of the Creator Empire with a calm expression. He had long known that William's priorities didn't involve clearing the rest of the floors of the tower, but that was fine with him. Each person was fated to fight on different battlefields, but all rivers lead to the sea. Do your best, little one, the old man muttered. Time waits for no one. You've done well, Amun said with a benevolent smile on his face. To be perfectly honest, I didn't expect you to finish that quest. In fact, I was hoping that you'd be stuck there for eternity. William nodded his head in agreement. He had been through many difficulties. None of them were easy, but the 51st floor was truly one of the hardest battles he had faced in his life. I would like to thank you for sending me to the Tower of Babylon, Your Excellency, William replied. Because of you, I was able to marry a beautiful wife, as well as remember a lot of things. Amun rested the side of his face over his closed fist and eyed William with great interest. Although he was annoyed with William, that didn't mean that he wasn't able to appreciate the achievement that he had made. What Amun didn't know was that although William had gained a lot of things by clearing the 51st floor of the tower, the red-headed teenager had also lost many important things to him. Now it's time for you to do your second quest, Amun stated. You have an upcoming battle with your childhood fiancé, right? The corner of William's lips twitched because he could feel the sarcasm that was oozing out of Amun's voice. However, he decided that he should just play along for the time being and humor the god in front of him. That way, Amun might make his quest a little bit easier. Yes, Your Excellency, William replied. I will be fighting with her in less than 2 months' time. Amun nodded his head. Since that is the case, your next quest will be defeating her in your match. However, there is a condition. The Grand Marquis of Hell raised a finger as he regarded William coolly. He understood that Rebecca didn't stand a chance at winning against William in her current state, so he decided to make things a little bit more interesting. William placed his hands behind his back as he waited for Amun to mention his condition. You are not allowed to jump to the saint rank when fighting against her, Amun said with a smile. The moment your strength exceeds that threshold, your quest will immediately fail. That means that I will not lift the curses on Est, Ian, and Isaac. William frowned. He originally wanted to finish the battle right away, but with this restriction, he would not be able to activate his trump cards. The half-elf wasn't worried about fighting against Rebecca, even without using Heroic Avatar and his Einherjar job class. However, he was worried that the Misty Sect would pull a trick on him during the battle, which would make things extremely difficult for him to win. If he were able to use his trump cards, William was confident that he would be able to face whatever they threw at him. Now that he had this restriction, he needed to make plans in order to guarantee his victory. This was an important battle for him. He couldn't afford to lose. "I understand, Your Excellency," William replied. "It will be as you say." "Good. Now run along now. There are still a few weeks to go before your fated battle. Be sure to do your best to win." "I will do my best." Amun watched as William disappeared from the temple. The half-elf had used Soleil to instantly teleport to the Silverwind Academy after his meeting with the patron god of the Creator Empire. The Marquis of Hell lingered for a bit longer before he disappeared from the temple. A few minutes later, he reappeared in Astrid's castle and found his twin drinking tea in the garden. "I was a bit surprised, brother," Astrid said as she placed her cup on the table. "I thought you were going to make things very hard for him, but you surprisingly held back on his next mission. Tell me, what made you change your mind?" Amun took the seat opposite his sister and casually picked up the teacup that was meant for him to drink. After taking a few sips of Astrid's special tea, he placed it back on the table before answering his twin. "I didn't make things hard for him. This much is true," Amun nodded. "This time I made it fair. Lily came to visit me earlier and threatened to whack me with a candy cane if I made the next test extremely difficult. Lilith was Amun's friend, so he didn't want to burn bridges with her. Also, William had just come back from a difficult quest, so he decided to appease the lowly goddess before ramping up the difficulty of the next quest." Astrid frowned, but she didn't say anything else. The fact that William had managed to clear the 51st floor also made her raise her impression of the boy. In her mind, she reluctantly admitted that William had what it took to become her disciple's lover. The two gods drank their teas in silence. A minute later, both of them looked at the place where the cycle of reincarnation was located. Both gods frowned because they had heard it clearly. The shattering of a world, and the destruction of one of the red portals that hung in the sky of the cycle of reincarnation. "That's the 9th one this year," Amun said as he placed his teacup back on the table. "Do those guys never take a vacation?" Astrid sighed and continued to drink her tea. "This is the cycle of death and rebirth," Astrid said softly. "Even gods are not exempt from this rule." Amun reluctantly nodded his head. This was indeed a part of the cycle. But for some reason, he felt that there was more to this than met the eye. The gods of destruction had been becoming very active as of late. Although they had faced staunch opposition in every world that they visited, they were still able to perform their duties without fail. In this regard, Amun only had admiration for them. But, deep inside, he also feared them. He glanced at his sister, who was drinking her tea in a calm manner. If not for the fact that she was his twin, he wouldn't be able to notice the subtle changes in her mannerism and expression. Amun was about to say something but held back at the last second. He knew that it was futile, so he decided to just keep his feelings to himself. After finishing his drink, he bid his sister goodbye and returned to his palace in hell, leaving Astrid alone in her thoughts. "You can't fight the inevitable," Astrid said softly as she poured herself more tea. "But the final struggle is still worth watching. It is at the moment of death when life shines its brightest." As soon as William arrived in his room after his visit from Amun's temple, he found himself seized by 3 beautiful girls and kidnapped to the Thousand Beast domain. Princess Sydney had been holding back because she knew that William had urgent things to attend to, but she had reached her limit. Because of this, she decided to take action and invited Ash and Chiffon to cooperate with him. Although she was jealous that the pink-haired girl had married William before her, there was nothing she could do about it. The rice had already been cooked, so the only thing she could do was to ensure that the next person that William would marry was her. For that to happen, she had urged her grandfather, Emperor Leonidas, to publicly announce their wedding and ensure that the half-elf wouldn't be able to run away, even if he grew wings. Calm down, girls, William said after he was tossed to the bed like a tied-up dumpling. I'm not going anywhere. Let's do this properly. Okay? Princess Sydney didn't listen to him and pounced on him after transforming into a succubus. It had been more than a month since her divinity was suppressed, and she was really at her limit. Ash and Chiffon didn't want to be left out, so they joined forces with Sydney and attacked William, leaving him and little Will unable to form any kind of resistance. A few hours later, the soft sleeping breaths of 3 beautiful girls permeated inside the room. Princess Sydney laid on William's left side and held his arm as she slept. Ash laid on his right and was holding his arm as well. As for Chiffon, she laid on top of William with her head resting on his chest. The little glutton's drool pooled on William's chest as she slept with a satisfied expression on her face. The half-elf was also sound asleep because his girls had squeezed him dry until little Will fainted due to exhaustion. He didn't resist his lover's advances because he, too, wanted to spend time together with them. There were only a few weeks left before he needed to travel to the Savadine Mountains, where the headquarters of the Misty Sect was located. Since Amun had given him a condition, he needed to raise the levels of his job classes in the time he had left in order to prepare for any situation. He was not aware of how strong Rebecca was, but he was sure that his opponent still hadn't reached the saint rank. As long as he wasn't fighting a saint, William had the confidence to beat anyone in a one-on-one battle, with the exception of his 6th master, Chloe. Relax. With our sect's treasured artifact, Rebecca will be able to boost her strength up to the saint rank in one go, the sect master assured the elders of the sect. Not only that, Her Excellency Meredith has agreed to our request. With her help, Rebecca's chances of winning have drastically increased. All of the elders of the Misty Sect nodded their heads. Some of them sighed in relief in their hearts because William's achievements gave them an invisible pressure that made them feel uncomfortable. How could they possibly not feel pressured? Their core disciple was going to fight against the strongest prodigy of the young generation. All the powerful and influential factions in the continent were now preparing to visit their sect for their founding day. Those that came from far away had started their journey a few weeks ago. This was to ensure that they wouldn't be late to the entertainment that they were expecting to see. More than anything else, the Misty Sect didn't want to be the laughingstock of everyone in the central continent. This was something that they had to avoid no matter what. What is Rebecca's current rank? Thea, the sect master of the Misty Sect, asked Eleanor. Rebecca's master had been paying close attention to Rebecca's progress, and she was quite satisfied with her current rank. Right now, Rebecca has just broken through the 7th circle, Eleanor replied. She's currently stabilizing her rank in preparation for her duel with William. Thea nodded her head. Although it didn't show on her face, she was also satisfied with Rebecca's development. There were only a handful of individuals that could reach that rank in her age group, which proved that her magic prowess was truly outstanding. After she has stabilized her rank, hand her the sex artifact, Thea ordered. Teach her how to use it properly, so she will be competent when she uses it in her duel. Eleanor nodded her head. Leave this task to me, sect master. I will not fail you. As you should, Thea replied crisply. Failure is not an option. Also, make sure to tell the wardens to bring 30 high-grade snow crystals and spread them around the arena. That will strengthen the power of ice magic and ensure that Rebecca will have the upper hand. It will be done as you command, the head warden pledged. Sect master, I have a proposal to make. Thea nodded. Speak. The head warden smiled as she gave her suggestion. Since the battle is inevitable, how about we raise the stakes and coerce William to have a bet with us? Thea frowned, but she still waited for the head warden to finish her explanation. Seeing that everyone's attention was on her, the head warden was feeling ecstatic. She had only thought of this idea a few minutes ago, but the more she thought about it, the more appealing it was. Because of this, she decided to make the proposal to Thea and see whether she would also consider this idea for the sect's benefit. Let's ask him to make a bet with us, the head warden said. If he wins, then he can ask our sect to do 3 things for him. Regardless of what it is, as long as it doesn't break our morals, we will agree to it. In return, if he loses, then he would give us ownership of one of the floors of Babylon that are currently under his command. Since we are doing our best to ensure Rebecca's victory, why not profit from it as well? What do you think, sect master? The elders of the Misty sect were surprised by the head warden's boldness. Some of them gasped in shock, while others remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons of her proposal. Thea was also moved by the head warden's words. Having a floor in the Tower of Babylon was akin to having an ownership of an entire kingdom. If their Misty sect could gain ownership of one, then their prestige and status would rise among their peers. Let me think about this for a few days, Thea replied. For now, let us end our meeting and resume our duties. I ask the elders to supervise the preparations so that we won't be embarrassed in front of our guests. Head warden, please, make sure that our security is enough to handle the influx of people and prevent anyone from committing any crimes during their stay. I authorize you to deal with criminals as you please. The elders and the head wardens nodded their heads before leaving the room. Thea remained behind as she pondered the possibility of owning one of the floors of Babylon. She didn't know how strong William was, but she was confident that the preparations they had in mind would be enough to deal with him. Somewhere in the Aberdeen Mountains, a majestic creature briefly opened its eyes. It was the guardian of the Misty sect, and a being that had been in the central continent for thousands of years. After scanning its domain, it once again closed its eyes to sleep. A powerful blizzard appeared out of nowhere and covered the mountains in a veil of white. For the members of the Misty sect, the blizzard was a delightful sight. To others, this scene was enough to make them tremble in fright. For the one that slept on top of the Aberdeen Mountains was a being of old. No matter how fierce the blizzard blew, it was not afraid of the cold. When Gilbert discovered that William had suddenly appeared in the academy, he immediately notified Emperor Leonidas and Avexius of his arrival. The two didn't waste any time and immediately went to the Silverwind Academy. But when they arrived, no traces of William, Ash, Chiffon, or Princess Sydney could be seen. Where is he? Emperor Leonidas asked Gilbert, who was waiting for their arrival. Gilbert sighed and shook his head. I don't know where he went. He met up with Princess Sydney and his retainer, Ian. I thought that they were just going to do some catching up, so I decided to give them some space. After a few hours, I went to look for him, but I couldn't find the three of them anywhere. Emperor Leonidas frowned, but he felt like William would appear sooner or later, so he told Gilbert to keep his eye open and wait for the boy to return to the academy. Kenneth and Lilith also heard about the news and immediately went to the academy to look for him as well. However, they came out empty-handed. They were not aware that the half-elf was courageously fighting a battle with his girls in the Thousand Beast domain, and was currently being peppered with attacks that would make all the young men in the Creator Empire green with envy. Although Emperor Leonidas and Avexius left the academy, Kenneth and Lilith decided to stay. Since they were now official guests of the Creator Empire, Gilbert treated them well and assigned accommodations to the two of them while waiting for William. The next day, William finally appeared in the academy. Because of the worldwide announcements, all the students were aware of the feats that he had performed. The professors of the academy had a meeting a day after the announcement and decided to tell their students about the Tower of Babylon. Originally, they thought that William's achievements were no big deal. However, after learning the history of the tower and the 51st floor, the red-headed teenager suddenly became their idol. Gilbert was also very proud. Regardless of what anyone said, William was a student of his academy on paper. What did this mean? This meant that the strongest young prodigy in the world was enrolled in his academy. All of the other academies can fight for second place. Because of this, he had applied for a raise in his salary, which made Emperor Leonidas roll his eyes. Still, the additional salary was approved, which made the half-elf extra pleasing in Gilbert's eyes. You did well, William, Gilbert praised the boy who was seated in front of him. You made the academy proud. William smiled and nodded his head. Thank you, headmaster. The advice you gave me helped me a lot. I know, Gilbert replied with a smug expression on his face. Without my help, you wouldn't have been able to achieve what you did. William stared at the shameless old man with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He was merely acting humble, but the headmaster had decided to toot his own horn and praise himself for doing a good job. I was just being polite, okay? Why are you acting so smug? Are you the one that fought Belial? William was very tempted to spit on the old man to bring him down a peg, but decided that it wasn't worth it. Gilbert was still the headmaster of the academy, so he decided to let the old man be shameless for the time being. Where did you go yesterday? Gilbert inquired. His Majesty and His Excellency came here personally to see you, but you were nowhere to be found. I checked the monitoring devices of the academy, but I didn't see you leave the academy. How did you do it? William cleared his throat because he remembered the embarrassing scene of him being pinned down by his 3 lovers. He was supposed to meet with Gilbert after visiting Ammon's temple and thank him for his help, but he was kidnapped by Princess Sydney. I had some pressing matters to attend to, so I decided to sneak out of the academy, William replied. Did His Majesty say anything before he left? Yes, he said that the 2 of you needed to talk, so don't leave the academy for the time being. Understood. Gilbert was very curious, so he pestered William to tell him what the trial of the 51st floor was like. The half-elf felt that it wouldn't hurt to tell Gilbert a few things about the Devil's Floor, so he narrated a tale of half-truth and lies to the headmaster of the academy. William didn't mention anything about him and Chiffon getting married. The little glutton said that they should keep it a secret for now. The only ones who knew were his lovers, his grandpa, Ezio, Vlad, and Celeste. Chiffon didn't want the news to make its way to the demonic continent because she remembered that her father hated the surname Ainsworth. She only recalled this information after staying on the floor of Asgard for a few weeks. Of course, she also told William about this matter, but the latter only nodded his head. The half-elf didn't think that it was a big deal because he thought that his grandfather and Chiffon's dad had crossed each other's path in the past. After having a near-death encounter with Cernunnos, the half-elf had a firm belief that his grandpa had made a lot of enemies when he was young and still actively traveling the world of Hestia. Also, William wasn't afraid of Chiffon's father. He already knew the bastard's name and face due to Chiffon's heart devil. The half-elf had added Lucille to the list of people that he would give a beating to in the future. You got lucky, Gilbert said as he eyed William with a serious expression. If Chiffon wasn't there, your chance of winning would have been very slim. William nodded his head in agreement. After experiencing firsthand the power of Chiffon's devour divinity, the red-headed teenager realized that she was the bane of all domain-type territories. As long as Chiffon opened her mouth, an entire floor would be swallowed whole. There was simply no way to block and run away from this attack. The only choice one had was to leave the floor as soon as possible, before they got sucked inside her mouth, never to appear again. Gilbert then remembered something and chuckled. Boy, be careful of the Amazon race. Their princess is here at the academy and is waiting for your appearance. Amazon race? William frowned. Why should I be careful around them? He didn't remember having any conflict with the Amazon race. He hadn't even met any of them during his travels. So Gilbert's warning made him tilt his head in confusion. You really don't know? Gilbert asked before slapping his forehead. I forgot you came from the southern continent. Very well, let me tell you something about the Amazons. This is a warrior race dominated by women. They are always in the lookout for strong individuals to invite to their empire to mate with them. Right now, all the Amazons are after your genes. For them, you are the ideal candidate to sire the next generation of Amazon warriors. One of their princesses is here at the academy. Her name is Lilith, and she is also the champion of the tournament that ended a month ago. William rubbed his chin as he pondered. There was no doubt that this was a tricky subject. Although he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Amazons, Gilbert's tone made him feel that the warrior race was hell-bent on catching him, no matter what. After leaving Gilbert's office, William walked towards the boys' dormitory. All the students that saw him looked at him with admiration, respect, envy, and jealousy. William couldn't stop the corner of his lips from rising due to the attention he was receiving. However, since he was a refined, elegant, and charismatic person, he decided to act humble and pretend that he was not aware of their stares. As he neared the boys' dormitory, he saw a familiar person blocking his path. Although it had been years since they last saw each other, William could easily identify the delicate-looking boy who had once been his roommate when he was still in the Helon Royal Academy. William grinned as he walked towards Kenneth and gave him a hug. Originally, Kenneth wanted to dodge, but realized that there was no reason for him to do that. In the end, he didn't resist William's friendly gesture and allowed himself to be hugged. William's hug lasted only for a few seconds before he pulled back and looked at Kenneth's pointy ears. "So, you are an elf," William said softly. Kenneth nodded and gave William an apologetic gaze. "Sorry for hiding my identity. I had my reasons for not telling you. Let's go to my room to talk. There are too many people paying attention to us." "Okay." William led the way and Kenneth followed behind him. As they walked, Kenneth was paying close attention to William's movements. The elf could feel a strength emanating from the half-elf's body, and his back seemed wider compared to the last time he saw him. "He looks more dependable now," Kenneth thought with a smile. "I'm sure Master will be happy to hear what I have to say when I give her my report." After returning to the Silvermoon continent, Kenneth's family had ordered him to pay close attention to William. Among the candidates for the Prince of Darkness, William's name was currently at the top. The Rayleigh family ordered Kenneth to meet up with William and monitor him at all times. Since William and the elves had a complicated relationship, only Kenneth was suitable for the job. Kenneth naturally didn't reject this offer because William's mother, Lady Arwen, had also tasked him with passing on a letter to William. After the elves' defeat at the southern continent, no one dared to provoke the half-elf any longer. Even the king of the elves had personally visited Arwen and had a private meeting with her. No one knew what they discussed, but after their talk had ended, the Saintess of the World Tree summoned Kenneth and asked him to personally deliver a message to William. Also, Arwen insisted that Kenneth should stay by William's side for a year or two. Since this was a request from his master, the silver-haired elf had no objection and promised to do as he was told. After entering the room, Kenneth noticed Ian and a pink-haired girl seated on the couch, holding a golden piglet in her hands. The moment William entered the room, Chiffon stood up and walked towards him. William reached out and patted her head before walking towards the couch. Once he was seated, Chiffon sat on his lap and rested her head on his shoulder. This intimate act made Kenneth frown, but he didn't say anything. He had seen the tenderness in William's eyes when he looked at Chiffon, and Kenneth assumed that the girl was someone important to his friend. "Sit," William said as he made a gesture for Kenneth to sit on the couch across from him. Kenneth sat obediently and stared at Chiffon with curiosity. Seeing that his ex-roommate was paying close attention to the young lady in his arms, William decided to make an introduction. "Chiffon, this is Kenneth. He was one of the officers in my night order back in the Helon Kingdom," William said. "Kenneth, this is my wife, Chiffon." Ian, who was seated beside William, was tempted to say that she was his wife too, but decided to keep her silence. Unlike William, she didn't trust Kenneth completely, so she had no intention of saying anything unnecessary to the race that tried to invade their kingdom. Before Kenneth could even say something, a loud knock was heard on the door, which made everyone in the room stop what they were doing. As William's retainer, Ian stood up and went to the door to see who it was. A beautiful lady with sun-kissed skin gave Ian a refreshing smile, which made the latter close the door and lock it completely. A few seconds later, a series of loud knocks ensued and Lilith's voice could be heard from outside the door. "Open up. I just want to have a talk with him." "Why are you treating me this way?" Lilith asked. Ian didn't answer and pretended not to hear anything. She then returned to sit beside William as if nothing had happened. "Who is it?" William asked. He was very curious about the identity of the person that was banging the door repeatedly. "Just a greedy Amazon," Ian replied. "She's not important." William only managed to say an "oh" before shifting his gaze back to Kenneth. Although the red-headed teenager was curious, Gilbert had already warned him about the Amazons, so he decided to put Lilith aside for the time being. Kenneth had an approving look on his face with how Ian treated Lilith. However, this approving look didn't last long before his gaze shifted once again to the pink-haired girl in William's embrace. "She's your wife." Kenneth decided to confirm whether William was just joking with him or not. William nodded. "Yes, we got married in the Tower of Babylon." The reason why William was telling this to Kenneth was because Ash and Princess Sydney had already told him that Kenneth was his mother's messenger. Since that was the case, he decided to not hide the fact that Chiffon was his wife. This way, Kenneth could pass this information on to his mother. William didn't know how his mother would react to the news, but he was confident that once she met Chiffon, Arwen would definitely get along with her. Kenneth was about to ask another question when the door of the room suddenly fell flat on the floor with a resounding thud. "Did you honestly think that a simple door would be able to stop me?" Lilith entered the room with a confident smile plastered on her face. Her gaze landed on William and the smile on her face widened. "You must be William," Lilith said while appraising the half-elf from head to foot. "Okay, you pass. Come with me back to the Ares Empire. I will personally give birth to your babies." The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the Amazon princess' arrogant words. This was not the first time that someone had asked for his babies. Princess Sydney had done the same, but Lilith's words held no room for rejection. "Another troublesome character has appeared," William sighed in his heart. With the appearance of Kenneth and Lilith, William could already feel that he would once again find himself in a troublesome situation. He already had many things on his plate, including his battle with Rebecca. He just didn't have the energy to deal with the smug-looking Amazon princess who thought that she could drag him back to their empire just because she felt like it. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lilith," Lilith said. "I am the 4th princess of the Amazon race. Nice to meet you." Lilith reached out her hand for a handshake, which William accepted. William replied as he shook Lilith's hand twice before letting go. Lilith arched her eyebrows as she looked at the pink-haired girl beside William. Since she was one of the 7 sins, it was quite easy for her to know that Chiffon was one of her sisters. This discovery caught her interest as she reevaluated William. With a single glance, she could tell that the half-elf and the girl who was looking at her with curiosity had a close relationship. "Sister, this is the first time we've met," Lilith stated. "May I know your name?" Chiffon nodded as she introduced herself. "Chiffon Val Gremory." Lilith smiled. She already knew that Princess Sydney was William's fiancée, and she held the sin of lust. What piqued the Amazon's interest was that aside from the lusty princess, the sin of sloth was also an acquaintance of William. According to Princess Sydney, Kenneth was a messenger sent by William's mother, Arwen, to pass a message to him. Having 2 sins around a single person could still be considered a coincidence, but if you add the sin of gluttony to the equation, it became obvious that William and the 7 deadly sins had some sort of invisible link between them. After her initial statement, Lilith decided to probe further. Right now, William was her ideal candidate. The half-elf had good looks, he had good lineage, and the achievements he had were most satisfactory. Also, for some reason, when she looked at William, she had a strong feeling that she was looking at a very greedy and shameless person. If he also had a domineering personality, then he was the Prince Charming she was waiting for. Lilith held back the strong urge to kidnap William and drag him back to the Amazonian Empire. For now, she decided to know more about him by asking a few questions. Looking at Chiffon, she could tell that the girl looked obedient, unlike Princess Sydney, who was hellbent to kick her out of the Creator Empire. "May I ask what your relationship with William is?" Lilith asked Chiffon with a smile. Chiffon didn't even blink when she gave her answer. "I am his wife." "Congratulations, sister. You found yourself a good man." "Thank you." "Can I share him with you?" Lilith asked. "Don't worry. I will not challenge your position as main wife. I just want his genes." Chiffon's body stiffened. She then buried her face in William's chest because Lilith's gaze made her feel uncomfortable. The Amazon's eyes were similar to a gold digger who had found her sugar daddy. The moment she locked on someone, she wouldn't ever let go. William's overprotectiveness kicked in as he hugged his wife. He then glanced at Lilith, and the latter gave him a flirtatious smile and a wink. "Princess Lilith, sorry, but I can't accompany you to the Amazon Empire," William replied. "I have many things that I need to do, and I just don't have any time to agree to your request." Lilith chuckled. She was already expecting William's rejection, but she wasn't bothered by it. There had been many people who had proposed to her, and even tried to bring her to their own empires by force, so she could understand where the half-elf was coming from. "Don't worry, it doesn't have to be now." Lilith smiled sweetly. "I know you still have to go to the Misty sect. I am free right now, so I will accompany you, and watch your battle with your childhood sweetheart." "She's not my childhood sweetheart." "Is that so? That's better. The less the love rivals around, the more chances I have to woo your heart." The corner of William's lips twitched. The half-elf always thought that it would always be the guys who chased after beautiful girls. At least that is what he had read in the stories back on Earth. However, here in Hestia it was the opposite. Princess Sydney and Lilith were chasing after him. "Do you like me?" William asked. Lilith covered her lips and giggled. "Do you want an honest answer?" "Of course." "Okay." Lilith sat properly and placed her hands over her lap. She then looked at William with a serious expression, her eyes looking straight at him. "This is the first time we've met, so if you are going to ask me if I like you, then the answer is no," Lilith stated. "However, that doesn't change the fact that right now, you are the most ideal candidate to become my partner. You have the looks, the talent, the background, and the prestige. Let's not talk about whether you are wealthy or not. Just the fact that you are the owner of several floors of the tower makes you richer than any prince in the central continent." Lilith leaned back on the couch and crossed one leg over the other. "The Amazons are a warrior race. Naturally, we have feelings too," Lilith stated. "However, the majority of us set aside these feelings in order to pave the path for the next generation. Strength and power are the most important things to us. Love and other reasons can fight for second place. To cut it short, no, I don't love you, but I need you. You are the most ideal partner for me. I don't care if you are married or how many wives you have. What I need from you is your seed, so I can give birth to the strongest Amazon that will carry my race to a better and brighter future." William could feel Lilith's sincerity, and his impression of her grew by a notch. Even Ian, Chiffon, and Kenneth couldn't keep themselves from admiring her boldness. While the four people were looking at her in a new light, the seriousness in Lilith's face disappeared and was replaced by a carefree expression. "Although I said all that, that doesn't mean that I am not immune to love." Lilith eyed William with sparkling eyes. "I am the sin of greed. Just looking at you is enough for me to see gold coins jumping up and down. If you and I get married, wouldn't that mean that I'll be swimming in riches? I don't even have to work. I can even retire at the age of 20. William's good impression of Lilith immediately disappeared. He was the type to leech and scam others, but the sin of greed was the professional in this regard. The atmosphere inside the room became awkward, as Lilith stared at William as if he was a sack of gold coins waving at her, practically begging her to take him away. Before anyone could even say anything to break the stalemate, another person entered the room. She glared at Lilith as if she was a thieving cat who planned to steal her lollipop. "You've already talked to William, now scram," Princess Sydney declared as she stood between William and Lilith. Clearly, she had no intention of sharing William with another sinner, especially if the sin that they carried was greed. Lilith stared at Princess Sydney with a smirk. Ever since she had decided to stay at the Creator Empire, the Princess of Frisia had been aloof and avoided her like a plague. However, now that William had returned, Princess Sydney was like a mother hen protecting her egg from getting snatched by a greedy snake. The two stared at each other. One was shooting daggers, the other calm as a lake. After some time, a mischievous smile appeared on Lilith's face as she raised her hand and made a snatching move in the air. "This is quite beautiful," Lilith said as she admired the item on her hand. "A collar made of mithril? Such an intricate design. I wonder how much I could sell it for." Princess Sydney's hand immediately moved to her neck. After sensing that the collar was no longer there, She immediately tried to snatch the collar on Lilith's hand, but the latter was quite agile and moved out of the way. "Give that back to me," Princess Sydney shouted. For her, the collar was her connection to William. It was her wedding ring, and an artifact that signified that she belonged to William. For her, it was the most important treasure in her possession, and having it snatched away from her made her panic. "I don't wanna." Lilith stuck her tongue out before sprinting out of the room. Since the door was already destroyed, there was no barring her way from running away. "Give that back to me," Princess Sydney roared as she ran after Lilith. The Amazon turned her head and laughed out loud as she ran like the wind. As a warrior, her physical prowess surpassed the princess, who specialized in schemes and deceit. It didn't take long for her to leave her pursuer in the dust and leave the boys' dormitory. Suddenly, Lilith's sixth sense warned her that something deadly was coming at her from behind. The Amazon immediately jumped to the side, just in time to see a purple fireball decimate the place she had been running a moment ago. Lilith frowned when she saw a beautiful lady whose hair fluttered in the breeze. Two bat-like wings flapped behind her back, and two small horns protruded on her head. A serpentine tail could be seen dangling behind her back, and her golden eyes were looking at the Amazon princess with a murderous intent. "I guess I really angered her this time," Lilith thought as she looked at the princess that had unleashed her power without caring about the consequences. "Still, this is a good opportunity to see how strong she is." Lilith's expression became serious as several crystal swords appeared around her. She had also activated her divinity and was planning to battle Sydney when a hand pressed on her shoulder from behind. "That's enough," a firm yet unyielding voice said. The owner of the voice clearly implied that there was no room for negotiation. It even had a subtle killing intent that made Lilith's heart skip a beat. Lilith frowned and turned her head. It had been a long time since someone had ordered her around. She wanted to see just who the idiot was who dared to touch her so casually. Those who had tried to do the same to her in the past had already turned into crystal statues. A pair of clear, light green eyes met hers. They were calm on the surface, but Lilith saw a glimpse of a storm hidden in their depths. A storm that would devastate her if she did something funny. "The collar," William stated. "Give it to me. That belongs to my lover." Lilith's first reaction was to brush his hand away, but her battle sense was screaming at her to not do anything rash. William was not releasing an aura or activating any kind of power, but there was an invisible suppression that weighed on her like a mountain. The Amazon didn't like this feeling. She didn't like being suppressed by others, because she had a rebellious heart. Even her mother, Empress Andraste, had trouble controlling her. However, right now, her intuition was telling her that if she didn't give this handsome half-elf the collar in her hands, she would regret it for life. "Here," Lilith replied as she obediently passed the collar to William. William took the collar from her hand and smiled. "Thank you." William removed the hand that was resting on Lilith's shoulder. Immediately, the pressure that had been holding her in place disappeared without a trace. It was as if she was just imagining things. William walked towards the succubus who was still glaring at Lilith from the sky. "Come down, Morgana," William said. "It's over. There's no need to escalate the situation." The beautiful succubus glared at Lilith one last time before descending towards the ground. "Darling, she bullied us," Morgana complained. "It's okay," William coaxed the disgruntled succubus as he gently placed the collar back on her neck. "I love you." William then kissed Morgana's lips, catching her by surprise. The succubus froze for a brief moment before returning William's kiss. Several students, who had been alarmed due to the explosion, watched the half-elf and the beautiful princess kiss without a care in the world. The girls felt their cheeks redden because for them, William was the most popular teenager in the continent right now. The boys, on the other hand, wanted to curse out loud and swap places with William. "Bruh, if you want to kiss, then go find a room and kiss. Can't you give us single people any mercy? We want that kind of action, too." Sensing that more people were gathering around the surroundings, William was the first to back off. He then lightly pinched Morgana's cheek before whispering something in her ear. The latter had already undone her transformation, so no one was able to see her succubus form. She then gave Lilith the grin of a victor before dragging William away with a big smile on her face. Lilith watched this scene with a calm expression on her face, but deep inside her heart, a storm was raging. She placed a hand over her chest in order to help calm her wildly beating heart. Several complicated emotions stirred in her being. There was surprise, anger, and jealousy, but what confused her was the feeling of being dominated. Lilith had long joked with her mother that she wanted to have a dominating man that could conquer her heart, body, and soul. However, these were just mere words because she didn't believe that such a man would appear in her life. For some reason, Lilith felt scared. She was afraid because, in that brief moment when William's hand was on her shoulder, she felt powerless. It was as if her power had abandoned her, and it made her feel weak, alone, and exposed to the world. It was a very unnerving feeling, and it made her feel insecure. After calming her emotions, she left the scene with hurried steps and headed towards the residence where she had been staying in the academy. William's voice and gaze still lingered in her mind. A part of her wanted to scream and repel the fear and weakness in her heart. The other half wanted to explore these new feelings that were making her feel unstable. She believed that once she understood what these feelings meant, she would be able to break free from her current realm and soar to greater heights. "William von Ainsworth," Lilith muttered. "You jerk." Lilith tossed and turned from the bed. She was unable to sleep. The incident that happened a few hours ago was still fresh from her mind. The collar. "Give it to me. That belongs to my lover." Every time she closed her eyes to sleep, she would hear William's voice. She would see William's face. She would see that smile that made her heart skip a beat. Lilith knew that she wasn't in love with William. She was as certain of that as the fact that the sun would rise up from the east when she woke up in the morning. "There is something wrong with him," Lilith thought as she hugged her pillow. "I am a strong warrior. However, just a few words from him were enough to make me feel fearful. This is unheard of." Lilith thought long and hard about why she had that reaction to William during that time. She could still remember his eyes. Those clear eyes that stared at her was something she wouldn't forget. There was power within their depths, and although they were clear and bright, the Amazon could have sworn that she had caught a glimpse of darkness inside them. After tossing and turning for another hour, she sat upright on the bed, closed her eyes, and meditated. Several minutes later, she found herself in a place surrounded with glittering treasures. It was a treasure house that held immeasurable wealth that seemed to have no end. In the center of it all was a golden throne. There sat an ethereal beauty with long blonde hair and golden eyes that looked back at Lilith in a teasing manner. "Come, my daughter." The goddess raised her hand in a welcoming gesture. "What troubles you, my dear?" Lilith didn't give the lady any reply. Instead, she ran towards her and buried her head in the goddess' bountiful chest. The blonde beauty chuckled as she patted Lilith's head. She didn't say anything else and simply allowed her daughter to regain her calm. "Godmother, what do I do?" Lilith asked as she looked up at the goddess with uncertainty. "I think I made a blunder. It's about that boy, William, right?" "Yes." Mammon, the goddess of wealth, smiled as she lovingly pinched Lilith's cheeks. "You don't have to worry about him," Mammon said with a smile. "He's a shameless bastard whose greed knows no bounds. If he was born a girl, there is a high chance that he might have been born with the sin of greed, and not you." Lilith pouted. She knew that Mammon was just teasing her, but she still felt an ache in her heart because there was really a high possibility that William might have taken her place if the half-elf had been born a girl. Mammon giggled as she looked at the pouting Amazon in front of her. "What's wrong? He's just a half-elf," Mammon commented. "Don't tell me that my daughter can't even beat him black and blue before dragging him to your bed. You're losing your touch, Lilith." Lilith frowned. "For some reason, I have a feeling that I can't use force when dealing with him." "Haven't you always used force to get your way? Why change your tactics now?" "Because he is different. He's not like the other boys I've met before." After regaining her calm, Lilith finally understood why she held complicated feelings towards William. It was because the half-elf's achievements were so high. Lilith was the tournament champion. She should have held the title of the strongest prodigy in the world. But just one divine announcement was enough to make all of her efforts become lackluster. Deep inside, Lilith was unresigned to this kind of treatment. She wanted to be the one who was in control, especially in a relationship. In the past, Lilith had vowed that she would only mate with a person that was stronger than her. Someone who could beat her in a direct confrontation in order to gain her recognition. However, after experiencing the tournament, her arrogance grew. Although she had met several strong opponents, none of them were her match. This feeling of incompleteness made her think that there wasn't a single person who could match her prowess. That was until she had met William. Even so, she didn't love him. Sure, she had a good impression of him, and could even say that she was attracted to him to a certain extent, but that was all. He was the most ideal partner among the young generation. It was this belief that made Lilith wait for him in the Creator Empire. However, after discovering that several members of the 7 deadly sins had a connection with William, she felt that something was extremely unusual. In the history of the continent, there had never been someone that was able to gather more than 2 members of the 7 sins to their side. Among the 7 deadly sins, greed was the most sensitive of all. Lilith had felt the mark of lust, gluttony, sloth, and even one more sin on William's body, which caught her completely by surprise. If she added herself in the equation, there would be 5 sins that were already in William's faction. "He's a dangerous person," Lilith said while looking up at her patron god. "He's collecting the sins of the world." "You're right. He's a greedy little bastard." Mammon nodded her head in agreement. "This is why I like him. So what do you plan to do? Are you still going to choose him as your mate? Or will you look for another?" Lilith sighed. "I think I'm overthinking things. Sloth is just a friend of his. Also, I still don't know if that silver-haired elf is really a boy or a girl. He's a weirdo, that's for sure." Mammon giggled. There was a tacit agreement between the gods of the deadly sins. Since all of them were in the same faction, there were times when they could work together to achieve a certain goal. However, there was still the rule of privacy, and they were not allowed to share the private life of their daughters to others. Mammon was well aware of Kenneth's circumstance. Even if she loved her own daughter, there were some secrets that she couldn't share with her. "Lilith, I have a suggestion," Mammon said while patting Lilith's head. "For now, settle your dispute with the Maiden of Lust." "But she's annoying," Lilith stated. "She's nothing more than a bitch in heat, so I decided to teach her a lesson. I just didn't expect that Lord William would interfere." The corner of Mammon's lips curled up. "Lord William? You're already calling him your lord. Everyone is calling him sir or lord." Lilith shrugged. "I just decided to follow the trend. That way I will leave a good first impression." Mammon arched an eyebrow. "And, did you succeed? Did you give him a good impression?" Lilith quieted down. She wanted to say yes, but the earlier incident made her unsure. Deep inside, she was regretting giving in to her impulse and stealing Princess Sydney's collar. She wasn't expecting that it was very important to the succubus princess, to the point that she would attack her like a rabid dog. Lilith always thought that Princess Sydney was merely using the collar on her neck as an accessory, like a trinket that she could toss aside on a whim. While she was aware of the tradition of the Creator royal family, she thought that it was simply a farce. Who would want to wear a slave collar? Only fools would do that. Losing your freedom and having someone have control over your life was a scary thing. Lilith didn't want to be shackled. She didn't want to be tamed or domesticated. Her pride and dignity wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't allow it. The Amazon princess closed her eyes to recall the succubus expression when William returned the collar to her neck. As someone who was sensitive to the emotions of other people, she was able to feel Princess Sydney's relief, happiness, and, to a certain extent, her love for William. For a brief moment, Lilith imagined what it would be like to have Sydney's collar on her neck. Would she have the same expression on her face? Lilith didn't know the answer, and she was not interested in becoming William's slave to know the answer. She was an Amazon warrior. If she wanted something, there was only one way to get it, and that was to fight for it. William's return to the Creator Empire had spread far and wide. Several high-ranking nobles had decided to visit the academy to form connections with him. Emperor Leonidas and Avexius had ordered Gilbert to ban these nobles from entering the academy in order to not create a commotion. They had already talked to William, and the latter agreed to hold a conference at a later date to discuss his experiences in the Tower of Babylon. Of course, the emperor and the Grand Archmage had pestered William to tell them the full account of what happened in the 51st floor. When the two men heard the half-elf's story, both of them looked at him in admiration. However, there was one big problem, and that was his marriage with Chiffon. In truth, Emperor Leonidas had no problem with it. In fact, he was even happy for the pink-haired girl. Chiffon's mother, April, was once Emperor Leonidas' close friend. If not for the fact that his family had firmly warned him not to take her as his lover, things might have taken a different turn. Unfortunately, there were no ifs, and the news of April's death had saddened him greatly. His concern was mostly due to Chiffon's background. Her father held a very high position in the Demon Continent, and he might not take the news of her marriage lightly. Well, it doesn't matter, Emperor Leonidas thought. Chiffon's happiness is more important than Lucille's anger. Emperor Leonidas was not afraid of Lucille's retaliation. If that darn demon really wanted to settle his accounts with him, then the latter needed to leave the Demon Continent first. Knowing Lucille's attitude, he wouldn't dare leave his territory any time in the future. The politics in the Demon Continent were complicated. Some were even thinking of staging a civil war to overthrow his reign. Because of this, Lucille didn't have the time nor support to recruit sufficient manpower to threaten the Creator Empire. Still, I need to marry Sydney to him as soon as possible, Emperor Leonidas thought. A month after his battle at the Misty Sect should give us enough time to prepare. I just pray that the Amazon princess will not get in the way. Since Lilith was Empress Andraste's daughter, and a guest in their empire, he needed to give her some face. I just hope she won't do anything stupid like kidnapping William and dragging him back to the Amazon Empire, Emperor Leonidas mused. Although this possibility was slim, the possibility still existed. After having a lengthy talk with William, Emperor Leonidas and Avexius returned to the royal palace to make the necessary preparations. This is a bit troublesome, William muttered after he finished reading the handwritten letter from his mother, Arwen. I'm one of the possible candidates to become the Prince of Darkness? After the defeat of the Elven army, all the families that had been involved in the attack suffered severe repercussions from the Elven Council. The elders that belonged to these families were kicked out from the council, and were banned from entering for the next 500 years. Elves may have a long lifespan, but the loss of political power was a heavy blow to these families. Also, it would take tens of thousands of years before these elven clans would be able to regain their peak strength. The reproduction of elves wasn't as fast as the human race, and they had lost a lot of people in this war. This made William the mortal enemy of these families, but of them dared to seek revenge. They had already seen what William was capable of. If not for the fact that he had spared the elven women, the number of survivors might have only numbered in the hundreds. Still, that didn't mean that the elves would not keep an eye on him. As someone that was a candidate to become the Prince of Darkness, William was a lethal threat to their continued existence. Are you the Prince of Darkness? Kenneth asked with a serious expression. William snorted as he carefully stored Arwen's letter. Prince of Darkness? As if. Big brother, Prince of Darkness sounds cool, Chiffon said with a smile. Then, would you be my Princess of Darkness? Kenneth sighed as he shook his head helplessly. He could tell that William wasn't taking things seriously. Even so, he sincerely wished that William wasn't the prince in the prophecy. Even though the elves were currently afraid of antagonizing him, at the first sign of him turning into the prophesied prince, they would throw all caution into the wind and unite to kill him. William had a carefree expression on his face, but deep inside he had his doubts. When he was young, he had once fought side by side with Ian and Isaac at the test of courage. Back then, he had been forced to activate the power of the Collar of Wisteria. This allowed him to use the prestige class Prince of Darkness for a short period of time. William would be lying if he said that the possibility didn't exist, but he wasn't too worried about it. His mother was the saintess of the elven race. Even though he didn't get along with the elves, that didn't mean that he would wish for their demise. "Don't worry, I am not the Prince of Darkness," William said firmly. "I mean, do I look like an edgy character?" "Yes," Kenneth nodded. "Very edgy." The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at his old roommate. "Bruh, there are some things that you shouldn't say. Did you forget the time that I poked your face while you were sleeping in our dormitory room?" William sighed and sat down on his desk. He ignored Kenneth for the time being and started to write a letter to reply to his mother. Aside from Arwen's warning, she also told him that the king of the elves would send a delegation headed by the elven princess, Princess Owen, to find him in the future. The purpose of their visit was to mediate and fix the rift between William and the elven race. This was the king's own way to atone for his inability to stop the war in the southern continent. After writing his letter, he sealed it up properly and handed it to Kenneth. "Send this message back to my mother," William said. "Also, send her my regards when you go back to the Silver Moon continent." Kenneth accepted the letter and frowned. "I will send this letter back to Master, but who told you I was going back to the Silver Moon continent?" "You're not." "No." This time it was William's turn to frown. He thought that Kenneth was only here as a messenger, and would return to the Silver Moon continent after he received his reply. Looking at the expression on Kenneth's face, he could tell that the latter wasn't lying. "Then, what are your future plans?" William asked. Kenneth smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Master told me to watch over you and ensure that you don't get into trouble. The Amazon princess had already set her eyes on you, so she is bound to make her move soon. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, you'll be safe from her clutches." William scratched his cheek as he stared at the delicate-looking elf in front of him. He was very tempted to tell Kenneth that he had lost the battle against Lilith, so his words didn't sound too convincing. Of course, for the sake of world peace, the half-elf didn't say his thoughts out loud. He could only sigh in his heart because of his unusual relationship with the members of the 7 deadly sins. William was busy adjusting the power of his flame of purification, while tossing things inside the yin-yang cauldron. Today was the day that the grand conference would be held inside the academy. This conference would be attended by Emperor Leonidas, as well as the high-ranking members of the nobility of the Creator Empire. Of course, there were some special guests like the ambassadors of the different empires, kingdoms, who wanted to see the legendary half-elf who had accomplished the impossible. In truth, William had no intention of meeting them face to face. Because of this, he decided to craft a special potion called the Phony Juice Potion. After seeing that the concoction is almost finished, William summoned a small dagger in order to take a drop of his blood to add to the potion. This was the first time that he made this potion, so he was looking forward to its effects. A few minutes later, the potion was finally done. He scooped it inside a vial and shook it properly. "Looks good," William said with appreciation. Phony Juice Potion. What were you expecting, pumpkin juice? Anyone who drinks this potion will transform into a perfect replica of the person whose blood is added to the potion. The effect of the transformation will last for an hour. With this, I won't have to personally go to that conference. William chuckled evilly. "I'm a genius." Because of Kenneth's and Lilith's presence in the academy, William decided to lie low and hide in the Thousand Beasts domain. Right now, he wanted to challenge the Dungeon of Atlantis and raise the level of his job classes. The half-elf didn't want to use his Einherjar job class as much as possible because of the risk of losing his memories. Although his past life was tragic, it was filled with wonderful memories, so he didn't want to lose them. Do they really think that just because they wanted to see me, any Dick, Tom, and Harry can just come to the academy and demand my presence? William snorted. "This sir is busy. I have no time for socializing." The 3 phony juice potions in his hand glowed in a golden light. Clearly, they were high-quality potions, and William was very proud of himself for succeeding on his first try. "Now I just need to find some test subjects. I mean helpers, and I'll be free." William smirked before leaving the alchemy room. Albert, William's no-good fifth master, was sleeping on the couch. Just a single glance was enough to tell William that his alchemist master had a colorful night because of the strong scent of womanly perfume on his body. After discovering that William had already arrived at the academy, Albert had tried to drag him to the red light district a day ago to have some fun. It was his way of celebrating William's coming of age, and even declared that he would shoulder all of the expenses. It was quite unfortunate that Chiffon, Ian, Princess Sydney, and Kenneth were with him when Albert showed up. Because of the deathly stares that were directed at Albert's body, the alchemist decided to make a strategic retreat and went to the red light district without William. William left Albert's residence and hurried back to his dormitory room. The conference would be happening in 2 hours, and he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Currently, Princess Sydney and Ian were doing something together. Kenneth and Lilith had been given VIP seats in the conference room, so they weren't around for the time being. After Lilith's and Princess Sydney's incident, the Amazon princess didn't show herself in front of William again. He didn't know if Lilith was only lying low for the time being, or the latter had completely given up on him. In any case, William preferred to stay as far away from the greedy Amazon as possible. One look at Lilith and William could tell that she, him, and James were the same type of people. If James were to see Lilith, the old coot would definitely ask her the question, "Are you perhaps one of my long-lost granddaughters? I can tell that the blood of bandits runs deep in your veins." William chuckled at this thought. He had thrown all responsibilities to James and left the Tower of Babylon. He didn't feel guilty doing so because he knew that James had come to the tower for the sole purpose of guarding their family's possessions. As long as the old bandit took the helm, no other bandits would be able to even touch a single gold coin from their family's purse. In fact, these bandits would even lose their own money if they dared to come within his reach. "Welcome back, big brother," Chiffon greeted William as soon as he entered the room. William planted a kiss on her cheeks before handing her one of the potions in his hand. "Chiffon, I need a favor," William said. "Look for someone smart and trustworthy in the Thousand Beast domain and let them drink this. This potion is called the Phony Juice Potion. Anyone who drinks it will transform into me for an hour. Take the fake me to the conference room and let him answer the questions of the nobility. I will go to the dungeon of Atlantis to play a bit. After the conference is over, you can come and join me." Chiffon obediently nodded her head. "Look for someone smart and trustworthy. Bring them to the conference room to answer questions." Chiffon repeated William's words. "Leave this to me, big brother. I won't let you down. I know you won't." William patted her head lovingly before disappearing. He didn't want to take any chances, so he decided to leave while he still could. If Emperor Leonidas or Avexius suddenly came knocking on his door, it would be too late to escape then. Chiffon looked at the potion for a while and pondered for a bit. "Someone smart and trustworthy," Chiffon muttered. A few seconds later, she made up her mind and called for one of the smartest and trustworthy friends she currently had. "B1 come," Chiffon said. Immediately, a portal appeared and a red bird flew out of it. After encircling the room once, B1 landed in front of Chiffon and looked at her with curiosity. "B1, I need your help." Chiffon started to explain William's errand to him, and the bird nodded its head in understanding. "You looked for the right person, right bird." B1 used its right wing to pat its chest with confidence. "This is a piece of cake to me." Chiffon smiled and nodded her head. She praised herself for choosing the right bird for the job. 2 hours later, the conference room was already crowded with people. Nobles, students, professors, and other influential figures had gathered to witness William's interview. Emperor Leonidas and Avexius were also there to show their presence and give their support to William. Gilbert scanned the crowd and decided to start the interview session. He rose from his seat and stood on the platform to address everyone in the room. "We are gathered here today to witness the birth of a legend," Gilbert said. "A student of our academy had done the impossible, and he had agreed to come here today to answer everyone's questions. Without further delay, allow me to present to you William von Ainsworth, A thunderous applause followed his announcement, and cheers erupted from the crowd. It was also at that moment when a handsome half-elf walked from the back door of the conference room. William waved and smiled at the crowd, which made the cheering louder. Princess Sydney, Ian, Kenneth, and Lilith were seated at the front row seats and eyed the red-headed teenager who had a smug expression on his face. William didn't pay any attention to them and headed to the raised platform. He was wearing a princely black uniform, and it highlighted the color of his hair and eyes. Some of the girls squealed when William entered the room. The half-elf glanced at the girls and gave them a playful wink which made them giggle in their seats. These exchanges didn't escape the high-ranking nobles of the Creator Empire, and their plan of honey-trapping William was reignited in their minds. After a while, the applause ended, and the half-elf nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Good day, everyone," William said with a devilish smile on his face. "Nice to meet all of you, you filthy motherfuckers. Nice to meet all of you, you filthy motherfuckers." The once lively conference room immediately quieted down after hearing William's words. Princess Sydney, Ian, Kenneth, and Lilith looked at William in confusion. The same could be said for Emperor Leonidas, Avexius, and Gilbert. They never expected the half-elf to give such a strong opening greeting to the people who had come to see him. Only Chiffon, who was seated beside Princess Sydney, looked calm. She even had a smile on her face as she softly patted Bacon's head, who was resting on her lap. "Shall we start the interview?" William asked. "I'm a busy person. I will appreciate it if you fuckers don't waste my time." The corner of Gilbert's lips twitched. As the headmaster of the academy, he felt embarrassed because he had spread the news that William was the most talented student under his wing. He even said that the half-elf was very polite and respectful to other people. Now that the bastard was spouting profanity left and right, he felt that he was about to have a migraine. Gilbert had no choice but to defuse the situation and stood beside William. "William is still a little tired from his journey," Gilbert said. "Forgive him for being cranky. I forced him to have an interview." William snorted as he gave Gilbert a sidelong glance. "At least you know that you were the one in the wrong," William replied. "Next time, don't bother me with this nonsense." Gilbert smiled as he placed his hands behind his back. He was afraid that if he didn't clasp them together, he might slap the red-headed teenager silly for being a stupid wingman. "Boy, what the fuck? How could you do this to me, bro? I'm doing this for you, you ungrateful bastard." The headmaster of Silverwind Academy was starting to regret hosting the conference. If he only knew that William would be this snarky, he would have just stayed in his office and done paperwork. "Any questions?" William asked. In the second row of the conference room, a pretty lady in her early 20s raised her hand. William nodded his head and made a gesture for her to ask her question. "According to what I heard, the 51st floor has been known to be unconquerable. Sir William, how did you manage to clear it?" the pretty lady asked. This was the question that had been on everyone's mind, and they were dying to know how the handsome half-elf had been able to overcome the impossible. "The 51st floor is indeed a very difficult floor to clear," William answered. "The guardian of this floor had broken the taboo and actively tampered with the trial. Anyone that had stepped on this floor would be besieged by countless blood-sucking creatures. Once they were reduced to a weakened state, the guardian would then use his authority to forcefully take their consciousness into a dream world. In that illusionary world, the person's greatest fears, sadness, loneliness, and other negative emotions will be magnified until they were overcome by their heart devil." William paused for a moment to help the listeners digest the information he had given them. When he felt that the time was right to continue, he finished the rest of his explanation. Once the heart devil reached its maturity, that person became a lifeless puppet and his heart would be eaten by the guardian, William explained. The stronger the person, the more power the guardian was able to absorb. Belial, the guardian of the 51st floor, intended to break the shackle that bound him to the floor. Although I am not 100% certain, I believe that he wanted to escape the tower and become an overlord in the central continent. Fortunately, I arrived and prevented his plan from succeeding. The listeners were shocked by William's narration of the events that had happened in the tower. Because of this, their impression of William rose to a higher level, and they had already forgotten the profanities he had hurled at them earlier. "Thank you for answering." The pretty lady smiled sweetly. Suddenly an idea came to her head. She knew that her chances were slim, but she still decided to give it a try. "Sir William, you are my idol. Can I have your babies?" William flipped his hair before raising his chin arrogantly. "Bitch, fall in line like everyone else." William snorted. "The number of girls that want to have my babies are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Wait for your turn." Instead of being intimidated, the pretty lady even winked back at William. She didn't mind his arrogant behavior. In fact, she loved it. Several beautiful ladies inside the conference room even used this opportunity to give William some flirtatious glances. Clearly, they didn't take William's words to heart. Strong individuals had the right to become arrogant, and for them, the handsome half-elf had the qualifications to be arrogant. "Next question." William scanned the crowd. "I don't have all day." Another person raised his hand, but this time it was a first-year student of the academy. "Those who manage to clear the unconquered floors of the tower become the owner of that floor. Am I right?" the first-year student asked. William nodded. "That's right. Then, how come you became the owner of the other floors as well?" The worldwide announcement even said that the previous families were exiled from the tower. "What exactly happened? Is this a special privilege that you got from conquering the 51st floor?" While the first-year student was asking his question, William was busy combing his hair and looking at the mirror. This act made the corner of Princess Sydney's, Ian's, and Kenneth's lips twitch. They knew that William was narcissistic, but they didn't expect him to be this carefree during an interview, where there are countless eyes looking at him. Lilith raised an eyebrow as she eyed the red-headed teenager in front of her. Perhaps it was only a coincidence, but William seemed to have sensed Lilith's gaze and glanced at her direction. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was saying, "What are you looking at, bitch?" Before Lilith could even react to William's contemptuous stare, the half-elf shifted his attention to the first year who had asked him a question. "There is no special privilege," William answered. "Those ruling families were kicked out of the tower because I didn't like how they treated the challengers of the tower. It was one thing for the challengers to fail, but those who did were captured and turned into slaves. I don't tolerate slavery and human trafficking. Since that is the case, I blackmail, negotiated with the guardians and had them expelled from the tower. Those motherfuckers had it coming to them the moment I conquered the 51st floor." "I see. Thank you for the answer," the first year said with a look of admiration. "Sir William, you're my idol as well. Once I graduate from the academy, I wish to be as amazing as you." "Well, it doesn't hurt to dream." William nodded. "Although you can't be as handsome and as amazing as me, you can still fight for second place. Don't be like Prince Jason. That bitch is a no-good bastard that only knows how to covet the wife of others. Don't be like him. He is a disgrace to the Creator Empire." Fortunately, Prince Jason wasn't in the conference room and was saved from William's slander. Unfortunately, the rest of the members of the royal family were there, including Princess Vanessa, who was glaring daggers at William for throwing dirt on her beloved's name. Even the smile on Emperor Leonidas' face stiffened because of William's disregard for the member of the royal family. In the end, he just sighed in his heart and turned a blind eye to the half-elf's words. The emperor knew full well that Prince Jason was indeed in love with Princess Sydney. However, he couldn't allow his feelings to come to fruition. Now that William's fame had traveled far across the land, the emperor had also become firm in his decision to marry Princess Sydney to the half-elf whose prestige couldn't be ignored. Several more questions were asked, and William answered them with eloquence. Of course, he would insert a few profanities here and there, but after a few rounds of snarky replies, everyone had already gotten used to it. The reason why B1 was able to answer all the questions properly was due to the fact that he was Chiffon's beast companion. They shared a connection and were able to talk to each other via telepathy. Chiffon provided the answers, and B1 twisted it to his own language. If only William was there to see the dumb bird ruin his reputation, he would have definitely summoned a lightning bolt and ended the blabbermouth for spouting profanities left and right. A deafening screech echoed in the enclosed battlefield on the 70th floor of the Atlantis dungeon, announcing the arrival of the boss monster, Scylla. This monster was a 10-meter-tall giant, with 6 heads and 12 dangling tentacles like those of an octopus. 5 of its heads were made up of water serpents, and the middle body was made up of a beautiful woman with dark blue hair. Her bloodshot eyes gazed down on William as she uttered another deafening screech that created a shockwave in the surroundings. "My goodness! This girl has anger issues," Elliot said as tendrils of lightning snaked around his hands. The angelic skirt chaser was an offensive-type familiar. He specialized in long-range attacks using lightning bolts, while his counterpart, Conan, specialized in defense. Conan had already summoned his death scythe and floated in front of William. His role was the tank of the group, and a fearless smile was plastered on his face. "Kakik," Conan chuckled. "Come, our battle will be legendary." Both of William's familiars were now at the centennial rank. William had almost maxed out the Familiomancer job class. He was confident that after this boss battle was over, he would reach the max level of his newest prestige class. Urketu, Kasaganaga, Saglav, Mohawk, leader of the Circapes monkeys, Jareth, the Goblin Paladin, Xerxes, Hobgoblin Arcane Witch Doctor, and Daz, Goblin Warmonger, took their positions around William. The half-elf was in the middle of the battle formation and had his arms crossed over his chest. He was busy appraising Scylla and checking the information of the boss monster that was surrounded by the dozen millennial sea serpents that served as her guards. Scylla, boss monster, cursed sea nymph, threat level, SSR low, myriad beast, cannot be added to the herd. There was once a beautiful sea nymph who captured the heart of the god of the seas. However, a jealous witch turned her into a monster that preyed on sailors crossing her territory. Her powerful tentacles could easily crush a ship and bring it into the murky depths of the sea. When angered, she releases an ear-piercing shriek that paralyzes her opponents with the fear status and weakens their mental resistance against mind-affecting spells. This monster's attack deals an additional 30% damage if its opponent is a male. "What a pitiful monster," William said before putting a chocolate lollipop inside his mouth. The effect of the chocolate lollipop was Willpower EX. This was the perfect counter to Scylla's abilities because it gave them immunity against fear and high resistances against spells that affect the mind. Due to William's skill, herd immunity, all the buffs and resistances he had would automatically be acquired by his herd and King's Legion. Except for Elliot and Conan, all of William's party members were already at the millennial rank. They looked at the bodyguards of the boss fearlessly, while leaving the main dish to the half-elf who was leader of this dungeon raid. "Let's go," William ordered as he charged towards the boss monster with Elliot and Conan flying on his left and right side. Urketu, Kasaganaga, Saglav, Mohawk, Jareth, and Daz ran behind him, and all of them were looking forward to a great battle. Scylla raised her trident and several magic circles appeared around her. A few seconds later, contracted water blasts shot out towards William and the rest of his party. The power of the attack was equivalent to the impact of a bullet train. "Kakik, leave this to me." "Hey!" William hurriedly grabbed Conan's body and dodged to the side. Although the familiar specialized in defense, the half-elf knew that he wouldn't be able to take a full-powered magic spell fired by a myriad beast. "Conan, don't face her magical attacks head-on," William ordered as he freed the familiar whose face was suffering from injustice. "You've already died once when you tried to block the water spear of the water dragon on the 60th floor. Don't take your chances when fighting a myriad beast." Conan patted his chest with confidence as he flew beside William. "Don't worry, I learned my lesson earlier. My plan is to just deflect the attacks and not face it head-on." William glanced at the confident-looking familiar and decided to give him a chance. His purpose of fighting in the Dungeon of Atlantis was to raise the level of his Familiomancer job class and build his teamwork with Elliot and Conan. Since the Familiomancer job class was now a permanent job class that was placed in his second subclass slot, he would be able to summon Elliot and Conan without switching classes. The battle became heated as both sides clashed. William waved his hand and several ice spikes jutted out of the ground, moving towards Scylla. The myriad beast was unperturbed and easily dealt with the threat by a single wave of her trident. William pressed his palms together and activated the skill Icicle Realm, covering the entire battlefield with shards of ice, which briefly slowed the movement of the boss monster and her minions. William wanted to get close to the monster, but the 6 serpentine heads of Scylla were not just for show. They continuously sprayed William with water attacks that were strong enough to instantly kill a class A monster. The half-elf was currently using his Ice Wizard job class. He hadn't given this job class much attention after acquiring the Elemental Lord Prestige class. Currently, the Ice Wizard was stuck at level 30, and there were still 20 levels before the job class was maxed out. He intended to upgrade this job class to the next level in order to fight Rebecca in the duel that would be happening soon. Although Amun had restricted him from jumping to the Saint rank, he didn't think much about it. As long as his job classes had reached their max levels, William was confident that he could take whatever Rebecca threw at him. William and Scylla had exchanged several long-range attacks, and were currently at a stalemate. Even though Elliot was firing lightning bolts left and right, the boss monster was a tough cookie to crack. Even though the angelic familiar was dealing continuous damage alongside William, the boss tankiness was able to endure their attacks without problems. Here it comes. Conan saw dozens of magic circles appearing around Scylla and prepared to deflect the attack that William wouldn't be able to dodge. Conan had the skill Calculus and Tactician, which allowed him to do quick computations inside his head. This was a very crucial ability for the Defender job class because it would allow them to take the optimal position to block or deflect attacks in the battlefield. Just as he expected, William was able to dodge most of the attacks, but was still susceptible to getting hit. "Ha!" Conan shouted as he summoned several shields that deflected the attack to the side. Seeing that he had successfully accomplished his mission, the devil familiar laughed, but it was short-lived. "Fuck! Who was the bastard that attacked me from behind?" Kasaganaga roared in anger. "Come and fight me, you coward!" If not for the fact that its battle instincts had kicked in, warning it from the danger coming from behind him, Kasaganaga might have been hit by the water ball that Conan had deflected earlier. Conan lightly coughed as he pretended not to hear his teammates' complaint. It was an honest mistake, and they were in the middle of the battle, so he decided to apologize to the rainbow-colored anteater after the battle was over. The battle continued, and William's party members were able to reduce the number of millennial sea snakes that were guarding Scylla. The boss monster had also lost one of her heads after William unleashed several glacial lance. When Elliot and Conan gave him the perfect opportunity to unleash this deadly barrage at close range. "I had forgotten how tough it is to fight against a myriad beast when I'm not using Heroic Avatar and the Einherjar job class," William muttered as he panted for breath. He had long gotten used to fighting with the power of a saint, so it was hard when his attacks didn't have enough power to deal heavy injuries to an opponent that was several ranks higher than him. The Heroic Avatar allowed him to jump to the peak of the saint rank. This was the very first trump card he had obtained after his second visit to the Temple of the Gods. Sun Wukong's strength had paved the way for his victory on the battlefield during the Elven invasion. If not for its short duration, William would have been able to fight unhindered in the battlefield. Currently, this was the strongest trump card available to him at this point in time. The Einherjar job class, on the other hand, allowed him to fight at the initial stages of the saint rank. The only advantage of this class was its ability to create perfect replicas of himself, which gave all of them the power of a saint in its initial stages. During his battle against Belial and Chloe, William had used his skill, Heroes of Valhalla, to create 13 copies of him. That was equivalent to 13 saints that wielded legendary weapons, which allowed him to gain the upper hand against stronger enemies. "Well, I guess this is fine as well," William said with a smile. "This is the perfect training for my upcoming battle at the Misty Sect." The half-elf skated around the battlefield by freezing the floor under his feet. He knew that Rebecca specialized in ice magic, so he was familiarizing himself with different tactics that he could use her specialty to his advantage. "I wonder how the conference went," William thought as he dodged another long-range spell from the boss monster. Although he felt a little guilty about pushing the responsibility to others, he really didn't want to be tied up socializing with other people at this point in time. For the time being, he had decided to dedicate his time to training in the dungeon of Atlantis for his upcoming battle. He was confident that his dependable wife, Chiffon, would choose the right candidate to attend the conference for him. Setting thoughts of the conference aside, William focused on fighting the boss monster in front of him, while observing Elliot's and Conan's teamwork. He was quite surprised that both of them were able to perform coordinated attacks, alongside his own, giving him opportunities to land a devastating blow on his opponent at the right moment. William was confident that, given enough time, his two familiars would also step into the millennial rank, which would make them more powerful. Although they were still a far cry from his sixth master, Chloe, William was still happy because he had gained two dependable partners that would make his life more colorful. Ding! Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Congratulations! You have slain a millennial beast. You have acquired millennial-grade beast core. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Congratulations! You have slain a millennial beast. You have acquired millennial-grade beast core. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Ding! Ice Wizard has increased a level. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Familiamancer's increased a level. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. Gained EXP. 1,200,000. William heard several notification sounds inside his head, but he ignored all of them. He was currently unleashing a barrage of attacks on the boss monster alongside Elliot and Conan. Urkitu, Kasaganaga, Saglav, and the rest of William's party members fought against the millennial sea serpents and killed them using their impeccable teamwork. These three were already buddies for a long time, so their teamwork had also taken form. As long as Kasaganaga didn't go out of line, their combined strength could make anyone below the rank of demigod feel constipated. William's role was to deal with the Scylla and prevent her from reinforcing its subordinates. Although he was able to keep it at bay, the boss monster wouldn't be going down anytime soon. The boss of the 70th floor had a strong regenerative ability like a hydra. Even the damage that William had dealt to one of its heads had recovered in less than a minute. Mine and Elliot's damage are not enough to beat this boss, William thought as he created an icicle bridge in the air to evade Scylla's OE attacks. I'll just wait for the others to finish fighting against the mobs. It will not be too late to gangbang this boss later. Even though William couldn't kill the boss with his current strength, the Scylla was not able to hurt him either. As someone who had fought against myriad beasts and pseudo-demigods, the half-elf was no longer an amateur when it came to fighting against strong opponents. Since Amun had told him that he couldn't jump ranks in his battle with Rebecca, he decided to take his training seriously. Gah! Conan slammed on the wall after blocking an attack that was meant for William. Elliot immediately took the front and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts that were aimed at the Scylla's eyes, which made the boss monster take a step back and prevented her from continuing her follow-up attack. Conan, are you hurt? William asked using telepathy. The devil familiar flew out of the wall and smiled. I'm not hurt. That attack wasn't even enough to scratch me. Right? William replied as the corner of his lips twitched. Conan's nose was bleeding, and blood was seeping at the corner of his lips. Clearly, he was not all right, and was merely acting tough in front of William. The half-elf could see his familiar stats, so it was very easy for him to tell that Conan was at his limit. Conan. Health points. 2,185/20,000. Mana. 120/200. Heal. William pointed his finger at Conan, and the latter's body shone. As a familiamancer, he had the ability to heal his familiars during battle. This allowed them to battle continuously even if they took continuous damage from the enemy. Conan. Health points. 8,185/20,000. Mana. 120/200. William used 2 more healing spells on Conan before the latter's health was filled up. After it had regained his vigor, The devil familiar charged into battle with a fearless laugh and helped Elliot deal with the boss monster, whose subordinates had now been completely wiped out. "I'm rolling!" Kasaganaga's adorable shout spread across the room. The 2-meter-tall wrecking ball slammed on the side of Scylla's body, pushing it a few meters from where it stood. "Together!" William ordered, and his team encircled the boss monster on all sides. Scylla's tentacles lashed out in every direction, sending Urkatu and Jareth slamming towards the wall of the dungeon. William was very agile, so it was very easy for him to dodge the boss monster's attack. But Urkatu and Jareth were not agile enough to evade the powerful tentacles at close range. Scylla screeched in anger, because she was now being besieged in all directions. Xerxes fired several debuff spells at the screeching monster in order to weaken it. After its evolution, the Hobgoblin Arcane Witch Doctor had learned multicast, which allowed it to fire multiple spells at the same time. This made Xerxes a powerful magical turret that could both damage and curse its enemies using the spells on his arsenal. Similar to Soglav, it could now create a doppelganger of itself, making it a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. 8 floating spectral hands, unleashed void arrows, contagions, deadly venoms, and confuse rays, simultaneously. It didn't take long before Scylla was drowned out by this unholy barrage that made her continue to lose her edge, while being besieged by William's party. Daz uttered a war cry as it cleaved one of the tentacles that was holding Soglav in a crushing embrace. The demonic dog fell on the ground with a thud. "Thanks, Daz. I owe you one," Soglav said as it wiped away the blood that had seeped out at the corner of its lips. Daz only grunted and resumed hacking away at the Scylla's body. Although the time that it had spent with the other monsters in the Thousand Beast domain was short, it didn't shy away from interacting with them. The demonic dog summoned 2 black swords and hurled them at one of the serpentine heads that was about to unleash another water blast, preventing it from unleashing its deadly attack. Slowly, but surely, William's team hacked away the boss monster's health. Half an hour later, 5 of the serpentine heads were destroyed, and Scylla's main body was bleeding all over. Seeing an opportunity, William created an icicle bridge, propelling himself towards the boss monster's head. He was holding a crimson spear in his hand, and its tip glowed bloody red. Scylla uttered a scream of defiance, but her reaction time was too slow to block William's finishing blow. "Go for the kill," William roared. "Gaybolg!" William threw the spear with all of its might, embedding it on Scylla's forehead. A pained shriek echoed inside the dungeon as several red lines, similar to a spiderweb, spread across the boss monster's body, with the spear at its center. A few moments later, the boss monster's body erupted in a fountain of blood and collapsed with eyes filled with unwillingness. William and the others didn't lower their guard and continued to attack the fallen monster, until a series of notifications appeared in his status page, confirming that the boss had finally died. Gained EXP 25,900,000. Congratulations! You have slain a myriad beast. You have acquired myriad grade beast core. Special monster first kill bonus EXP 10,500,000. Ding! Ice Wizard job class has reached its max level. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Yes/no. Ding! Familiomancer job class has reached its max level. This job class needs to undergo the progenitor ceremony before advancing to the next class. Until then, the job class advancement will be put on hold. William panted as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Although Scylla was only at the initial stages of the myriad beast rank, it was still a very tough opponent to beat. With this, I can now upgrade the Ice Wizard to Ice Sovereign, William thought. The advancement of the Familiomancer job class will have to wait until I visit Celeste at the Hestia Academy. For now, I will focus on the Ice Sovereign and upgrade it to its max level. While William was checking his status page, Soglav and Kasagona hurried to the Scylla's body and started to look for its beast core. The demonic dog stabbed Scylla's head and pried it open, while Kasaganaga dug into Scylla's chest to try its luck. Usually, the core of monsters appear in its head or chest. Since the scavenger duo wanted to reach a higher rank, they shamelessly took the initiative to look for the myriad core in order to consume it as soon as possible. Haha! The core is mine. Kasaganaga's adorable and triumphant voice could be heard from the boss monster's chest, which made Soglav's expression turn pale. Damn it! Soglav cursed. What rotten luck! Kasaganaga happily bit on the core and ate as fast as it could. The rainbow-colored anteater knew that the demonic dog was petty, so it didn't dare to show it off because there was a high chance that Soglav would steal it. In order to reach its former rank, the deity of the sky ate like a hamster until its cheeks were all puffed out. William could only shake his head helplessly at this development. Fortunately, the system's reward was automatically sent inside his storage, so he didn't have to worry about the two beasts fighting for the myriad core. Let's go back, William ordered. Tell the Angry Birds to scout the 71st floor first before you let anyone explore it. It is better to be safe than sorry. Urkitu and Jareth nodded their heads. They were William's commanding officers and were in charge of the deployment of beasts in the dungeon of Atlantis. Unlike the Angry Birds that could respawn after getting killed, the other monsters didn't have this ability. This was why, every time a new floor was unlocked, they would send the rainbow birds to scout and record the strength of the monsters on the floor before allowing the exploration teams to enter. This prevented senseless deaths from happening and kept William's herd and legion at its top fighting condition. With this, I am only 30 floors away from conquering this dungeon, William mused. I need to step up my game, while waiting for my father's acquaintance to unlock the full power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class. Once this job class is unlocked, I will be able to raise an army that will not fall short from Malachi's undying legion. His agreement with Malachi was nearing its end. Soon, the Dracolic would be able to shatter the shackles that bound him. William wasn't sure what changes would happen once the Lord of the Undead was free to roam the world of Hestia, but he wasn't too worried about it. He had already made a deal with the Dracolic, and the latter had made an oath to uphold it. Deep inside, William felt that Malachi wasn't a bad person. He didn't know why he felt this way. The only thing he knew was that although Malachi and the undead army looked imposing, they were still the army that protected the last bastion of humanity, Avalon. Due to this, William was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. After his boss battle, William returned to the Thousand Beasts domain, just in time to see Chiffon chatting with B1, B2, Bacon, and Scherer. The moment B1 saw William, the dumb bird made an excuse to leave and flew away like there was no tomorrow. The half-elf didn't find this odd as he approached the pink-haired girl who had a sweet smile on her face. How did the conference go? William asked as he gave Chiffon a hug. Chiffon hugged William back and rested her head on his chest. The conference went well, Chiffon replied. William smiled and patted her head. That's great. Who did you choose to take my place? B1. Chiffon replied in a heartbeat. The smile on William's face stiffened as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect that Chiffon would choose B1 as his replacement. System, I believe I told Chiffon to look for someone smart and trustworthy, right? Yes. William used all of his willpower to prevent his face from twitching as he continued to brush Chiffon's long and silky hair with his hands. He liked how smooth it was, but the feeling of dread overcame his feelings of appreciation. Did B1 say anything out of place? William inquired. Chiffon's answer would determine whether or not he would eat roasted bird tonight. Chiffon shook her head. No. B1 did an amazing job. Is that so? William glanced at Scherer, but the mace started whistling on the side. A few seconds later, it transformed into an arm guard and flew towards Chiffon's wrist. Clearly, it didn't want to meddle in the troubled waters. Left with no choice, William decided to seek the answer from a trusted source. Ash, how did the conference go? William asked through telepathy. This was the only way to confirm the suspicion he had in mind. How did the conference go? It was perfect, Ash replied with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. How perfect is perfect? You cursed everyone inside the conference room, including the royal family. I know you were brave, but I didn't know you were that brave. The beads of sweat that were forming on William's head was now a river flowing freely. Having a dumb bird barbecue was a very good choice, Ash's giggle could be heard on the other side of William's consciousness. After the conference, Princess Sydney had asked Chiffon if the one speaking on the platform was really William. Naturally, Chiffon didn't lie and told them that it was B1. Princess Sydney and Ash were not surprised by this answer because, aside from the rainbow birds, there was no other creature in William's forces that had the audacity to curse everyone until their 5th generation. For now, don't show your face in the academy, Ash advised. Emperor Leonidas, Avexius, and Headmaster Gilbert are out for your blood. It will be best to let their anger simmer down for the time being. Seriously, why did you choose B1 to become your representative? There were so many other candidates. William felt an upcoming headache. He bid Ash goodbye and asked her to keep her eyes and ears open for any rumors that would spread in the next few days. The half-elf knew that he couldn't blame Chiffon because for her, B1 was smart and trustworthy. Although the dumb bird was truly trustworthy, its habit of bad-mouthing and cooking up trouble for William was top tier. William pulled Chiffon close to him and gave her a kiss on the lips. The moment the pink-haired girl closed her eyes, William immediately summoned Stormcaller and Gaybolg and instructed them to skewer the bastard bird that made life difficult for him. The 2 sentient weapons flew towards the dumb bird's location and, after a minute, a loud explosion was heard inside the Thousand Beasts domain. It was the sign that B1 had detonated which made the itch in William's heart lessen by a bit. He planned to skewer the dumb bird every day, after it respawned, for an entire week until it learned its lesson. Back in the Tower of Babylon, several envoys appeared on the 51st floor bearing gifts for William. Since the half-elf wasn't there, it was James who shamelessly accepted the gifts on behalf of his grandson. The old scammer allowed the representatives of the different factions in the central continent to enter the floor of Asgard because this was also what William wanted. The old and the young bandits wanted to add more valuables to their family's treasury, so they decided to accept the bribes and whatever the guests wanted to give them. Since the powerful factions were giving these treasures for free, who were they to reject them? Accepting gifts was fine, there was nothing wrong with it, but if they wanted to get their hands on their family's property, all of them could just keep dreaming. Your Excellency, James, the Ares Empire is willing to negotiate for the rights of ownership of one of the floors of the tower. One of the elders of the Amazon race said with a smile. If possible, we would also like to invite His Excellency, William, to visit our territory for a few days. This year, we have many warriors that have reached adulthood. Our race would be very honored to give birth to Lord William's daughters. James rubbed his chin in contemplation. William only gave me the authority to govern over this floor, so I can't help you in acquiring rights for the other floors. As for my grandson visiting your territory, I will do my best to convince him. I always encourage him to give me more great-grandchildren to hold. Almost everyone that stood at the peak of the mortal realm had heard about the Amazon race. There were even powerful warriors who would often visit the Ares Empire in order to sow their seeds without needing to worry about taking responsibility. The Amazons didn't care whether their children had a father or not. All of their daughters were raised with love by the entire tribe, so they didn't lack in love and affection. For them, a man's only role was to give them their seeds. Whatever happened to them afterwards was of their business. Of course, there were also Amazons who decided to only have one partner for life and have a family together. Empress Andraste wasn't so short-sighted to prevent these kinds of relationships. The only thing that wouldn't change was the hierarchy of their empire. Only women were allowed to hold positions in the government. Even Empress Andraste's current partner didn't dabble his hands in politics and spent his life at home like a proper house husband. It's good that we can reach an agreement, Your Excellency. The elder of the Amazon race commented with a happy expression. Don't worry. I swear upon our goddess Astarte that we will take good care of His Excellency William's daughters. This is a win-win for everyone. James nodded. Indeed, it is a win-win for everyone. The old coot was even thinking of ways to tie up William and toss him to the Amazon Empire to play around for a few days. As long as their lineage prosper, he wouldn't mind helping the Amazons squeeze William dry. The delegations of the other empires and kingdoms in the central continent cursed under their breath. They were also thinking of using honey traps in order to lure the walking bag of riches, William, to their homeland. After James had accepted their gifts, the old man only pretended to listen to their proposals and set them aside. No matter what kind of offers they made, James would always say the same excuse: "I have no authority over the other floors. If you want to negotiate, go find my grandson." This answer made everyone's liver itch. "If we could find your grandson, do you think we would be humbling ourselves before you? Know your place, you old fart." The business-minded people that came with the envoys had a different thought in mind. They approached James and gave their proposals to him. "Your Excellency, we are willing to open our business on the floor of Asgard," a good-looking merchant said with confidence. "In less than a year, several challengers will enter this floor to start the trial to ascend to the 52nd floor. Our Blackstone Trading Group is willing to invest heavily in your domain. Us too. We would like to invest and set up shops on the floor of Asgard. Your Excellency, if possible. We would also like to secure a piece of land for our merchant shop." All of the merchants knew that the 51st floor would become the most visited place a year from now. This would be the floor where the challengers would congregate, and it was the perfect place to set up a business. Only fools would let this opportunity pass. So what if we can't take over the other floors? As long as we can rent the best places to set up a shop, we are the winners of this trip. James listened to their proposals and nodded his head. As a statesman, he understood how important trade was. Having more merchants means more taxes. James smiled evilly. More taxes means more money. William has already told me to accept all proposals and let them bid for the prime locations on the floor of Asgard. We will definitely make a killing before the 52nd floor even opens. James laughed in his heart. He knew that it was a good idea to come to the central continent to help William and allow the resources of their family to grow. He was confident that with his scamming skills, he would be able to make all the parties bleed until holes started appearing in their pockets. "I wish I'd brought Eve with me." James sighed as he thought about his cute granddaughter who was currently undergoing oracle training in Lant. Aside from William and the wandering Morgan, there were only 3 Ainsworths currently in the central continent. Suddenly an idea came to his head, and he sent a mental message to Ezio in order to give his trusted subordinate an order. "Find my son, Morgan, and bring him here," James ordered. "He has been wandering outside for many years. It's time for him to share the burden of our family as we make our presence known here in the tower." "As you wish, my liege," Ezio replied and disappeared from the Tower of Babylon. Morgan had always liked his freedom, so James allowed him to travel to his heart content. However, William's battle with Rebecca was less than 2 months away. James planned to let Morgan guard the floor of Asgard, while he traveled to the Misty Sect to support his grandson. Also, his old acquaintances would be there, and it would be a good opportunity to have a reunion. It was the perfect place to brag about his grandson's achievements and make the old foxes spit blood out of jealousy. More than anything else, James wouldn't let an opportunity like this pass. As long as he could make his old friends suffer, he would be about to laugh without any guilt in his mind. Princess Vanessa arrived at the Whispering Wind Tavern and found Prince Jason drinking alone in one of the rooms that were reserved for the royal family. She happily went to his side and offered to pour drinks for him. Prince Jason sighed and agreed to her request, which made the princess very happy. The conference had ended a few days ago, and she was still feeling the aftereffects of William's cursing. She had already had a bad impression of the red-headed teenager from long ago. Now, her impression of him had hit rock bottom. She was also secretly happy that her grandfather, Emperor Leonidas, Evexius, and Gilbert were angry at William. The princess was hoping that the 3 great men of the Creator Empire would teach the half-elf a lesson and bring him down a peg. "How did he clear the 51st floor?" Prince Jason asked. He didn't go to the conference because he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from feeling envious and jealous of the half-elf's achievement. Ever since he had lost against Lilith in the Tournament of Champions, Prince Jason had felt inferior to William and didn't want to see him face to face. He thought that with the help of Amun's artifact, he would emerge as the champion and finally be able to show the world that he was way better than the half-elf who had become Princess Sydney's fiancé. Princess Vanessa placed the bottle of wine back on the table as she narrated everything that William had said about the 51st floor. The more Prince Jason heard about the trial of the Devil's Floor, the more he felt that the distance between him and William was growing. While the prince was deep in his thoughts, Princess Vanessa went to get another bottle of wine for her beloved because the previous one was already empty. Since Prince Jason was not focused on her, she secretly slid a fast-acting pill into the wine and gave the bottle a brief shake before returning to the table. She then poured the wine on her cousin's mug, and the latter drank it without much thought. An hour later, she noticed that her beloved's cheeks were already flushed and his breathing had started to turn ragged. "I think it's time for me to go back," Prince Jason said with difficulty. His thoughts were in disarray and he was starting to feel hot and bothered. It was at this point that he realized that his cousin had spiked his drink, and his reasoning was starting to fade away. Knowing that she had succeeded, Princess Vanessa pressed her body against her cousin's body, allowing her fragrance to further confuse his senses. "Big brother, forget about that country bumpkin princess. I will give you my heart, body, and soul. So take me, and enjoy me to your heart's content," Vanessa whispered. Her voice was filled with temptation and seduction. She was secretly thanking William for leaving her cousin in his current depressed state. If Prince Jason was at his peak state, even she had to think thrice before trying to spike his drink. Since she had already succeeded, Princess Vanessa decided to take the initiative and claim her cousin as her own. Princess Vanessa firmly held Prince Jason's hand and took him to the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of ragged breathing and rustling of clothes echoed inside the room. Prince Jason did his best to hold on to the little bit of sanity inside him, because he knew that once he crossed the line, it would be difficult for him to get out of the current situation. Unfortunately, Princess Vanessa came prepared. Aside from the pill that he had added to the wine bottle, the fragrance and the lipstick she wore were specially made to befuddle someone's senses. This three-pronged attack made Prince Jason's struggle futile. Princess Vanessa kissed him passionately over and over, until Prince Jason's final shred of resistance snapped. The proud prince of the Creator Empire had finally fallen and was completely at the princess' mercy. Even though it was her first time, there was no hesitation in her mind. She was the one that straddled Prince Jason and offered her maidenhood to him. Just like a priestess offering a sacrifice to her god, blood was spilt and it dyed the bed sheets with the color of her innocence. "You're finally mine," Princess Vanessa whispered in Prince Jason's ears. She didn't care if her cousin was not in his normal state of mind. This had been her goal for a very long time, and the feeling of conquest made her feel that she had everything under her control. She surrendered herself to the pleasure and moved her hips without pause. It was as if she was yearning for something that would bind her beloved to her and prevent him from slipping from her grasp. Soon, she heard a low grunt, and something hot and powerful spurted inside her. For a brief moment, her mind went blank due to the feeling of euphoria that grasped her body. As she panted for breath, she looked into Prince Jason's eyes, which seemed to have recovered a bit of their sanity. "I love you," Princess Vanessa said as she looked straight into his eyes. "I have loved you for a very long time. I know you don't love me, but I don't care about that. Even if you don't want to take responsibility, I will not say a word. However, tonight make me yours. Make me feel what it's like to be loved, even if it's fake." Princess Vanessa's almost pleading tone reached Prince Jason's ears, and a complicated emotion flickered inside the depths of his heart. After pouring out her feelings, Princess Vanessa hugged Prince Jason's neck and once again moved her hips. Once was not enough. She wanted to feel him more. She wanted to take his everything. It was at that moment when a sigh escaped Prince Jason's lips. Suddenly, Princess Vanessa felt a hand draw her head to rest against his chest, while Prince Jason's other arm wrapped around her waist, holding her in place. Soon, a powerful thrust made her cry out loud. Her body shuddered as Prince Jason started to take the initiative and explore her depths. Princess Vanessa didn't resist and allowed the storm to wash over her. Their roles were reversed, and now, she was the one that was completely at his mercy. The Princess Young, and lithe body was pressed over Prince Jason's strong and powerful chest, accepting everything that he was willing to give her. A few minutes later, both of them reached the peak and Princess Vanessa's body shuddered uncontrollably. She felt like fainting, but she held on using her willpower and bit Prince Jason's shoulder, drawing blood. As the two of them panted for breath, they once again stared at each other's eyes. Several heartbeats later, the sound of kissing spread inside the room. This time, Princess Vanessa tasted its sweetness. It was no longer a one-sided kiss, but a kiss that both of them shared. As a tear slid down the side of her face, the princess of the Creator Empire finally felt at peace. Although it was only a fleeting happiness, her heart and body was satisfied. Not long after, she fell asleep. Prince Jason looked at the sleeping princess' face for half a minute, before he, too, closed his eyes to sleep. Prince Maximilian sipped the wine in his glass and looked at the moon outside the balcony. His room was right beside Prince Jason's. A few hours ago, he ordered the manager to close the tavern and chase out the remaining guests. Simply put, he had reserved the entire tavern for the night in the name of the royal family. The manager didn't dare to reject his order and reluctantly closed his business to accommodate the royal family. "Congratulations, Vanessa," Prince Maximilian said softly. "Although it was only for a night, you were able to realize the dream that you have chased for so many years." A complicated sigh escaped Prince Maximilian's lips. This was the only thing he could do for his family. Although he and Prince Jason were always at each other's throats, the Crown Prince was someone that could see the bigger picture. Prince Maximilian didn't want to admit it, but he felt very jealous of Prince Jason. He had seen how devoted Princess Vanessa was, and sometimes Prince Maximilian wondered what it would be like to have a beautiful lady pine after him, the way Princess Vanessa did for Prince Jason. "I have given you another chance, Jason," Prince Maximilian muttered. "If you still throw this opportunity away, don't blame me for making my move." The Crown Prince drank everything in his wine glass and went back inside to sleep. He had guarded the two of them while they were busy calling the birds and the bees. Now that their lovemaking was over, it was time for him to leave. Whatever happened when morning came, he didn't give a hoot. He had already played his part and he had played it well. However, he still needed to report this to his grandfather to prepare for any contingencies. Although the adults already knew Princess Vanessa's feelings for Prince Jason, the aftereffects of their union would still require the power of the royal family to keep it under wraps. "It's hard to be a good person." Prince Maximilian shook his head as he left the Whispering Wind Tavern. "I wonder how William is able to keep his relationships with his lovers in order." A week after William's conference in the academy had ended, inside the Thousand Beast domain a red egg started to crack. The bird inside it didn't come out right away. Instead, it took a peek at its surroundings to ensure that the coast was clear. After seeing that nothing seems out of the ordinary, it broke the eggshell completely and spread its wings wide ready to fly. At this exact moment, a whistling sound reached its ears, and B1 could only utter a single word before William's spear, Gaybolg, descended on him. "Fuck!" An explosion sounded in the Thousand Beast domain, but no one paid too much attention to it. Even the other angry birds that were currently taking a nap at their nest didn't react at the explosion of one of their kind. For the past few days, every time B1 would respawn, one of William's weapons would stab it to oblivion. This was William's revenge for B1 slandering his good name. 72th floor, Dungeon of Atlantis. Ice Sovereign has increased a level. A 3-meter frozen crab shattered to pieces in front of William. He had been fighting inside the dungeon for the past 19 days in order to raise the level of his Ice Sovereign as fast as possible. 3 days inside the Dungeon of Atlantis was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Since he decided to lie low for a week due to B1's escapade, the level of his job class had increased drastically. "Level 31. William said softly as he looked at his status page. 69 more to go before I max out this job class." Ice Sovereign was the last Transcendence job of the Ice Mage class. It was one of the most powerful job classes wielding the ice element, which was perfect for his battle with Rebecca. Although William had the Prestige class Elemental Lord, It was a job that offered flexibility instead of dealing massive elemental damage. The only powerful attack that he could use using the Elemental Lord job class was the World End Tempest, but this ability only worked when he was in his Einherjar form. If he wanted to beat Rebecca on her home turf, upgrading the Ice Sovereign to its max level would definitely give William the opportunity to use the territorial advantage on his side. While he was deep in thought, Chiffon tugged his shirt. "Will, I haven't seen B1 for the past few days," Chiffon said. "What kind of mission did you give him?" After a lot of coaxing from William, he was finally able to convince Chiffon to call him Will, instead of Big Brother. Although he didn't mind being called Big Brother by his adorable wife, he believed that it wouldn't be good in the long term. Chiffon also understood this, so she did her best to change the way she addressed William. Now that she was already married to him, she no longer felt the feeling of insecurity that came when she thought that she was going to be left alone to fend for herself again. "Don't worry, that dumb bird will be back in a few days," William replied with a smile. "I'm sure that B1 will also be happy to see you." William patted Chiffon's head while sneering in his heart. Since he was connected to his sentient weapons, he knew that the slanderous bird had once again turned to an egg. Ash, who was standing beside them, was doing her best to keep the smile on her face from twitching. She wasn't as gullible as Chiffon and knew that William was mercilessly punishing the vulgar bird for what it did at the conference. "I never thought that the 72nd floor would be this difficult," Ash commented after looking at the frozen centennial crabs around them. A dozen centennial crabs attacking at the same time was more than enough to wipe out a party of adamantium-ranked fighters. Even though she had experience in fighting against opponents that were beyond her current strength, she still found it strenuous to be ambushed when she least expected it. Indeed, William agreed. His current strength was now at the adamantium rank, but the monster's synchronized attacks was truly a very challenging matter to face head-on. Not only were their shells very tough, their claws were as hard as steel as well. However, that was not the only issue. The ravaging crimson crabs could fire an endless barrage of powerful hydro cannons that were enough to annihilate anyone below the adamantium rank. If not for the fact that William had strong helpers, he might have been overcome by their long-range attacks, while limiting himself below the threshold of the Saint's rank. Right now only Chiffon, Ash, Elliot, Conan, Kasaganaga, and Jareth, Goblin Paladin, accompanied William on his dungeon expedition. Urkitu, Soglav, Xerxes, Daz, and Mohawk were currently undergoing a breakthrough in their ranks. They were currently in the magic crystal cavern of the Thousand Beast domain, and were waiting patiently to be promoted to a higher rank. This group of beasts that had followed William to the upper floors of the Dungeon of Atlantis had an all-you-can-eat beast core buffet, which greatly increased the speed of their evolution. It was only a matter of time before William would have a team of beasts that were at the peak of the millennial rank. Kasaganaga was only half a step away from becoming a myriad beast, but that small step would still take him a while to cross. Thanks to Scylla's myriad beast core, the deity of the sky was slowly regaining its strength. William hoped that after a year or two, Kasaganaga would regain his power as a demigod. The half-elf chuckled internally at the thought of ferocious monsters running away whenever they heard the rainbow-colored anteater's adorable catchphrase, "I'm rolling." William glanced at the frozen crabs and raised his hand. He then snapped his finger, and all the crabs shattered into hundreds of pieces. At that exact moment, Kasaganaga happily rummaged through the frozen chunks of ice to look for the centennial cores. Since its competitor, Soglav, wasn't around, the rainbow-colored anteater took its time to dig out its precious cores, while humming a tune. Name: William von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Job class: Quick Shot Shepherd, level 30. Subclass: Ice Sovereign, level 31. Second subclass: Familiomancer, max. Having 3 job classes sure comes in handy, William thought as he led the way to the path that would lead them to the next floor. Elliot and Conan flew several meters in front of him and acted as scouts. The 2 familiars had finally gotten used to fighting together with William, and the 3 of them had a silent agreement about the roles that they would play on the battlefield. William had also equipped Chiffon and Ash with new job classes, namely the Zen Master and Morpher job class. Chiffon was a brawler, and the Zen Master was the Monk Job Class second form. With this great boost in close combat abilities, the pink-haired girl's lethality in fighting against Centennial Beast showed her amazing battle prowess. Morpher, on the other hand, was the combination of the Elemental Lord and Runemaster Job Class. This class could allow its user to morph into a greater elemental and deal devastating damage to the target. William was pleasantly surprised when this job class was unlocked after his Elemental Lord reached its max level. Wendy did a good job in raising the level of the Runemaster job class when William was still in the southern continent. Because of this, William decided to let Ash use the power of this never-before-seen job class and see its power firsthand. When Ash took the form of a 4-meter-tall greater elemental, the composition of her body would turn into the element of her choosing. The results of real battle tests were quite impressive, and even William was tempted to use this as a trump card in the future. After fighting for several more hours, William decided to stop their advance and return to the real world. He had been away for a week and felt that now was the right time to re-emerge in the academy. Although fighting non-stop made him stronger, it was also very tiring. Because of this, he decided to take a few days off from the dungeon and gather information about what was currently happening in the central continent. Also, Princess Sydney had told him that Kenneth and Lilith had been pestering her, looking for William's whereabouts. In order to prevent his beautiful fiancée from throwing fireballs at them, the half-elf decided to confront these two people. Although he didn't know what the two were thinking in their heads, he believed that all three of them could come to a compromise and not make things difficult for everyone involved. Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa left the academy? William frowned as he held the beautiful Princess of Frisia in his embrace. Yes, Princess Sydney replied. They left 2 days ago. According to Grandfather, he sent the two of them to inspect the different outposts of the Creator Empire. But I feel that there is something more to this news than meets the eye. Princess Sydney hadn't seen Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa since the day the conference was held. The two had disappeared from the eyes of the public, and even their close friends were not notified by their departure. William closed his eyes and pondered, while patting Princess Sydney's long reddish-brown hair. The Prince of the Creator Empire and him had never been on good terms with each other since he had placed the collar of wisteria on Princess Sydney's neck. The prince had also provoked him several times, which almost led to a brawl between the two of them. The half-elf knew that Princess Vanessa was dead set on Prince Jason. As someone who was also on the receiving end of such intense love, William admired the feisty princess of the Creator Empire. Deep inside, he wished that Princess Vanessa would succeed in putting a collar on Prince Jason's neck, so that the latter would leave him alone. Now that both of them were gone, William didn't have to put any extra effort in dealing with Prince Jason's schemes, which had started to become annoying. I guess I should visit the temple and pray for Princess Vanessa's success, William said with a smile. It never hurts to have the gods on your side. Princess Sydney smirked, but didn't say anything else. She already knew what William was thinking, and she, too, wished for her cousin's success. I would greatly appreciate it if you don't treat us like air, Lilith commented with annoyance. You asked us to come here, and all you've done is publicly show your affection to each other. Are you that bored with your life? Kenneth, who was seated a meter away from Lilith, could only smile wryly. Although he didn't mind William being touchy with his lovers, he felt that it wasn't appropriate for the half-elf to rub it in their faces. William lightly tapped Princess Sydney's back to tell the latter to get off his lap so he could talk business with his guests. Princess Sydney sighed and reluctantly rose from her special seat. She then sat beside William and glanced at the silver-haired elf and Amazon princess with a scrutinizing gaze. I asked both of you to come here today to ask about your plans for the future, William stated. Kenneth, you've already delivered my mother's message. Aren't you going back to the Silver Moon continent? Kenneth shook his head firmly. Master told me to keep an eye on you. Don't worry. I won't get in your way or your lovers. I'm just following your mother's orders. Kenneth stressed the word mother to William to prevent the half-elf from having a comeback. He knew that if he used this approach to his ex-roommate, the latter would be unable to turn him away. Just as he expected, William only sighed before shifting his attention to the Amazon princess. What about you? William asked. I already said that I'm not interested in going with you to the Ares Empire to become your tribe's stallion. I still have to prepare for my match with Rebecca. I know. Lilith nodded calmly. My mother received an invitation to the Misty Sect, so I'll be going there as well. We can talk about the details of your visit to the Ares Empire after you've dealt with your ex-fiancée. The corner of William's lips twitched. He had clearly stated that he refused to go with her to the Ares Empire to become their stud horse. But Lilith just brushed it off as if it was not set in stone. Her stance on the matter gave William a headache. According to the books he had read in his world, Amazons were a race of warriors. They recognized strength more than anything else, and would actively seek strong partners to have offspring with. Back then, he was still half in doubt about the authenticity of the claims in the book he read. But now, he was sure that most of what was written there was true. I don't want to experience death by snusnu, William thought as he stared at Lilith, who had a nonchalant look on her face. I know what you're thinking, but it isn't as bad as you think, Lilith said. I'll just share you with a dozen of my sisters. I won't let the entire tribe have their way with you. William pinched the bridge of his nose because there seemed to be some sort of miscommunication between him and the Amazon princess in front of him. It was as if they weren't talking in the same language, and the latter kept on insisting on her ideals without a care about his input. She reminds me of you back then, William commented as he glanced at Princess Sydney. We're not the same. Princess Sydney firmly shook her head. I did it out of love and lust, but she's doing it out of need. Frankly, I find this approach very despicable. She's not giving you any room to maneuver and is forcing her wants on you. You did the same, William and Kenneth said in their heads. Princess Sydney had schemed her way into William's heart, while Lilith was taking the straightforward approach to pin him down on the bed. Although the reasoning of both girls were different, their end goal was the same. William sighed as he stared at Lilith with a fed-up expression. Your mother, Empress Andraste, will be going to the Misty Sect as well? Lilith nodded. She wanted to wait for you here in the Creator Empire, but there were things that she needed to do in the Empire, so I stayed here in her place. Both of us would like to talk to you in private after your battle at the Misty Sect. Fine. William nodded his head. He decided to give up and just handle this issue at a later date. Just promise me that you won't bother Sydney again. I am also busy training in seclusion, so you won't see me in the academy much. The same can be said for you, Kenneth. Although my mother had asked you to watch over me, there are some things that I can't share with you. I hope that you understand. There was no use talking to Lilith because her view wouldn't change. However, talking to Empress Andraste was different. As someone who held the responsibilities of an entire empire on her shoulders, William believed that the Amazon Empress wasn't as short-sighted as her daughter. As for Kenneth, he didn't have any problems with his ex-roommate because the silver-haired elf had a good head on his shoulders. Although he was sent to spy on William, he didn't divulge any of his secrets, and simply reported stuff that wasn't too important. Because of this, William still had a good impression of him, so he didn't want to sour their relationship. Lilith and Kenneth nodded their heads. They also didn't want to push William too much because they knew that it could backfire on them. The only thing they wanted from him was a promise that he wouldn't avoid them intentionally, and the half-elf agreed to fulfill this promise. After their meeting, Kenneth and Lilith left William's room with satisfied expressions. Princess Sydney watched them go and sighed in relief. Now that William had spoken, she could rest easy that they would not be bothered by their non-stop pestering again. Darling, I know you're busy, so I won't trouble you much, but there is still something that I have to tell you, Morgana said after he swapped with Princess Sydney. There is one more annoying elf that is looking for you. Her name is Pearl, and she claims to be Charmaine's elder sister. William frowned when he heard this piece of information. All of the elves under his command had been stripped of their memories by the arcane lich and been programmed to be loyal to him. After their brainwashing was finished, the lich had returned their memories, but their personalities were no longer the same. Even with their memories, they thought that they were in the wrong and very stupid to stand against William during the war. Because of this, they had remained loyal to him and were doing their best to atone for their sins by offering their servitude. In truth, William didn't care much about this back then. They were the invaders, so whatever happened to them, he didn't give a damn. Unfortunately, William's heart wasn't made of stone. After his lovers had convinced him to free the elves after a few years of servitude, the half-elf's treatment of the elves became more lenient. He wasn't feeling guilty about the brainwashing part. The thing he was worried about was how the elves would once again integrate with the elven society after their personalities had completely changed. William had long thought about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. The brainwashing was done, and the arcane lich had said that it was permanent. No one could reverse the outcome, so Charmaine and the rest of the elves would have to slowly adapt to whatever circumstances they faced in the future. Although he felt hesitant, William agreed for Pearl to meet with Charmaine. He was also curious to see how his personal maid would treat her older sister, who hadn't participated in the War of the Southern Continent. Pearl paced back and forth on the outskirts of Silverwind City. Princess Sydney had met with her 3 days ago, and told her that her sister, Charmaine, would meet her in this location. After the tournament, Pearl had waited patiently for William to arrive. In fact, she was prepared to wait for him for 2 months. When she heard that William had suddenly appeared in Silverwind Academy, she was both shocked and thankful at the same time. Shocked because she didn't expect to see him this soon, and happy because she would be able to see her sister sooner. She had also been at the academy when the conference was held because she wanted to find out just what kind of person William was. The William that she saw made her speechless. Not only was that half-elf a vulgar person, he was also a bastard that didn't even give the emperor of the Creator Empire face, and called him a motherfucker in front of the high-ranking nobles of the kingdom. Because of this, Pearl despaired. If her sister was in the custody of such a man, Charmaine would definitely suffer a cruel end. I must save my sister no matter what, Pearl thought as she calmed her anxiousness. No matter what price I have to pay, I will buy her freedom from that scum. While Pearl was busy thinking of ways to convince William to release her sister, her sharp senses detected footsteps headed in her direction. Sister? A familiar voice called out to Pearl with uncertainty. Pearl's body moved automatically, and ran towards the pretty elf whom she hadn't seen for years. The two sisters hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces. William watched this scene from afar. He decided not to go with Charmaine when she met her sister to prevent tensions from rising. Truth be told, if his personal maid wanted to leave with Pearl, then he wouldn't stop her from leaving. This was the decision he had made after thinking for a whole day. When he told Charmaine about Pearl's request, the latter's expression became very happy. Although her memories were stripped away from her at the beginning, the strong emotions in her heart in regards to her family had remained. William told Charmaine that if she wanted to leave with her sister, he would give her his blessing, and not stop her from leaving. The pretty elf looked straight into his eyes back then. She didn't agree or reject William's words and simply thanked him for letting her meet her sister. "How have you been?" Pearl asked. "Did that half-elf mistreat you?" "Don't worry. I will take you away from here and deal with him at a later time." Charmaine shook her head as she stared at sister. "Lord William didn't mistreat me. Although my freedom was restricted, he didn't do anything to treat me like a plaything, like those other noble humans do when they capture our race." Pearl nodded her head in acknowledgement of her words. Her goal was to take her sister back, so she didn't want to have a disagreement with her before they were safely back in the Silver Moon continent. "It seems that I misunderstood him," Pearl replied. "Don't worry. I will compensate him properly and buy your freedom. Charmaine, let's go back to the Silverwind continent. I promise that this time, I will not leave you alone." Charmaine smiled, but she shook her head. "I can't leave him right now, sister. I still have to atone for my sins of invading his kingdom. He is the son of our saintess, Lady Arwen, and our savior, Lord Maxwell. We were the ones in the wrong when we tried to conquer the Hellon kingdom. We made a grave mistake, and our race has paid for it with countless lives." Pearl bit her lip. She grew up with Charmaine and knew what kind of person she was. Her sister was arrogant and looked down on humans. Even though Maxwell had saved them from the demonic invasion, Charmaine didn't think much of him. However, right now, that same arrogant sister of hers was saying that she would atone for the sins that she had made in invading the southern continent. For a brief moment, Pearl felt like she was talking to a stranger that she had never met before. Charmaine, didn't you hate humans? Pearl asked. You also find half-elves disgusting. Why the sudden change? Charmaine closed her eyes as she placed a hand over her chest. Back then, I was still young and stupid. I had been raised in the Silvermoon continent and didn't know about the outside world. Sister, you didn't see the cruelty the elves performed while in the southern continent. We were no different from savage beasts. My eyes have been opened to the truth, and because of this, I will remain by Lord William's side until my sins are finally forgiven. Sister, I can't go with you right now, but I promise, after a few years, I will return to the Silvermoon continent and find you. Until then, please, let me stay by Lord William's side. Pearl clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. The more she listened to her sister, the more she felt that she was talking to a different person. This was when she realized that something was very wrong with her behavior. What did he do to you? Pearl asked as she grabbed Charmaine's shoulder and held her in place. What did that bastard do to you? Charmaine gave Pearl a pained expression. Her sister's fingernails were digging on her shoulder, and it was very close to drawing her blood. Sister, it hurts, Charmaine said as she endured the pain. Pearl saw her sister's face filled with suffering, so she immediately let her go and back away. I am sorry. I got carried away. It's fine. I know that you are having a hard time understanding my words, but this is what I really feel at the moment. I can't go with you. I'm sorry, sister. Pearl closed her eyes and controlled her raging emotions. A few minutes later, she looked at Charmaine and her face was filled with determination. Without warning, she threw a jab, aiming at Charmaine's chin. Due to how sudden her attack was, Charmaine was caught unprepared and was hit perfectly, which made her stagger backwards. William's personal maid felt dizzy, and she was unable to raise any form of resistance. Seeing that her sister was still conscious, Pearl gave a follow-up jab and hit Charmaine's jaw, shocking her brain and forcing her to lose consciousness. I'm sorry, sister, Pearl said as she carried the unconscious girl like a sack of rice. I will bring you back to the Silvermoon continent and have the elders cure you. Whatever that bastard William did to you, I'll make sure that he will pay dearly for his transgressions. Charmaine was unaware that her sister had already decided to take her back to their hometown by force if necessary, regardless of her opinion. Although Pearl made sure to control the strength of her attack, it was still enough to cause stress to her brain, which made her faint. Pearl had only been able to run for a few steps when the lady she was carrying suddenly disappeared without a trace. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to see someone walking in her direction. Pearl squinted her eyes and used Hawk's Eye and improved concentration to see who the person was. It didn't take long for her to recognize the familiar red hair and light green eyes that were looking back at her with a disapproving gaze. It's you, Pearl said. Her tone was laced with anger as she glared at the half-elf that had caused the downfall of the elven invasion. William von Ainsworth. William continued to walk with a steady pace. His eyes never left Pearl's face as if he was scrutinizing every expression that she made. I agreed to your request and allowed you to meet your sister, William stated. However, I don't remember agreeing to a kidnapping. You have overstepped your bounds. Overstepped my bounds? You did something to my sister, and you have the nerve to say that I overstepped my bounds. Pearl sneered. The one who overstepped their bounds was you. What did you do to my sister? If you don't give me a proper answer, I will. You will what? William interjected. He had enough of Pearl's nonsense and wasn't in the mood to argue with her. You're going to kill me? Yes, I will kill you. Bitch, please. I am the protagonist of this story. You're just a side character, so know your place. William's outburst made Pearl unconsciously take a step back. She had faced many strong members of the young generation during the tournament, but William's countenance made her feel that she was up against a strong opponent. I already gave you a chance to meet your sister, William said with indifference. You also heard her answer. She didn't want to come with you. Since that is the case, I will not allow you to take her away. Pearl gritted her teeth and summoned her bow. If I can kill him, my sister will be freed from his clutches. William sighed when he saw the elf was preparing to fight him. You want to fight? Fine. William sneered. I'll gladly play with you. Several portals appeared above William and several Pegasus flew out of it, with riders mounted on their back. Pearl's eyes widened when she saw that the mounted warriors of the Pegasus were elves. Surprised already? William chuckled. There's more where that came from. An overwhelming presence descended upon Pearl as another portal appeared right above her. Before she could even draw her bow, she saw a rainbow-colored wrecking ball charging in her direction. I'm rolling. That was the last thing Charmaine heard before she was knocked off from where she stood, and her world descended into darkness. Somewhere in the central continent. Boss, someone is looking for you, a skinny man reported as he walked towards the main hall of their base. A handsome man who seemed to be in his late 30s opened his eyes and glanced at his subordinate with an even gaze. Name? The man asked. He ran his hand over his short red hair as he shook the last vestige of sleep from his system. The skinny man could sense that his boss was feeling grumpy, so he decided to cut to the chase and stop talking nonsense. He said his name is Ezio, the skinny man replied. The handsome man's body stiffened before standing up from where he sat. He hurriedly left the main hall, leaving his subordinate behind with a shocked expression. Their boss had always had a calm expression on his face, but after hearing the familiar name, a trace of shock and happiness appeared on his handsome face. A few minutes later, the handsome man appeared outside of his camp. Currently, several of his subordinates crowded around a man who was wearing a black robe with their weapons drawn. The black-robed man's face couldn't be seen, but his current posture was quite relaxed, as if the hundreds of weapons aimed at him weren't a big deal. Ezio, is it really you? The handsome man asked with a smile. His subordinates made a path for him to pass. Just like the skinny man that had delivered the news, all of them also had shocked expressions on their faces. Their grumpy boss, who didn't bat an eye when killing people, was actually smiling. It is I, young master, Ezio replied. It's good to see that you are hale and hearty. The commander will be proud. Morgan happily gave Ezio a hug and patted his back. He knew for a fact that his father's shadow guard wouldn't travel far from where his grandfather was. Since Ezio was around, that could only mean one thing. James was also in the central continent. Did father send you to find me? Morgan already knew the answer to this question, but he still decided to ask for clarification. Let me guess. This is about William's achievements in the Tower of Babylon. Ezio nodded. The commander has sent me to find you. He said that you should pack up and go to the Tower of Babylon. He still needed to go to the Misty Sect, and someone has to watch over the family's properties while he is away. The corner of Morgan's lips curled up into a smile. Truthfully, when he heard the worldwide announcement, he had been very tempted to go to the tower and find William. However, there were still some loose ends that he had to tie up at that time. He had just finished dealing with an internal struggle a few days ago, so he wasn't in the mood to go to the Tower of Babylon to look for William, whom he hadn't seen since he was a baby. It has been 18 years. Morgan sighed. To think that the baby I brought back to Lant would shock the entire world. I never saw this coming. Neither did I, young master. Little Will is such a handful. Even now, I still can't believe that he has conquered the 51st floor, Ezio commented. Morgan chuckled and patted Ezio's shoulder. You rarely speak more than 3 words. It seems that my nephew made a deep impression on you, old friend. Ezio didn't deny or agree to Morgan's words. Deep inside, he was feeling proud because he was one of William's masters, who had taught him on how to make his mark on the world of Hestia. Morgan didn't mind Ezio's silence. He knew that the man wasn't an expert when it came to socializing, so he raised his hand to catch the attention of his subordinates. Tonight we feast, Morgan ordered, and tomorrow, we head towards the Tower of Babylon. The men surrounding the two raised their weapons to the air and cheered. They didn't know what they were going to do in the Tower of Babylon, but the members of the Red Plague had quickly learned that asking questions was futile. All they needed to do was follow Morgan and move unhindered across the central continent. They were the famous mercenary group that was feared by many. Once the Red Plague made its move, the lands would be dyed with the blood of their targets. The next day, the Red Plague marched towards the Tower of Babylon. Countless flags were raised, and the Red Hornet, which was the symbol of their mercenary group, fluttered in the breeze, like a plague that was about to descend to the land and make those who dared to oppose it die a very gruesome and horrible death. This great movement alarmed several empires who were paying close attention to Morgan's movements. It had been a few months since this group carried out an expedition, and the outcome had wiped out an entire clan that was considered to be one of the overlords in the central continent. There was a popular saying among those who knew of the Red Plague: when the Red Plague ascends, calamity descends. This was why even the mighty empires of the central continent turn a blind eye whenever the Red Plague crossed their borders. They knew that as long as they didn't do anything to stop them from completing their mission, their sting wouldn't be pointed in their empire's direction. That Morgan has finally made his move again. The emperor who ruled the empire where the Red Plague was currently stationed had a grim expression on his face. Where are they headed this time? The commander of the army had personally flown using his flying mount to check the direction the Red Plague was headed. After confirming with the head of their logistics department, they had come to the conclusion that Morgan's band of mercenaries were headed towards the Tower of Babylon. The tower! The emperor frowned. He had just returned from the Creter Empire where the Tournament of Champions was held. Half a minute later, the emperor slammed his fist at the armchair of his throne as a shocking realization appeared inside his mind. Ainsworth! The emperor gasped. Morgan's surname is Ainsworth. Everyone in the conference room looked at their king in surprise. They had almost always referred to Morgan as the Red Plague, and they had completely forgotten that his surname was Ainsworth. It didn't take long for them to connect the dots, and the emperor immediately issued a decree. Commander, tell all the towns and cities that the Red Plague will pass through to open their doors and not bar them from entering. The emperor ordered. Also, if they need supplies like food and water, give it to them with a 50% discount. If they have any additional requests, I give you my permission to carry it out to the best of your abilities. Go and do not fail me. Yes, Your Majesty. The commander saluted and left the conference room. The emperor had already sent an envoy to the Tower of Babylon in order to negotiate with William for a collaboration. However, the other party was not present, and only an old man was holding down the fort. The leader of the envoy had reported that James was very hard to deal with and the negotiation wasn't producing any results. Now that Morgan was going to the Tower of Babylon, he decided to try and cozy up with the Red Plague in order to smooth out the process of their proposal. The Tower of Babylon had rich resources that couldn't be found anywhere in Hestia. Rare metals that came from higher worlds could be mined on these floors, and were sold for high prices across the continent. If their empire could have a partnership with the Ainsworth family, then trying to be on their good side would definitely be worth it. Right now, everyone was like wolves trying to get their share of the fat herd that was waiting to be eaten. The only problem was that instead of a young man, they were up against an old fox who was determined to suck their wallets and blood dry. Because of this, the envoys of the different factions were having a headache. No matter what they did, James wouldn't budge. He was like a dam that was blocking the water source. Even though everyone was thirsty and wanted to drink their fill, he refused to release the water and kept it for himself. This made all the factions feel miserable. More than anything else, they wanted the old man to disappear and be replaced by a fox that was not as old and as stingy as him. If Morgan were to take his place, there was a chance for their empire to enter negotiations. This was what the emperor was hoping for. All of you draft a new proposal for the floors on the Tower of Babylon. The emperor ordered his ministers. It's fine if we bleed a little. Once we manage to make Morgan agree, we will be able to regain our losses after a few years. Give him an offer he can't refuse. I'll be preparing for my departure to the Misty Sect. When I return, I only want to hear good news. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Majesty. The officials of the Korra Empire started to brainstorm how to create a proposal that Morgan wouldn't be able to refuse. The emperor looked at this scene with a satisfied look on his face before leaving the rest to his prime minister. I shouldn't put all the eggs in a single basket. Seamus, the emperor of the Korra Empire thought as he walked towards his chambers. The owner of the floors is that boy William. I need to make him understand that working with the Korra Empire is a win-win situation. The Emperor narrowed his gaze as he looked in the direction of the Savadine Mountains. Misty sect, Seamus sneered. Let's see if your arrogance will be able to overcome this hurdle that is going to knock on your doorstep. Kenneth was busy writing a letter to his master inside the residence provided to him inside the academy. He wrote how he met William in the Creator Empire and everything that happened since then. Kenneth respected Arwen with all of his heart. Without her, his life would have been a very boring one. Just as he was about to finish the letter, he heard a knock on his door. Kenneth frowned because he wasn't expecting any guests at the moment. Who could it possibly be? Kennedy muttered as he walked toward the door with curiosity. Kenneth opened the door to see who it was. The first thing he saw was a smiling William, carrying a beautiful elf in a princess carry. Naturally, Kenneth recognized the elf in William's arms. It was other than Pearl, who had also joined the tournament alongside him. "Can I come in?" William asked. The silver-haired elf frowned, but he still opened the door wider and moved aside. A single glance was enough to tell him that Pearl had just fought a battle because of the tears in her clothes. "What happened?" Kenneth asked after William laid Pearl to the bed. Since it was a fellow elf, he was alarmed at her current condition. "The two of us fought," William replied. "Don't worry, I didn't hurt her much. We just had a disagreement. She'll be awake in a day or two." Kenneth walked towards the bed and ran a diagnostic spell on Pearl's body. Aside from the 2 small puncture wounds on her neck, her body didn't have any kind of damage. Clearly, someone had used a healing spell to remove Pearl's injuries, with the exception of the 2 marks on her neck. Kenneth had an idea on what William was trying to tell him. Because of this, the latter decided to just turn a blind eye on Pearl's current condition. "I apologize on behalf for her recklessness," Kenneth said with a calm expression. "Thank you for looking after her." William nodded in appreciation. "You're still perceptive as always." Kenneth sighed as he sat on the bed. His gaze looked at the red-headed teenager who was looking back at him with a smile. "You're leaving?" Kenneth asked. "Yes." "When?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he eyed his ex-roommate with an appraising look. "Tomorrow. Don't try to find me, because you won't." The silver-haired elf smiled bitterly because he could feel the firmness in William's tone. He knew that if he tried to force himself to accompany him, the half-elf would definitely find a way to lose him along the way. "I guess I will be seeing you at the Misty Sect," Kenneth said. William nodded his head. "I will be undergoing extensive training until the promised time. Let's meet again in the Aberdeen Mountains." Kenneth's gaze softened because he could feel that William still treated him as a friend. Since that was the case, he would not be too demanding and allow him to do the things he needed. The founding day of the Misty Sect was only several weeks away. It wouldn't be long before he and William would meet once again. "Will, don't lose." "That's the plan." William left the room and headed to the alchemist division to say goodbye to his 5th master, Albert. Although his alchemist master was a carefree individual, he still took time to teach William a lot of things when he first arrived at the academy. While all of this was happening, Princess Sydney was in her room drafting the plans for the delegation that would go to the Mist Sect. Ash and Chiffon would be leaving with William, leaving her alone in the Empire. This was the plan that they had agreed to beforehand. Princess Sydney was an important member of the royal family of Frisia and the Creator Empire. Because of this, she couldn't accompany William when he journeyed towards the Misty Sect. However, since she could easily visit the Thousand Beast domain anytime, this problem was not a big deal for her. She, along with her grandfather, and a few of her cousins would go to the Misty Sect. Everyone had high expectations of William. For them, the battle against his ex-fiancée was already a done deal. The half-elf was someone that had cleared the 51st floor of the tower. Compared to him, Rebecca was nothing. Unfortunately, they were not aware that he was going to fight his fiancée with increased difficulty due to Amon's quest. This was also why William was dead set on upgrading all the job classes that he could, in order to prepare for any kind of situation. Meanwhile, in the glazed domain of the Misty Sect, Rebecca exhaled, and a cloud of icy air escaped her sensuous lips. "I finally broke through the seventh circle," Rebecca muttered as a powerful aura enveloped her body. Due to the unlimited resources, training, special privileges, and her perfect grade talent, she had stepped on the ranks of an archmage 4 years earlier than usual. The elder that was assigned to watch over her nodded her head in approval. "Consolidate your newfound strength," the elder advised. "Clear your mind, and allow your element to wash over your body." "Yes, elder," Rebecca replied before closing her eyes to meditate. Deep inside, Rebecca was happy. She had finally achieved the height that she had dreamed of when she was young. She and William understood that what they were going to do was merely a formality. Regardless of who won between the two of them, their marriage agreement would be void after their promised battle. On a ship bound to the central continent, Lawrence, the old fox of the Griffith Duchy, looked at the ship's window with a depressed expression on his face. They had left the Hellon Kingdom a few weeks ago in order to arrive at the Misty Sect and participate in the festivities that were waiting for them. The old fox played with the communication crystal in his hand, before putting it on top of the table with a sigh. No matter how many times he tried to use the communication crystal to talk to James, the old coot would pretend that he didn't see it. This made Lawrence very annoyed. Rebecca's mother and father had firmly opposed his decision to make his granddaughter William's fiancée, but that was already in the past. Now, the two idiots were feeling fearful that William would come and find them to settle the scores between them. Because of this, Lawrence decided to bring them with him to the central continent, in order to mediate and compensate William for the grievances he received in the past. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Lawrence shook his head as he poured himself a glass of wine. "I should have been more firm back then. Now it's too late." Lawrence drank the wine and felt the sourness spreading inside his mouth. The journey towards the central continent would be a long and tiring one. He just hoped that when they reached their final destination, the ache he was feeling in his heart would disappear like the passing clouds in the sky. Nestled at the base of the Savadine Mountains was the city of Irwin. This prosperous city was under the direct jurisdiction of the Misty Sect. The Misty Sect had been around for close to 3,000 years, and its roots ran deep in the central continent. It had several branches across the land, and even across the other continents. Eleanor and the elder Lady Miriam were the people assigned to handle the Misty Sect branch in the southern continent. They had discovered Rebecca's talents early on, and decided to bring her under their wing to be raised as one of the pillars of their sect. Their plan would have been perfect if not for the thorn that had the name William written on it. Now that the honor and dignity of their sect was about to be challenged, these two elders weren't able to sleep well at night, due to the anxiety and fear in their hearts. The citizens of Irwin didn't share their worries and were in a festive mood. Every establishment and house had hung snowflake lanterns, which was an old tradition when the founding day of the Misty Sect drew near. Although the celebration was still a week away, several flying carriages and other special flying artifacts could be seen soaring towards the Savadine Mountains, where the sect was located. They were the delegations from the different powerful factions on the central continent, and emissaries from the other continents who had also received an invitation. Within the bustling streets of the city, a chubby young man with above-average features, who seemed to be in his late teens, walked proudly. He was wearing very expensive clothes, and anyone that saw him would definitely label him as a member of the nobility or a wealthy merchant. By his side, a scholarly young man who was also in his late teens walked steadily. The young man admired the surroundings around him with a calm gaze. Unlike his chubby friend, who wore expensive clothes, the scholar's clothes were rather plain. However, they were very clean and gave the scholar a refined presence. As the two passed through the marketplace, a little girl carrying a basket of snow apples approached the chubby young man. "Sir, would you like to buy some apples?" the little girl asked with a smile. "They are freshly picked and very delicious." "Oink, how much for a piece?" the chubby man asked. 3 apples for 1 silver coin," the little girl replied with eyes filled with expectations. She had been trying to sell the apples for the past 3 hours, but she hadn't found any buyers. "These apples do look fresh and delicious," the scholarly man said with a smile. Okay, we will buy 6 apples. Here you go. The little girl was about to happily receive the coin when a hand grabbed her arm and pulled it back. It hurts! The little girl cried out in pain and dropped the basket she was holding. The apples rolled on the streets, and everyone glared at the burly man who was holding the girl's arm in a vice grip. He was over 2 meters tall and was surrounded by a dozen men who were wearing red robes. Little girl, who gave you the right to sell apples on our turf? The burly man asked with a sinister smile. He then strengthened his grip on the girl's arm, making her cry out loud in pain. Do you think that just because you are a child, the red devils will turn a blind eye to your ignorance? The vendors on the marketplace gnashed their teeth in anger. All of them wanted to help the little girl, but they were afraid that the red devils would come and mess up their business. The Red Devil was the biggest and most notorious gang in the city, and the locals were afraid to face their wrath. Whoa, Mama! The little girl's tears fell like a flood as she called out to her mother. This was the first time that she had visited the main street to sell the apples that she and her mother had picked in their backyard. Usually, she would just sell the apples near their home, but due to the influx of visitors that had arrived at their city, she decided to go to the main street in order to quickly sell everything and return home to have lunch with her mother. The passers-by steered clear from the scene and looked at the crying girl with pity. Most of them were foreigners, so they didn't want to offend the local tyrants of Irwin City. The name of the burly man is Butch, and he was one of the captains of the Red Devils. He had managed to get his position by underhanded means, and was someone who liked to torture people. He didn't care about their age or gender. As long as he could hear their screams, he was more than happy to sate his sick hobby. Since you didn't pay us protection money, then we have no choice but to collect it from you, Butch said in a teasing tone. The protection fee for our services is 1,000 gold a month. Pay up, and we will allow you to sell your apples anywhere in the city. Butch's subordinates laughed because they had seen this scene many times in the past. All of them were already used to it, and none of them cared if their captain's latest target was a little girl who was only under the age of 10. Whoa, Mama, help me! The little girl's cry became louder. There was nothing that she could do but cry and call for her mother to rescue her. Aw, you poor child, Butch chuckled. Go on, call your mommy. Maybe she can pay us by spreading her legs. Butch's subordinates laughed in agreement. The little girl was somewhat pretty, so they believed that her mother was pretty as well. All of them were lowlives. For them, a mature woman was way better than a little brat who was still wet behind the ears. The burly man increased the strength of his grip further, and a soft crack was heard, followed by the young girl's soul-stirring scream. Butch and his subordinates had smiles on their faces as they teased the crying girl who tears, and snot had already stained her adorable face. The chubby young man clicked his tongue and walked towards them. He and his friends had just arrived at the city and they already saw this disgusting scene. It made his blood boil, so he decided to make his move. Oi, if you don't want to lose that arm, it will be best if you release the girl. Oink, the chubby young man said. How dare you get in the way of my lunch? Did this sir give you permission? Butch and his men stared at the chubby teenager before laughing out loud. This was also not the first time when they saw a knight in shining armor trying to save the damsel in distress. Most of these knights were already buried 6 feet under, and Butch had tortured them until they breathed their last breath. Well, look what we have here. Butch grinned. He appraised the chubby teen's clothes and knew that he came from a rich family. Are you talking to me, pig? As one of the captains of the Red Devils, Butch's strength was of the adamantium rank. He could fight head-to-head with a centennial beast and crush them with his superior strength. Because of this, even the leader of the Red Devils favored him and gave him the task of collecting the protection fees in the most profitable place in the city. The chubby young man sighed and shook his head. I do not wish for dominion, but I cannot let the innocent suffer. Since you crossed my path, I can't turn a blind eye to your ignorance. Butch's smile widened as a sinister glint passed through his eyes. So you want to play the hero? I'd like to see how you can save this brat from my Han. Gah! The captain of the Red Devil wasn't able to finish his words because he felt something hard hit the side of his face, sending him flying towards a nearby fruit stall. The little girl cried out loud as she lost her balance. She was about to fall on the ground when a strong pair of hands held her in place. The scholarly man chanted as he cast a healing spell on the girl's arm, who was already starting to turn into a darker shade of blue. "Make sure to collect medical fees for this child's broken arm," the scholar stated as he focused on healing the girl. "Additional compensation is also needed for emotional trauma." "Oink! Got it?" the chubby teenager said as he picked one of the apples that had fallen on the ground. He then took a bite without caring that it had already been dirted. The crisp and delectable reverberated in the air as the chubby teenager ate with gusto. Butch roared in anger as he charged towards the chubby young man with bloodshot eyes. He had already summoned a bastard sword in his hands and was hellbent to cleave the pig in two. The scholar gently carried the little girl in his arms and walked towards a safe location. He was not concerned about his friend, because he knew that the burly man wasn't his friend's match. When man has a virtuous thought, heaven will grant him support, the chubby young man stated as he held the handle of his rake firmly in his hand. "Fool who doesn't know your place. Aiju will slap your face. Die!" Butch roared as he swung his sword with all of his strength. He was one of the big shots of the underworld in the Savadine Mountains, and this was the first time he had been embarrassed this badly. Zhu didn't even glance in Butch's direction, and merely thrust the rake behind him. A resounding clanging sound was heard as the two weapons clashed against each other. Everyone was expecting the chubby teenager to be cut in half, but the scene in front of them made their eyes widen in surprise. Butch's bastard sword found itself trapped within the gap of the nine-tooth rake, unable to advance forward. Zhu clicked his tongue as he twisted the handle of his rake, snapping the bastard sword in two. He then thrust the rake backwards once again, sending Butch flying a few meters behind him. The captain of the Red Devils once again landed on the same stall he had crashed into earlier. The merchant who owned the store was nearly in tears because all his wares were destroyed. Although he appreciated Zhu saving the little girl, he was still heartbroken due to the loss of his profits. A powerful shockwave erupted from the stall as Butch released his battle aura. Blood flowed out of his nose as his face contorted in anger. This was the second time that he had been sent flying by his opponent and his anger had reached its peak. "I'll kill you," Butch shouted as he once again lunged at Zhu while holding two short swords in his hands. Zhu sneered as he gave Butch a sidelong glance. "Can you?" Suddenly, Zhu's body grew until he reached a height of 5 meters. He then punched forward, and his meaty right hand smashed the incoming Butch into the ground, creating a small crater. The members of the Red Devils felt their legs turning soft when they saw their captain lying unconscious on the ground, with blood seeping out of all of his orifices. Zhu towered over the unconscious man and raised his right foot. He then stepped on Butch's right arm, turning it into meat paste. The sudden pain made Butch regain his consciousness. A blood-curdling scream followed suit as the pain of his injuries crashed down on him like a giant wave, making him cry out in pain. A few of his ribs had been broken earlier, making his breathing painful and difficult. Zhu gazed down on him with a smile as he poked the burly man's body with the end of his rake. "Aw, you poor child," Zhu chuckled. "Does it hurt? Don't worry. This is only the beginning." Stop," Butch pleaded. Forgive me. Have mercy." Zhu nodded. "Okay, but you have to pay. 1 million gold coins will do." I don't have that much. I only have over 2,000 gold coins on me." "Okay. Give it to me." Butch moved his still intact left hand and summoned a leather pouch from his storage ring. Although he was hurting all over, the fear of dying made him regret his earlier decision of bullying the little girl. He thought that it would be just like one of those times when he had succeeded in torturing others and spreading fear to the merchants to prevent them from resisting his control over the marketplace. Zhu had already returned to his original size and grabbed the leather pouch filled with gold coins. "I have received over 2,000 gold coins. Now give me the rest. You still owe me over 900,000 gold coins." Butch coughed a mouthful of blood due to anger and shame. Now he understood what his victims felt like after he had tortured them to death. "What's going on here?" A loud shout spread across the marketplace, as more than 30 men, wearing blue uniforms, stormed the scene. Cassidy, one of the captains of the city guards, appeared after receiving a report of a battle that was currently happening in the marketplace. The mayor had given them explicit orders to stop any potential problem that might arise during this crucial time. The representatives of the powerful factions in the continent were currently congregating in their domain, and he didn't want them to have a bad impression of his territory. Naturally, he was also afraid that he would be kicked out of his position by the elders of the Misty Sect if he didn't do his job right. Because of this, he had mobilized several guards to patrol the city in regular intervals. Cassidy glanced at Butch, who was lying in a pool of blood. A frown appeared on his face because he was one of the captains that was bribed by the Red Devils to turn a blind eye to their criminal activities. However, with so many witnesses, he knew that he had to play his cards right in order to take control of the conflict. "As the captain of the city guards, I order that all of you must come with me to the station for questioning," Cassidy replied. "Do not resist and you will not be hurt." Men seized them. The men encircled Zhu and his scholar friend, but they completely ignored Butch and the members of the Red Devil. Clearly, they were in cahoots with the criminal organization just like their captain. Zhu chuckled when he saw this scene and glanced at his friend, who was currently standing beside the little girl. "Sha, back me up," Zhu said with a smile. "It's time to sweep away the trash, oink." "Okay," Sha sighed as he shook his head. "To think that we would get into trouble as soon as we entered the city. I guess you still carry your bad luck with you." Although Sha's tone carried a trace of resignation, the contempt and disappointment in his eyes towards the city guards was very evident. "Get behind me," Sha said as he patted the little girl's head. "This might get a bit messy." The little girl nodded her head and obediently hid behind Sha. For her, the chubby teenager and the scholar were good people because they saved her. Her body had already been cured, and she was no longer feeling any pain in her body. However, she was still sad because the apples that she and her mother had worked hard to pick had been trampled by the bad guys. The two of you plan to resist," Cassidy sneered. "You think you can do whatever you want in Irwin City?" The city guards had all unsheathed their weapons and aimed them at Sha and Zhu. It was also at that time when several men wearing red robes appeared in the marketplace. "Captain Cassidy, it seems that there are some troublemakers roaming around the city today," a middle-aged man with a scar on his face greeted with a smile. Cassidy was shocked because he recognized the middle-aged man. He was none other than Devin, the leader of the Red Devils. He had stepped into the Saint rank 2 years ago, and had been the king of the underworld in Irwin City. The mayor as well as the city guards were also on his payroll, which allowed them to grow and become the biggest gang in the Savadine Mountains. "Sir Devin, everything is under control," Cassidy replied. "We are now in the process of arresting these criminals. They will be taken to the station and interrogated for the crimes that they have committed." "Is that so?" Devin asked back and eyed Sha and Zhu with great interest. He glanced at Butch, who was seriously injured on the ground, before shifting his attention back to the chubby teenager who was looking at him with indifference. "Captain Cassidy, these people injured my men," Devin stated. "Since that is the case, can you leave them to me?" Cassidy frowned. There were many eyewitnesses, and it would be difficult if the Misty Sect got wind of this incident. The only way to handle this matter was to resolve it as fast as possible. The captain of the city guards scanned the surroundings and found that more men wearing red robes had arrived at the marketplace. According to his estimate, there were now over 300 members of the Red Devils, and it would be very difficult to say no to Devin's request. "Very well, but make sure that it doesn't go out of hand," Cassidy compromised. "You already know that now is a very difficult time for us, and if the Misty Sect becomes displeased, it will be bad for your people as well." Devin nodded his head in understanding. He also knew that if they wanted to wrap this incident up properly, their reaction must be swift and not leave any traces behind. The leader of the Red Devils raised his hand, ordering his men to capture Zhu and Sha. The city guards backed away hurriedly because they didn't want to be involved in the Red Devil's revenge against those who dared to challenge their authority. Zhu was about to transform into a 5-meter-tall giant when a carefree voice broke the tense atmosphere. "I just left the two of you to buy a drink and you're already creating trouble?" a lazy voice said. "Perfect. I love trouble. Why didn't you call for me?" "Senior brother." Zhu chuckled as he waved at the person that was walking towards them holding a jug of wine. "Don't worry, you came at the right time. We were just about to start." Sha smiled and nodded his head. Now that their senior brother has arrived, he could just focus on protecting the little girl that was hiding behind his back. The new arrival drank the jug of wine as he walked over in a carefree manner. He had short brown hair, and his light brown eyes were filled with mischief. The brown-haired young man looked like someone in his early 20s. He walked unsteadily, but each step was like a flowing river that flowed freely across the land, unhindered by the affairs of the mortal realm. After giving a loud burp, the newcomer threw the jug to the side, hitting Butch and knocking him unconscious. The corner of Devon's and Cassidy's lips twitched when they saw the burly man's pitiful state, but didn't say anything. For some reason, the newcomer made them feel a sense of dread that they couldn't explain. It was as if they were being stared at by a wild animal who could go berserk at any moment. "Well then, are you guys ready to rumble?" the brown-haired young man said as he pulled something out of his right ear. Everyone looked in disbelief when they saw the golden, metallic staff that had come out from the brown-haired man's ear. Devon's expression became serious because his sixth sense was screaming at him. It was telling him that this was someone that he couldn't afford to offend no matter what. "Who are you?" Cassidy asked. "You'd better not make trouble here in the city or we will not be lenient with your punishment." The brown-haired young man chuckled when he heard Cassidy's words. He had heard this question for millennia, and his answer to this question had always been the same. "Who am I?" The brown-haired young man smirked as his eyes started to turn golden. "Great men need no introductions, but since you want to know that badly, I will allow you to know my exalted name. Remember it well, because it might be the last thing you remember in this world." The brown-haired man slammed the golden staff on the ground, creating a metallic ringing sound that reverberated in the entire city of Irwin. He then raised his head arrogantly as he pointed his thumb at his face. "I am," the brown-haired man said before turning his head to look at Sha. "Sha, introduce me to them. I'm too lazy." The corner of Sha's lips twitched, but he still decided to play along. After all, it was this senior brother who had smuggled them into the world of Hestia to look for William. Introducing him to people was the least that he could do. "He is other than the handsome Monkey King," Sha shouted. Zhu decided to play along and also raised his voice. "A great warrior who will fight for good, truth, peace, and honesty. Hero alone is he who vies with powers supreme. The world revolves in the palm of his hands. Good and evil can't stand in his way, for he is the force that defies it every day. Look at his manliness, that makes all the maidens blush. Don't you know that he is everyone's crush? Lo and behold, mortals of the realm, his presence alone. Don't you feel overwhelmed? He is other than the great sage that equals heaven, the warrior that fought against heaven's might. He is other than the epitome of greatness, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong may have the thickest skin in the multiverse, but Zhu's and Sha's praises were enough to make even the invincible Monkey King feel that they were praising the wrong person. "Ah shucks guys, you're making me blush," Sun Wukong said as he scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. "But the two of you forgot to say that I'm the most awesome being in creation. The legendary legend that defies the balance of the world. The most powerful, supreme expert that—" Zhu and Sha were doing their best to prevent their expression from spasming. They had already praised Sun Wukong to the high heavens, but it seemed that their method had only spurred on the Monkey King's narcissistic tendencies. "We already praised you, okay? You still want to be praised? Don't you know the meaning of moderation? Bruh. I just realized that the words of this world are not enough to describe how amazing I really am." Sun Wukong rubbed his chin. "Welp, I guess I'll deal with all of you first before I write down all of my awesome qualities. Without another word, Sun Wukong somersaulted in the air and transformed into his Monkey King form. Enough talk. Let's fight. Sun Wukong roared. Sweep away all adversaries. Rui Jingu Bang. A powerful explosion erupted in the middle of the city, making the land tremble. However, the surprising thing was that no damage could be seen anywhere. What happened next was truly outstanding because several people wearing red and blue robes were tossed in the air, similar to how fried rice was tossed in a wok. Sun Wukong understood that he couldn't hurt innocent people in the mortal world, so he used the power of righteousness to separate the bad guys from the good. Let's go nuts! Sun Wukong roared as he swung the golden staff in his hands like a baseball bat. Reject humanity. Return to Monkey. Rui Jingu Bang grew until it was over hundreds meters long and several meters wide. All that got hit cried out in pain and flew towards the Savadine Mountains. The sect master and the elders of the Misty sect immediately felt the strong fluctuations in their surroundings and were immediately alarmed. They felt the overbearing presence descend on them like a mountain. All of them saw the giant golden staff that could potentially erase the entire city of Irwin, and it made them shudder. Demigod! Thea, the sect master of the Misty sect, gasped in shock after witnessing the incredible scene in front of her. The guardian of the Misty sect opened its eyes and looked at the Monkey King hovering in the air. Sun Wukong glanced in the guardian's direction and winked. The Monkey King even made a gesture to the guardian to come down and join the fun, but the latter pretended that it didn't see it and closed its eyes to sleep. You don't want to join? Sun Wukong asked the guardian using telepathy. Let's go play 100 rounds. Relax, I'll give you a handicap. I'll only use one hand and my staff. The guardian shuddered and pretended that it was deep asleep. No matter how much Sun Wukong coaxed it, the sacred beast refused to budge. It doesn't matter if you give me a handicap or not. That staff alone is enough to kill me. I still want to live, damn it. Seeing that the guardian didn't want to play, Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. As he was thinking about what to do next, several elders of the Misty sect flew towards him. Your Excellency, I am the leader of the Misty sect, Thea said respectfully. A few days from now, we are going to celebrate the founding of our sect. I respectfully invite you, Your Excellency, to join us in this joyous event. Sun Wukong started to pick his nose with indifference. Well, I have some free time, so I guess I can honor your sect with my exalted presence. We will be most grateful to host you, Your Excellency. But I am feeling rather irritated right now, Sun Wukong stated. You see, my boys and I came here to sightsee, but we were harassed by those Red Devil guys and members of the city guards. You know, when I get grumpy, I have the habit of demolishing mountains. The expression of Thea and the elders of the Misty sect became pale. The dissatisfaction in Sun Wukong's tone clearly hid a threat that meant, if you don't fix this, I'll smash your mountain. This was something that they couldn't allow to happen no matter what. Rest assured, Your Excellency, Thea said, as she tried to hide the anxiousness in her heart. We will immediately punish those who dared to make things difficult for you. Eleanor, Miriam, send the executors to round up all the members of the Red Devils, Thea ordered. Also, bring in the mayor and the commander of the city guards for questioning. I will not allow an evil organization, including corrupt officials, to stay in my domain. Yes, sect master. All the elders moved at once. They had long turned a blind eye on the actions of the Red Devils and the corruption of the city's officials, because they also received benefits on their end. If not for the fact that a demigod was threatening to demolish their home turf, they would have continued to let the matters slide. However, they couldn't do that anymore. On that same day, every member of the Red Devil was caught and apprehended by the executors of the Misty sect. The city's mayor, as well as the other corrupt officials, were kicked out of their positions and imprisoned inside the sect. A thorough purge had been enacted and even the small-time gangs and criminals were apprehended. The Misty sect had used all the manpower in their disposal to show the Monkey King their sincerity to correct their wrongs. Sun Wukong didn't make things difficult for Thea and promised the sect master that they would visit the Misty sect on their founding day. They were there to meet with William, so getting free accommodations was something they would not reject. The envoys from the different factions, who had witnessed the amazing scene, sent people to investigate Sun Wukong's origins. Most of them already knew the identity of all the demigods in the world of Hestia. They had never heard of a character like Sun Wukong, and they wanted to know which faction he belonged to. As these undercover investigations were being done, the Monkey King drank wine as he laid on top of the roof of the inn that they were staying in. A chuckle escaped his lips as he thought about what William's reaction would be when he saw them at the Misty sect. I just hope that the Jade Emperor won't lose his head when he finds out that I smuggled Zhu and Sha from the temple. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I guess I'd better lie low when I return. Ever since Zhu and Sha had been granted amnesty, they had been thinking of ways that they could repay William for their freedom. However, no matter how much they thought, the only way for them to repay the half-elf was to go to his world. Because of this, they went to find Sun Wukong and asked him to smuggle them to the world of Hestia. To their surprise, the Monkey King readily agreed and their great smuggling plan began. High above the temple of the 10,000 gods, the Jade Emperor massaged his temple. Bastards! The lot of you! The Jade Emperor cursed under his breath. He was planning to send Zhu and Sha into one of the golden portals that connected to a higher world. The plan was already made so the two faithful subordinates would be able to live wonderful lives in order to compensate them for the hardships that they had experienced these past 1,000 years. However, all of that planning had now gone to waste because the ungrateful fools had decided to go to William's world and return the favor that the half-elf had given them. In the end, the Jade Emperor could only sigh and allow things to take its course. He understood that some things were fated to happen, so he decided to toss Zhu's and Sha's matter to the back of his mind for the time being. The primordial goddess only chuckled at this unexpected outcome, but she didn't mind it too much. Just as the Jade Emperor understood that some things were fated to happen, the primordial goddess knew of this as well. It would take a strong will to fight against fate, and only a select few could break away from this law that governed the multiverse. 3 days before the founding day of the Misty sect, more and more delegations arrived at the Savadine Mountains. Due to Sun Wukong's earlier escapade, the Misty sect had reinforced the security of their sect, as well as the city of Irwin. No one dared to cause any more trouble after the Red Devils and the corrupt officials were all dealt with. Several flying carriages pulled by giant eagles flew past the city and headed towards the mountaintop. Each of these carriages carried the banner of the Creator Empire. After a few weeks of travel, Emperor Leonidas, Prince Maximilian, Princess Sydney, Kenneth, Lilith, Pearl, and other high-ranking nobles had finally arrived at the main branch of the Misty sect. As soon as their carriages landed, several inner disciples of the sect respectfully greeted them and brought them to their temporary residences. The Misty sect had prepared for this event for a very long time, and all the influential people were given the VIP treatment. Emperor Leonidas and Prince Maximilian went to see the sect master to personally give their greetings. Princess Sydney, on the other hand, led their entourage to their respective quarters in order to rest. Although their journey was uneventful, traveling for long distances was still exhausting. Kenneth and Pearl shared a room, while Lilith went towards the quarters prepared for the Amazons. Empress Andraste had arrived a day earlier and was waiting for Lilith to tell her about her experiences with William. The boy has a big appetite. Not only is Princess Sydney his fiancée, he also married the sin of gluttony. Empress Andraste asked with great interest. Lilith nodded. Yes, mother. Also, from what I can tell, he is also close to the sin of sloth. Empress Andraste chuckled as she eyed Lilith with a smile. So, are you interested in him, daughter? Lilith frowned. After the incident with Princess Sydney, her impression of William had greatly changed. Also, during the conference, she had seen William's unrestrained attitude. This change in personality confused her, so she couldn't come up with an immediate answer. What's wrong? Is he not what you were expecting him to be? Empress Andraste pressed on for answers. Is he not qualified? He is qualified, Lilith answered after arranging her thoughts. She didn't want to admit that a chill ran down her spine when Willalum had snuck up behind her and asked for the collar that she had stolen from the lusty princess. For a brief moment, she felt like submitting to his will, and this scared her a lot. Lilith was an unrestrained individual and didn't want to be tied up, but, in that brief moment, she felt like several invisible shackles had locked her in place, leaving her no room to escape his clutches. "Do you like him?" Empress Andraste arched an eyebrow because she could tell that her daughter was acting differently from her usual self. She still hadn't met William, but a glance was enough to tell her that he was no ordinary young man. No ordinary man could make her daughter act with uncertainty, and this made her interest towards the half-elf rise to a higher level. Lilith firmly shook her head. "Mother, giving birth to strong warriors is the duty of the Amazons. Whether we love our partners or not, we will always look at the bigger picture." Empress Andraste stood up and walked towards Lilith to give her a hug. "Silly girl," Empress Andraste teased. "Who said that you can't give birth to the child of the one you love? Although we do pride ourselves for choosing a strong partner, there is no law that prohibits us from falling in love." "Mother, I can't fall in love with that guy. He's so dumb-looking and stupid." Empress Andraste's shoulders started to shake as she stifled her laughter. "He really made an impression on you. You wouldn't call him dumb-looking and stupid otherwise. Well, you don't need to do anything. I look forward to meeting this teenage boy, who has recently become the talk of the entire continent." Inside Sun Wukong's residence, inside the Misty Sect, "This girl has a lot of potential. I rarely see such a talented girl in my wanderings of the world. It will be a shame if she doesn't get proper guidance from your sect," Sun Wukong said as he patted the head of the little girl who sold apples to Zhu and Sha a few days ago. "Don't you agree?" Thea forced herself to smile as she nodded her head. She had already subtly checked the body of the little girl a while ago to see if she had any special talent inside her body. Unfortunately, the apple seller was only a normal human, and her body was not suitable for cultivating magic. "Your Excellency, I don't think she has what it takes to study in our main sect," Thea replied respectfully. "However, I can send her to a good learning institution to study. There are plenty of academies in the central continent, and I'm sure that she would fit into one of them perfectly." Sun Wukong chuckled before eyeing Thea with contempt. "Are you saying that my vision is lacking?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Do you think I am blind? Are you implying that I am not capable of seeing how amazing this child is?" "And no, that is not what I meant, Your Excellency," Thea stuttered. "I mean, this child is indeed worthy to study at our sect. I will be more than happy to take her in." Sun Wukong ignored Thea's reply and took out a peach out of thin air. The little girl's name was Amy. A few days ago, she had found herself at the mercy of the Red Devils. But now, she had become the tour guide of Sun Wukong, Zhu, and Sha. They had given 10% of the total savings of the Red Devils to her family, so they were not lacking any money. The three decided to take her to the Misty Sect so she could be nurtured properly and never suffer again. However, just as Thea surmised, Amy was just an ordinary girl. She didn't have any talents in regards to magic, but this was just a minor matter for the great sage that equaled heaven. "Eat this peach," Sun Wukong coaxed the little girl, who was looking at the peach with curiosity. "Although apples are good, I guarantee that this peach will taste better." "Thank you, Uncle Wukong," Amy replied as she happily took the peach and bit it. Sun Wukong nodded and patted her head. Good girl. What he had given Amy was one of the peaches that grew on the orchard of longevity back in the Celestial Palace. Those who consumed the fruit would have their bodies strengthened and allow the power of heaven and earth to be attracted to their body. As Amy ate the peach, Wukong once again shifted his attention to Thea, who was doing her best to retain her dignity as a sect master. "I want her to have the best education, so make sure to make her one of your inner disciples," Sun Wukong said in a carefree manner. "I will visit her from time to check her progress. If I see her getting neglected..." Wukong made a slicing gesture on his neck while looking at Thea. As the sect master, she already knew that she couldn't afford to antagonize such a strong being. Even their guardian refused to fight Sun Wukong, which proved that the latter was stronger than the protector of their sect. "We will do our best, Your Excellency," Thea bowed respectfully. However, learning magic depends on the talent of the individual. Even if we give her all the best resources, if her ability falls short, there is nothing that we can do. There had been no precedence for a normal human to cultivate the secret arts of the Misty Sect. Only those that were able to wield ice magic could benefit from it. Thea didn't want to antagonize Sun Wukong, but she didn't really have any way to create a miracle. No matter how much you beat a dead horse, it will no longer move no matter how hard you try. Sun Wukong snorted and waved his hands to dismiss Thea's words. "Just do as I say," Sun Wukong ordered. "I am not asking for our opinion. The only thing that I want to hear from you is yes and yes. So, are you going to train Amy or not?" "Yes," Thea answered in resignation. "We will train her to the best of our abilities." Sun Wukong nodded. "That's more like it." The elders of the Misty Sect that had accompanied Thea to welcome Sun Wukong and his entourage had complicated expressions on their faces. Even so, at the face of absolute strength, they had no choice but to hold back their complaints in their hearts. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city of Irwin, "Oh my goodness! We finally arrived. Kakik, I'm hungry. Can we find something to eat first?" "Okay. The promised date is still a few days away, so we can still do some sightseeing," the young man wearing a bamboo hat said with a smile. "Let's enjoy the local delicacies first. Maybe we won't have time to eat anything during the feast." A little devil landed on William's right shoulder as he eyed the mountain whose peaks were covered by dense clouds. A devilish grin was plastered on his face. Clearly, he was looking forward to the things that he would see at the peak of the Misty Sect. A little angel landed on William's left shoulder. He placed his hands behind his back as he, too, looked at the towering mountain in the distance. The angel's eyes glowed faintly before returning to their normal color. Soon, an angelic smile appeared on his face as a plan formed in his mind. The young man wearing a bamboo hat wasn't conscious of what his two companions were thinking. The only thing on his mind was to enter the city and wait for the promised date to arrive. Rebecca came out from the glazed domain and was told to take a rest inside her room for the time being. She had been inside the domain for nearly 2 years, in preparation for the battle against William. For her, this battle was just tying up the loose ends of her past. The genius of the Hellon Kingdom stared at the blizzard that was raging outside her window. This was a very common occurrence in the Savadine Mountains, and she was already used to it. Rebecca sighed as she sat cross-legged on the carpeted floor. She was planning to meditate to clear her mind from mundane thoughts and circulate the magic power inside her body. Just as she was about to fall into that meditative state, she heard a light cough that came from her window. Rebecca's eyes fluttered open as she gazed at the direction where the sound came from. There she saw a little person that was only as tall as an adult's hand, and looking back at her with an angelic smile on his face. He had short blonde hair, light green eyes, and a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. "Who are you?" Rebecca asked. She narrowed her eyes, and then several icicles floated around her body, pointing at the visitor that had come to her room uninvited. "My name is Elliot, and I am William's familiar," Elliot replied. He didn't seem bothered in the slightest about the icicles that were pointing in his direction. Rebecca's brows furrowed when she heard Elliot's reply. Now that she had taken a good look at her visitor, she noticed that he did look like the half-elf that she was to fight a few days from now. "Did he send you a message to pass to me?" Rebecca inquired. This was not the first time that she had seen a familiar. A few of the elders in the Misty Sect also had familiars, but she had never seen a familiar like Elliot. "No," Elliot shook his head. "I came here on my own volition. This has nothing to do with William." A frown appeared on Rebecca's face, but she still decided to ask what Elliot's purpose was for coming. "Why did you come to find me?" "I came here to help you beat William." Rebecca's eyes widened in surprise, but this only lasted for a brief moment. She suddenly became vigilant and thought that this was a scheme made by William in order to deal with her before their promised battle. "You have trust issues," Elliot chuckled. "But This is also a good trait. This is the first time we have met, so being vigilant is the right course of action. Now where was I? Yes, I came here to help you beat William. I don't need your help. Oh, but you do. Even if you are a 7th circle magician, your chances of beating him are 0%. Rebecca's eyes glowed with power and the number of icicles increased exponentially. With just a thought, all of these icicles would fly and skewer the annoying familiar and make him shut his pretentious mouth. Elliot was unfazed by Rebecca's open hostility. Instead, he raised his hand and a white glowing crystal appeared. This is the heart of a crystal phoenix, Elliot stated. Tomorrow you will be taken to meet the guardian of this sect, and you will form a temporary contract with it. However, your body is not strong enough to accommodate its power. This is why it will refuse to become your temporary beast companion. However, if you absorb this heart crystal, your body will become its perfect vessel, and you will be able to successfully form a contract with it. Rebecca stared at the floating crystal in a daze. She could feel very strong magical powers inside of it. A power that was strong enough to make her jump to the 8th circle, as long as she was able to obtain it. I don't believe that you came here to help me. Rebecca forcefully tore her gaze from the crystal and shifted her attention to Elliot. A familiar betraying its master? I'm not born yesterday. What is your real purpose for coming to me? Elliot nodded his head. You're right. I didn't come here to help you out of the goodness of my heart. There's no free lunch in this world. This heart crystal is very precious, so naturally I won't be giving it for free. Would you like to have a bet with me? A bet? Yes. The angel familiar pushed his hand forward, and the crystal floated towards Rebecca, stopping a meter away from her face. If you win against William, then this heart crystal will belong to you, Elliot stated. That way it will continue to give you a great boost in raising your magical power. Perhaps, a few years from now, you will enter the 10th circle, and you will be able to look down on this world in disdain. And if I lose? Rebecca asked. She was confident about winning against William. What she was afraid of was that the crystal had been tampered with, and it would cause her to lose her match against her ex-fiancé. You will become my subordinate for 2 years, Elliot replied. I will be your boss, and you are not allowed to refuse my orders, no matter how unreasonable they might seem to you. Rebecca wanted to reject the familiar's offer, but the temptation of reaching the 10th circle made her heart beat wildly inside her chest. For the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to step into the 10th circle. For magicians, this was their ultimate goal. It was the highest honor, and her name would be written in the history books, joining the other masters that had also attained the pinnacle of magic. No magician could possibly reject such an offer. Even though the rank of Rebecca's talent was perfect grade, it was not an absolute guarantee that she would be able to reach the 10th circle in her lifetime. Very well, I accept this bet, Rebecca stated. Are you sure? Elliot crossed his arms over his chest. If you lose, you will become my subordinate for 2 years. Are you fine with that? I will not lose. I like that confidence of yours. Elliot waved his hand and a contract appeared beside the floating crystal. Read the contract and sign it with your blood. Sorry, but verbal agreements don't carry any weight. I only trust contracts. Rebecca eyed Elliot before glancing at the contract. She had read the details written on it, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was exactly as Elliot said. If she won, then the heart crystal was hers to keep. If she lost, then she would become his subordinate for 2 years. Nothing more, nothing less. An icicle dagger appeared in Rebecca's hand and she pierced her fingertip with it. She then smudged the contract with her blood, agreeing to the conditions that were written on it. The contract glowed and 2 beams of light shot out from it. One flew straight into Elliot's chest, the other flew towards Rebecca's. Jolly cooperation, Elliot grinned before flying towards the window. I'll see you in a few days. The angelic familiar didn't wait for Rebecca's reply and left the room through the window. The ice-cold wind entered the room and blew across her face, but she wasn't bothered by it. Rebecca waved her hand and the window closed on its own. She then stared at the heart crystal with a complicated expression on her face. Just what did you do, William, to have your own familiar betray you? Rebecca asked softly. She continued to stare at the floating crystal for a few minutes before finally making up her mind. Rebecca pressed the heart crystal against her chest and channeled her magical power to accept it. High above the Savadine Mountains, a powerful magical fluctuation was felt by everyone who had a very strong magical power. The guardian that was sleeping on top of the mountain's peak opened its eyes because it had felt the power of its kind for a brief moment. Its ancient eyes narrowed and focused on a young lady who was seated cross-legged inside her room. It didn't know who Rebecca was, and this was the first time it was seeing her. Nevertheless, its curiosity was piqued because a mortal was able to release a presence that was beyond her league. William and Conan were happily eating the barbecue they had ordered inside their room. After arriving at Arwen City, they didn't immediately go to the Misty Sect because the founding day was still 2 days away. Of course, this was not the main reason they decided to spend a few days in the city. The main reason was because the red-headed teenager didn't want to mingle with the different factions of the Central Continent. Princess Sydney had warned him that everyone wanted a piece of him. It was also her idea for William to stay low-profile until the celebration formally began. "I wonder where Elliot went this time," Conan said after he finished eating. William smirked as he placed his fruit juice on the table. Knowing him, he's probably trying to get under a lady's skirt. Kakik. I can already see that happening. Right? William and Conan chuckled at the same time. They had already seen how proficient Elliot was at wooing the ladies, that they often get discounts when they bought items from shops that were manned by female clerks. My goodness! I'm only gone for a few hours, and the two of you are already slandering my good name. Elliot entered the room through the window while shaking his head in disappointment. He then landed beside the plate of barbecue that had been reserved just for him. Are we wrong in our assumption? William asked. Elliot chuckled as he pulled a chunk of meat from the barbecue skewer. You're only half right. You said you were going to sightsee alone, but your true aim was to find girls to hit on, right? Conan crossed his arms in disapproval. Elliot ate the meat he'd pulled off the barbecue skewer and chewed happily. He completely ignored Conan's words and just focused on eating for the time being. Sometimes, I wonder if your roles are reversed, William said as he rested his chin on the palm of his right hand. Elliot should be the devil, and Conan should be the angel. No thanks. The two familiars replied at the same time. Clearly they disagree with William's words. For them, they were born perfect, so there was no need to swap places with each other. Suddenly, the door of the room opened. Ian and Chiffon entered the room with smiles on their faces. Both of them had gone to the marketplace to buy a few souvenirs that could only be found in the Savadine Mountains. William wasn't too worried about their safety because Chiffon had Scherer accompanying her. If anyone dared to harm his adorable wife, the Smasher of Thousands would break their skulls with one strike. As for Ian, he wasn't too worried about her. Unlike Chiffon, who had a gentle side, Ian was someone that doesn't show mercy to people that tried to hurt her, or the people important to her. After unlocking the Morpher job class, the beautiful mermaid could transform into an elder elemental that was over 10 meters tall. When she took on this form, Ian's battle prowess rose to the millennial rank. Unless a saint were to deal with her personally, very few people would be able to defeat her in combat. Looks like you girls enjoyed your shopping. William greeted the two who were in a good mood. You should have accompanied us, Will, Chiffon replied. She then sat on William's right side and planted a kiss on his cheek. There will be a great bazaar that will open on the day of the founding ceremony. We should go and see if there are good items for sale. William nodded and patted her head. Okay, we will go there early before going to the Misty Sect. Chiffon snuggled close to William and closed her eyes in contentment. She had always wanted to visit new places, and staying around William allowed her to do that. If possible, she didn't want to return to the Demon Continent or see her father again. Ian sat on William's left side and brought out various pastries that she had bought in the marketplace. The mermaid was a foodie, and she liked to eat delicious food. Her twin sister, Isaac, had always handled the cooking, and she was an excellent cook. Because of this, Ian's standard for food had become high. For her, only food that was equal to or better than Isaac's cooking was worth eating. You're going to get fat if you always eat cakes and pies, William commented. Ian completely ignored him as she bit into the freshly baked apple pie that had come from a famous shop in the city. A smile appeared on her face because of how delicious the pie was. Chiffon, have some, Ian said as she gave the little glutton a slice of pie. Thank you, big sister, Chiffon replied as she held the warm pie in her hands. Just like William, Ian spoiled Chiffon a lot. Now that the pink-haired girl had married William, she treated her as a little sister, which made Chiffon very happy. Well then, how confident are you in fighting against Rebecca? Ian asked. Can you win? I will win, William answered firmly. I promised you, your sister, and that I will lift the curses on your bodies. No matter what happens, I will win. Ian smiled and nodded. She already knew that William was doing this for their sake, so she knew that the half-elf would do his best to win. The only thing she could in return was to stay by his side and shower him with her love. At the base of the Savadine Mountains, we're finally here. James looked at the towering mountain with a grin plastered on his face. I hope those old bastards have arrived already. We have a lot of catching up to do. Vlad snorted as he glanced at his old friend. You mean you have a lot more bragging to do? I pity your acquaintances. They might have done some bad things in their past lives to have become your friend in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Sucks to be them. James roared in laughter as he and Vlad traversed up the mountain. After Morgan had arrived at the Tower of Babylon, James had left him in charge. Many people had not heard of James, but everyone in the central continent had heard of Morgan. As the leader of the notorious Red Plague, he held a considerable deterrence effect that made people behave in the floors that belonged to the Ainsworth family. Morgan wasn't known to be a merciful person, and all those who annoyed him would have their bodies melt in a pool of blood. To James' surprise, the envoys of the Amazons were also very interested in Morgan. They had long heard of him, and his name was placed in the top 10 of ideal partners of the Amazon race. Right now, William's name was on top, while Morgan's was in the top 5. Unfortunately, Morgan wasn't interested in letting the Amazons have their way with him, which greatly disappointed James. The old coot sighed as he remembered that he had deemed his son to be a candidate for the Forever Alone Club. Morgan and Maxwell were twins, and both of them were handsome men. However, unlike Maxwell, who liked socializing with people, especially with the ladies, Morgan was the complete opposite. Although many women had made advances on him, he rejected them all and remained aloof. James hoped that the Amazons would be able to sneak into his bed and give him a surprise when he returned to the Tower of Babylon. For the time being, James pushed this concern to the back of his mind and stared at the peak of the mountains. There are only 2 days left before William's and Rebecca's fight, James said softly. I hope that the Misty sect doesn't pull any underhanded tricks, for their own good. Vlad's expression remained calm as he walked beside James. The demigod of the southern continent didn't like to interfere in the affairs of mortals, but since he was dragged around to accompany James, he had no choice but to clean up his mess. Vlad, too, hoped that nothing underhanded would happen during William's fight with Rebecca. He had secretly observed the war that had happened in the southern continent and admired how William resolved the conflict. If possible, he didn't want to see this ancient mountain, that was as white as snow, be covered with blood. Rebecca walked behind Thea as they climbed up the secret passageway that led to the peak of the Savadine Mountains. This place was a forbidden ground, and no unauthorized members of the Misty sect were allowed to trek these stairs. After several high-level meetings over the past few weeks, Thea and the elders had decided to seek the aid of their guardian and have it form a temporary contract with Rebecca. This would greatly increase her magical powers, which might allow her to break through the 8th circle instantly. With so much pressure hanging over their shoulders, they felt that this was the only way for them to gain an advantage over William. All of them had no idea of how strong the half-elf was. The only thing they knew was that he was the new owner of the 51st floor, and they couldn't take him lightly. Soon, Thea and Rebecca arrived at a clearing. The young genius of the Hellon kingdom unconsciously shuddered when she saw the magnificent creature that was looking at her with great interest. Your Excellency, Meredith, I have brought Rebecca here to seek your aid, Thea said. She had talked to their guardian a week ago, and the latter had decided to approve their request. Meredith's only concern was whether Rebecca's vessel was strong enough to accommodate her powers. However, with the help of the heart of the Crystal Phoenix, this was no longer an issue. Good, Meredith replied as her gaze never left the young lady that it had set its eyes on. Your name is Rebecca, yes? Yes, Your Excellency, Rebecca answered. Do you wish to attain my power? I do. Meredith narrowed its eyes and a powerful gust of icy wind descended upon Rebecca. A powerful pressure pushed down on the young girl that almost made her kneel. Channeling all of the magic powers inside her body, Rebecca gritted her teeth as she held her ground. She knew that this was the Guardian's test, and she had every intention of passing it. Several minutes passed, and Rebecca felt her body warming up. This was pretty unusual, especially for someone who lived in a cold place like the Savadine Mountains. A flash of surprise flashed past Rebecca's eyes because she never expected to encounter the signs of a second-stage frostbite. The young genius had thought that she was already immune to the cold, due to the special body refinement that she had practiced since she entered the sect. Breathing deeply, she once again circulated her magic powers inside her body. A few seconds later, her heart turned into an ice crystal. It pulsed with power and washed away the cold that had seeped deep inside her body. This was the power of the heart of the Crystal Phoenix that she had absorbed a day ago. It would allow her to strengthen her resistance not only against the element of ice, but the other elements as well. I thought it was just my imagination, but it seems that this girl had a really fruitful encounter, Meredith thought. Soon, the powerful pressure decreased before vanishing completely. Meredith's test was over, and Rebecca was able to gain its approval. You are qualified to form a temporary contract with me, Meredith stated. However, I will only allow you to use a quarter of my powers. More than that, and your body might really turn into an ice statue. Is this arrangement fine with you? Rebecca nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. Meredith spread her wings wide before glancing at Thea. Leave, and make sure that no one disturbs us, Meredith ordered. Come pick her up in the morning. I will need to impart my knowledge to her, so that she knows how best to wield my powers. Thea respectfully bowed before leaving the clearing. As the sect master of the Misty Sect trekked down the mountains, she could feel her heart beating wildly inside her chest. She was feeling excited, and even looking forward to the celebration that was soon to happen. Thea had complete confidence that no matter how strong William was, Rebecca had the home court advantage. With the Savadine Mountains serving as an inexhaustible source of ice magic, Rebecca would have no problem burying William in a heap of snow. Chiffon was humming as she looked at her fishing line with great expectations. William had taken them to the frozen lake that was a mile away from the city in order to spend some quality time with his lovers. The half-elf had created a few holes in the ice that covered the lake's surface, and encouraged the two girls to try ice fishing. Fishing had become Chiffon's favorite hobby after climbing the Tower of Babylon. As a mermaid, Ian was also good at fishing, but she wasn't that good at traditional fishing. She preferred to go into the water and capture her prey in their natural habitats. Of course, right now, all three of them weren't allowed to use any cheats in order to catch fish. The smell of barbecued fish reached their noses, and the golden piglet that was seated beside Chiffon's left foot salivated. Elliot and Conan were in charge of the barbecue, and the two of them diligently cooked the fish that William, Ian, and Chiffon had caught. So far, all three of them had caught several fish, which proved that the lake held bountiful resources under its frozen surface. Just as William was about to grab a skewered fish, he felt several presences that were observing him from afar. He ignored them and bit on the barbecued fish in his hand. The Watchers from the Misty Sect are like the paparazzi in my previous world, William thought as he pretended that he didn't notice them. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't do something stupid, I won't do anything to them. He had already expected the Misty Sect to keep an eye out for anyone that matched his features. There were very few people that had the same hair color and good looks as him, so he wasn't too surprised that they had started monitoring him right after he arrived in the city. They had been given strict orders by the sect master to just observe William and not make contact with him. Some of them were even using artifacts to secretly measure his strength and magical powers in the distance. However, the results made them think that their measuring devices were broken. Optimus had ways of shielding William from these prying artifacts. Every time that someone tried to gauge the half-elf's powers, the result that they would get was that of a normal human. "Leader, are our artifacts broken?" One of the inner disciples, who was tasked to monitor William, whispered. "No," the leader replied. "Notify the elders and tell them that we can't gauge his current power level. Also, tell them that the target has already discovered us." "What?" The inner disciple's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. How can he discover us from this distance? We are also using the stealth technique of our sect." "Leader, I think you're just being paranoid." The leader glanced at his subordinate with a calm expression on his face. He couldn't be bothered to explain, and just ordered everyone to return to the city. The leader of the inner disciples glanced at William one last time before running away. He had a highly developed sixth sense, and this had saved his life countless times in the past. Although the half-elf wasn't doing anything peculiar, his small angelic familiar had been looking in their direction, while barbecuing. The latter had even winked at him when he was observing William's group through the lens of a telescope. Although the familiar had a dazzling smile on his face, the leader felt that if he didn't leave soon, he would definitely regret it. Elliot watched the disciples of the Misty sect back away as he handed Bacon a fish skewer. His eyes glowed briefly, and a peal of thunder echoed in the distance, followed by a lightning strike that landed a few meters away from the retreating disciples. If the disciples had thought that their captain was only being paranoid earlier, they realized their folly as all of them ran away in earnest. "Good job, Elliot," William said as he gave his angelic familiar a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, this is but a small thing," Elliot replied as he gave William a mischievous smile. "This is the least that I can do to compensate for the hardship you will encounter in 2 days' time." Elliot chuckled internally as he gave Bacon another fish skewer. He was looking forward to actually watching the entertaining scene that he had seen in his vision several weeks ago. In a wide open space, just outside the sect building, thousands of tables all filled with delicious foods were laid out for the guests of the Misty sect. Today was their founding day, and Thea, along with the elders, were busy talking to the important people of the realm, and the mood was quite lively. Of course, the majority of them were there to witness the battle between William and Rebecca. This was not a secret, and those that had done their research about the half-elf's history would know the significance of this battle between the two of them. James, William's grandfather, was given a VIP seat, and the old coot was happily eating and drinking alongside several old foxes of the Hellon kingdom. "You old bastard. If you sought me and not Lawrence for matchmaking, I would have definitely agreed to your request," a chubby old man said. "You see, my granddaughter has grown to be a beauty. She's just a year younger than William, but I believe that the two of them are a match made in heaven. Why don't we have the two of them meet and see if they get along?" "Ha! That granddaughter of yours is indeed a little pretty, but my granddaughter is a little angel. She just turned 12 this year. Give her a few more years, and she will become the ideal wife." "Hold it right there, old man. Have you no shame? Your granddaughter is practically a child. James, we've known each other for a long time. My granddaughter is 23 this year. Although she's a bit older, young men these days prefer someone with a more mature charm." Lawrence glared at the senile old men that were doing their best to ingratiate themselves to James. If these were normal times, the old fools would have ignored William's grandfather and even forcefully kicked him out of their territories. Javon, Wendy's grandfather, had a contented smile on his face as he drank his wine. William and his granddaughter were already married, so the Ainsworths were practically his in-laws. He didn't have to ingratiate himself to James, because they already had William in the bag. Although the rice was still not cooked, the pot was already on the burner. Wendy's position as William's first wife was firm and secure. No matter how many wives William had in the future, his granddaughter would be the main wife. "My granddaughter is good," Javon thought. "It's quite unfortunate that Ainsworths didn't have any daughters." James would kill me if I proposed that his granddaughter Eve be engaged to Spencer. Javon glanced at this grandson, who had come with him to the central continent. Wendy was currently inheriting the secret arts of their family, so she was unable to accompany them to see her husband. James, who was the center of attention, laughed out loud and enjoyed being in the spotlight. He even started to brag that he was the one that taught William everything he knew since he was a baby. Not far from James, another VIP table was set. However, in this table there were only 4 people: Sun Wukong, Zhu, Sha, and the little girl, Amy. Amy had been officially accepted as a disciple of the Misty sect and was even registered as one of their inner disciples. Naturally, this special treatment was due to Sun Wukong's presence, because no one would dare to offend a demigod. Sun Wukong eyed James with great interest. He only found out that the old braggart was William's grandfather an hour ago, and with a glance, he could tell that both of them were 2 peas in a pod. After sipping his wine, the Monkey King's gaze landed on Vlad, who was seated beside James. Vlad sensed Sun Wukong's gaze and gave him a brief nod. Sun Wukong briefly nodded as well in greeting. Both of them were demigods, so it was quite easy for them to sense each other's strength. "This person is stronger than me," Vlad mused as he eyed the brown-haired man who was coaxing the little girl seated by his side to drink some fruit juice. Vlad was confident that he was among the strongest demigods in the world of Hestia. However, after seeing Sun Wukong, he realized that there was someone who managed to reach the level that blurred the distance between a demigod and a god. Sun Wukong might not be a god, but he was the next best thing, and very few were his match under the ranks of gods. Princess Sydney was seated beside the royal family of the Creator Empire. She was feeling very bored because she was waiting for William to appear. Although she was able to be together with the half-elf inside the Thousand Beast domain, she felt envious of Ash and Chiffon, who were always by his side. Such is the responsibility of the royal bloodline, Princess Sydney sighed. As one of the most beautiful young ladies of the realm, several young men weren't able to take their eyes off her. Some of them were princes, while others were prodigies whose name reached far and wide. Princess Sydney politely rejected their invitations and advances to talk to her. She was not in the mood to socialize with other men. Her beloved was more than enough for her. Still, there are a few annoying people here as well, Princess Sydney thought as she felt the presence of the members of the 7 virtues. Ephemera, the maiden that represented justice, was chatting with 2 young ladies whose divinities made Princess Sydney's skin crawl. After she arrived at the central continent, he went to the royal library in search for the identities of the counterparts of the 7 deadly sins. Although the 7 sins and 7 virtues were not openly hostile to each other, conflicts between them were as natural as the sun rising from the east. Temperance and fortitude. Princess Sydney eyed the ephemera's acquaintances. Could they also be here for William? As if sensing her gaze, Ephemera glanced at her direction. The 2 ladies beside her did the same thing. Soon, a mocking smile appeared on Ephemera's face as she mouthed a word to Princess Sydney. Right after that, she chuckled. The 2 ladies beside her only smiled and gave Princess Sydney a brief nod. Princess Sydney returned their greeting with a nod of her own. Slut. That was the word that Ephemera had said in order to mock her. The beautiful princess wasn't offended by her words. The past bearers of the divinity of lust were well known for their passionate hobbies of making love to men and women alike. If Princess Sydney hadn't met William in his life, she might have also suffered the same fate as them. Lilith saw this exchange but didn't do anything. Although she and Princess Sydney were both carriers of the 7 sins, the 2 of them weren't close. She didn't feel the need to help her against their counterparts, and was even looking forward to a confrontation. Unfortunately, Princess Sydney wasn't someone who could be taunted by such petty schemes. She just waited for her beloved to arrive, because she knew that no matter what anyone said behind her back, her future husband was the reason why everyone had come to the Misty sect. "Don't worry, you little bitch." A smile appeared on Princess Sydney's face as she lightly twirled the fruit juice in her cup. "After I'm done with you, we'll see who will have the last laugh." While everyone was having a lively chat with each other, a young lady with long, light brown hair and green eyes walked towards the arena that was 100 meters away from the banquet. At first, no one noticed her because she was wearing the same light blue robes of the inner disciples of the Misty sect. Rebecca stood at the center of the arena with her hands behind her back. Her hair fluttered in the breeze as she waited for William to arrive. She was like a fairy that came out of a fairy tale. The little girl whom the half-elf had seen back in Lant had grown up to be a beauty that many would want to covet. Soon, almost everyone in the banquet was looking in her direction. Everyone appraised her bearing from head to toe, trying to know more about this young lady whose fate had been tied with William's since they were babies. "So that's Rebecca," Princess Sydney muttered as she arched an eyebrow. "Well, she's not half bad." Several young ladies had the same opinion as Princess Sydney as they looked at the girl who was said to be William's very first fiancée. Even though they were all girls, they had to admit that Rebecca was someone who was worthy to be paired up with the red-headed teenager, who managed to surprise the entire world. Lawrence looked at his granddaughter and sighed in his heart. No matter what happened, he was on her side. Although he felt that her chances of winning were slim, he would still cheer for her because blood was thicker than water. "The heroine is already here, but the protagonist is still not around," Empress Andraste said with a smile. "Who do you think will win, Lilith?" Lilith lazily leaned on her chair as she eyed Rebecca from afar. Now that she had seen William's childhood friend, her interest in her had already waned. "No one here is expecting her to win. The only thing I care about is how she will lose. That's all." Although Lilith didn't raise her voice, it was still loud enough for those who were near their table to hear. The elders of the Misty sect had calm expressions on their faces, while their disciples looked at Rebecca with a complicated gaze. All of them belonged to the same camp, but the disciples weren't too optimistic of her chances of winning. Only the elders of the sect were aware of the trump cards that they had prepared for this match. They were very confident that Rebecca would win, and her victory would spread their sect's fame across the world. While everyone was wondering when William would appear, a peal of thunder rumbled across the heavens. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt descended upon the arena and bathed the venue with light. When the light receded, everyone saw a golden spear that was stuck in the ground. Floating beside it were two small people who were only as big as an adult's hand. One of them was wearing a white robe, with white wings flapping behind his back. The other wore black, and had bat-like wings that were spread out wide. "Prepare for trouble," Elliot said as he made a dabbing pose. "And make it double," Conan said as he also made a similar pose. "To protect the world from monster infestation. To unite all awesome men within our nation. To denounce the evil of handsomeness and love. To extend our reach to the gods and goddesses above. Elliot, Conan, Team William blasting off with all our might. Surrender now, or prepare to fight." The golden spear glowed and a handsome half-elf with red hair and light green eyes appeared in front of everyone. "That's right." William flipped his hair before taking an arrogant pose. A giant explosion appeared behind the three, which would put the Power Rangers fighting pose to shame. Everyone in the banquet quieted down due to the unexpected entrance of the young man, whom they had traveled a great distance to see. Suddenly, a loud laughter broke the silence as James stood up from his seat and clapped his hands with great joy. "Bravo! That's my boy!" James shouted. "Damn! You were almost as awesome as me when I was your age." The people who sat beside James looked at the old man in contempt. When he was William's age, the only thing he did was get beaten to a pulp by Urza, James' wife, whom he was trying to woo. Rebecca, who was standing in front of William, was doing her best to keep the grimace that pressed for release from showing on her face. The three fools were still basking in their awesome entrance, and had no time to care about what Rebecca, or everyone else, was feeling. "I should have worn glasses and raised my chin 1 more centimeter," William muttered as he tried to fix his pose. "In doing so, my coolness factor would have increased another 25%. Indeed, we also should have worn matching clothes." Elliot nodded his head in agreement. "That would have given our group more appeal." "Kakik. We should have added some confetti after the explosion." Conan joined in the discussion. "Flower petals would also do." It will give us that extra OMF, which would make our entrance have more impact. Right? William nodded his head. Elliot, I'll leave you to handle the preparations. The next time we do this, we're gonna do this right. Aye, Captain. Elliot saluted. Leave this task to me. Consider it done. William and Conan nodded their heads. They knew that if they left these tasks to Elliot, it would be handled with perfection. Princess Sydney covered her face due to second-hand embarrassment. For a brief moment, she wanted to pretend that she had no relationship with William. Only Morgana, who was inside their shared mindscape, was laughing out loud and even clapping her hands in enjoyment. Suddenly, a black Chelan landed in the arena. Sitting on its back was Ian and Chiffon, who had accompanied William to the Misty Sect. Chiffon was looking at William with sparkling eyes, while Ian had a similar expression to Princess Sydney. If possible, they wanted to pretend that the handsome half-elf was a stranger and had no relation with them. Join Sydney and wait for me to finish this, Chiffon, William said as he patted the pink-haired girl's head. Look after her for me, Ian. Okay. The two left the arena walking hand in hand and headed towards the beautiful princess who was already waving in their direction. After looking at his lovers for a few seconds, William then shifted his attention to Rebecca, who had already managed to compose herself. Long time no see, William said with a smile. You've become prettier. Rebecca smiled. Indeed, it has been a while. You've become rather handsome. Shall we start? Okay. William and Rebecca unleashed their magical powers at the same time, sending a gust of air blasting in every direction. Both of them had waited many years for this day, and now, all of their grievances would finally be settled on the peak of the Misty Sect. I didn't think you had the ability to wield magic, Rebecca said as her powerful magic power clashed against William's. William smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. There are many things you don't know about me. Well, you're not wrong, right? The two once again increased the strength of their magical powers. A sound that was similar to something cracking spread across the arena as both of their magical powers tried to overwhelm each other. Suddenly, both of them took a step forward and disappeared from where they stood. The sound of crystals breaking reverberated in the air as both of them fought each other, using weapons made from ice. With each clash, their weapons would shatter. With each exchange, another explosion would take place. Eleanor's eyes widened in shock because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The shepherd was actually using ice magic, and from the looks of it, he was an expert in wielding its power. Back then, when she was still in the Hellon Kingdom, William didn't show any signs that he was able to use ice magic. Even when he fought against Kingsley and won, he never showcased this kind of mastery over magic. Lady Miriam, the one who had suffered humiliation under William's hands, was equally shocked at the scene in front of her. She had thought that the red-headed teenager had managed to clear the 51st floor as a warrior, and not as a magician. She even thought that someone was impersonating William to battle in his place. Thea, who was paying close attention to the battle, frowned. According to the information that she had gathered from Eleanor and Lady Miriam, William didn't have any affinity with magic. Since that was the case, she could only think that the half-elf had a fortuitous encounter. However, the one who was most shocked of all was Lawrence. The old fox of Griffith had used his magic to appraise William during his visit to Lant. As an archmage, his sensitivity to magic was higher than most. During that time, he didn't sense any kind of magical power inside William's body. Even if the boy had hidden this talent, Lawrence would have been able to unearth it due to his uncanny ability. You, explain this to me. Lawrence glared at James. How did your grandson manage to be able to use magic? James glanced at the old fox whose veins were at the verge of popping out of his head. What's there to explain? James asked back. William is my grandson. Naturally, he is as talented as me. Wielding magic is as easy as breathing to him. When he was 10 years old, he killed a millennial beast using ice magic. Everyone that was seated near James wanted to drown him in spit. They completely ignored the old man's claim about William being as awesome as him, because bragging was James' natural disposition. However, even if you beat them silly, They would never believe that a 10-year-old had been able to slay a millennial beast using ice magic. They were not little kids that could be tricked so easily. Impossible. Do you think I'm a gullible child? Lawrence wanted to slap James out of anger because he thought that the old coot was joking with him. James shrugged as he shifted his attention back to the battle that was currently happening in the arena. I answered your question, James answered. Whether you believe it or not is completely up to you. I wouldn't lose sleep over something so trivial. He is my grandson, so him being awesome is only natural. William and Rebecca both took a step back and distanced themselves from each other. After fighting in close range, the half-elf was pleasantly surprised that his opponent was also proficient in close combat. Not all mages could do this. This only meant that Rebecca had undergone extensive training in both her magical and close-quarter abilities. Rebecca waved her hands simultaneously and hundreds of icicle shards flew in William's direction. The half-elf didn't make a move to dodge Rebecca's strike and simply stomped his right foot. Suddenly, several pillars of ice that formed a triangle appeared in front of him, deflecting the ice shards and making them bounce off his improved ice wall. Elliot and Conan had flown outside of the arena and acted as spectators. William had said that this would be a one-on-one battle, so they were not allowed to interfere. After Rebecca's icicle barrage lost its power, William stomped his left foot on the ground and several ice shards protruded on the ground, charging in his opponent's direction. These shards were over 2 meters tall and looked incredibly sharp and deadly. Rebecca jumped upwards and spun in the air, creating an ice tornado. It absorbed the ice shards and flung it in different directions. Naturally, the protective barriers of the arena activated, preventing their attacks from harming the people who were watching the battle as they ate and drank. For most of the guests, this was the reason why they visited the Misty Sect. It was all just entertainment, and a way to gauge William's overall strength. They wanted to see the power that allowed him to conquer the Devil's Floor and open a new era to mankind. Empress Andraste's eyes never left William. She was dissecting his every move, his usage of magical power, and even his breathing. As the battle progressed, she was liking the half-elf more and more because the way he fought was outstanding for his age. There were very few individuals who could achieve such mastery, but she knew that both fighters were still not using their trump cards. I'm sure this warm-up will end soon, Empress Andraste muttered as she glanced at her daughter, Lilith, who was also paying close attention to William. She hadn't even looked at Rebecca once when the fight started. Ephemera and her two companions were chatting casually as the battle waged on. For them, this wasn't a big deal, especially for Ephemera. As one of the virtues that specialized in combat, her only concern was whether both fighters would fight with the intention to kill. It was very easy for her to tell that neither of the two combatants showed any killing intent towards each other. In her eyes, the two were just playing house, and it was not the least bit exciting. Suddenly, an idea came to her head. She gathered a bit of her magical energy in her hand, as she looked at the ongoing battle in the distance. Just as she was about to subtly interfere with the battle, she felt a stinging pain in her hand, which almost made her cry out loud. Just watch! A little girl with fairy-like wings hovered in front of her face with her arms crossed over her chest. My disciple is fighting. If you don't want me to smash your face, you better keep your hands in the right place. William's sixth master, Chloe, eyed Ephemera like an annoying pest. She had just arrived at the banquet and was just in time to see the battle. However, when she felt the subtle fluctuation that was gathering in Ephemera's hand, she knew that the girl with long purple hair was planning to play a dirty trick towards her disciple. This was something that she couldn't allow to happen, so she immediately went to slap her hand, which made Ephemera cry out in pain. Why you? Ephemera said through gritted teeth. She had met Chloe in the past, and knew how scary this little familiar was. Even someone as arrogant as her would not dare to antagonize this little juggernaut who liked to smash furniture and people's faces. Sun Wukong smirked as he sipped the wine on his cup. He had already sensed Ephemera's naughty scheme, but he didn't do anything about it. The reason? He saw the little familiar fly straight towards the girl with long purple hair and light red eyes with an expression that screamed, "No, bitch! Not on my watch!" Little Will is well loved, Sun Wukong mused as he once again looked at the half-elf who was exchanging ice spells with Rebecca. For him, William's appearance at the heavenly domain was still fresh in his mind. He was also curious about what the red-headed teenager was doing back in his world, so when Zhu and Sha asked him to smuggle them to Hestia, the Monkey King thought that it was the perfect opportunity to go and give William a visit. Sun Wukong didn't expect that the moment they arrived, they would hear about William's exploits, which surprised the three who hailed from the celestial domain. This prompted them to travel to the Savadine Mountains where William would be appearing next. It was better to wait for him than to arrive than randomly scour the land in search of the person that they were looking for. Suddenly, a powerful explosion resounded in the arena, which made both fighters skid a few meters away from each other. Rebecca glanced at her opponent and decided to use her trump card. "I'm going to get serious now," Rebecca announced. William's expression became dignified as he stood straight as a sword. Everyone that was watching the battle knew that the real battle was at hand, so all of their gazes focused on the two fighters. "Sacred Guardian, brightest light in the skies, I come to you in my times of need," Rebecca chanted as her body glowed in bluish hue. "Grant me your power, so I can vanquish my foes who stand before me. O eternal flame that covers the land in pristine white, grant me your illustrious grace." Meredith! The air trembled, and an overbearing presence descended upon the venue. Behind Rebecca, the image of an ice phoenix materialized. A powerful blizzard started to rage in the surroundings, and ice and snow turned the surroundings into a frozen wonderland. Everyone that was watching the battle could feel the power of a pseudo-demigod emanating from the ice phoenix that materialized behind Rebecca. They knew that the Savadine Mountains housed a powerful being, but very few were able to see its true form. At that exact moment, the beautiful lady's magical power exploded and increased at an alarming pace. Those who were proficient in magic frowned because they didn't expect that a teenager was able to release a power of this magnitude. "Saint rank," Lilith snorted. "What a joke! A pseudo-demigod and a saint teaming up against someone in a one-on-one battle? Ridiculous." Some of the guests chuckled evilly in their hearts because they now understood what the Misty sect was trying to show them. They're desperate to win and gain fame by beating William, Princess Sydney said softly as a frown appeared on her face. "Shameless." Some of the guests that heard her nodded their heads in agreement, but the elders of the Misty sect didn't care about what they thought. All of their gazes landed on the red-headed teenager to see his reaction on the powerful foes that had appeared in front of him. Earlier, William's face looked dignified, but now it was slightly pale. Those who had seen this change of expression on the half-elf's face assumed that he must be panicking at the moment. They even thought that if they were in William's place, they wouldn't fare any better either. Everyone was half right. William was indeed fighting one of the greatest battles in his life, and he was on the losing end of it. "I shouldn't have eaten so much for breakfast," William thought as beads of sweat started to appear on his forehead. "If this goes on, I may not be able to last long." Meredith, the guardian of the Misty sect, shrieked and flapped her wings, creating powerful gusts of winds that were hurtling in William's direction. The half-elf stood his ground as he did his best to withstand the attack that was headed in his direction. The gusts of wind was merely a greeting and not a formal attack. This was why William didn't defend himself and let the wind collide with his body. As everyone expected, no damage was done. However, if one were to look closely, William's expression turned even more pale after being on the receiving end of Meredith's greeting. "Optimus, help me," William pleaded. "What can I do for you, Will? I need to take a dump." "Ew. Excuse me?" William was doing his best not to make any unnecessary movements because he was afraid that the dam would burst if he wasn't careful. "I need to take a dump," William repeated. "Then find a place and get it over with." "I can't," William answered through gritted teeth. "If I move now, it will come out." Optimus quieted down as he calculated the possible solution to this problem. He didn't expect that William would suffer such an unexpected setback during a crucial time. "Will, I finally found a solution." "Really? What is it? Please hurry. I can't last any longer. Just do it while standing up." "Da fuck?" Rebecca looked at her opponent's face and noticed that William's face was pale. A smile appeared on her face because she had already expected this scene from happening. She had been sheltered in the Misty sect ever since she had left the southern continent. For her, a saint and a pseudo-demigod was on the top of the food chain, and anyone below that rank were merely ants. "Surrender," Rebecca said. "There's no shame in backing out of a battle that you can't win." Meredith eyed William in contempt. It had long wanted to see the half-elf who had conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. It thought that William was someone powerful, but looking at the boy's constipated expression, it could tell that the half-elf had been overwhelmed by its presence. William ignored Rebecca's words because he was having a serious discussion with Optimus on how to deal with their current circumstance. The half-elf was not afraid of the saint-like pressure Rebecca was giving off, nor of the presence of the pseudo-demigod in front of him. What he was afraid of was that he would be unable to hold back the force of nature that was threatening to burst forth from the depths of his being. "Well, I have an idea. The only question is, are you brave enough to do it?" "Bring it on, bro." Optimus immediately shared what it had in mind because it knew that William was reaching his limit. According to his estimation, William had less than 3 minutes left before he released the Kraken. The beads on William's forehead increased as he listened to Optimus' daring plan. Since he had no other choice, he decided to bite the bullet and put his plan into action. "You are not qualified to fight me," William said as he raised his chin in arrogance. "Do you think a little saint like you is enough to beat me? I refuse to lower myself to your level. If I have to fight, I will fight that little bird behind you. It is barely qualified to fight against the awesome me." William's disdainful words made everyone look at him in a new light. It was not every day that someone would openly challenge a pseudo-demigod, and he'd even done it in an overbearing way. "Darling is so awesome." Morgana, who had switched with Princess Sydney, cheered. Chiffon smiled and nodded her head in agreement. "Will can easily win this battle. This battle is nothing compared to what we experienced on the Devil's Floor." "Just a saint and a pseudo-demigod?" Ian snorted. "We saw a lot of them during the Southern invasion. Only those that haven't been baptized with war would falter in their presence." William's lovers fully supported their man and cheered for him. In their eyes, William could easily swat Meredith and Rebecca away with ease if he used his heroic avatar. They were not aware that he had been given a restriction in this match against Rebecca. James, on the other hand, looked at William with a frown. He wasn't roaring in laughter or clapping his hands in glee. Although his grandson looked very valiant right now and was similar to a hero that was about to slay the demon lord, James felt that something was definitely wrong. "Why does Will look like he is about to take a dump?" James thought as he looked at William's fearless expression. "Am I just overthinking things?" The temperature in the arena became colder as Meredith unleashed its divine powers. In its long lifetime, no one had dared to call it a little bird, and William's words that were filled with disdain and ridicule struck its nerve. "You want to fight me?" Meredith asked. "You can refuse if you're scared," William snorted. "In my eyes, you're just a weakling. Do you really think that you're that great? Come, fight me if you dare. I'll only use a hand to slap you silly." Williams raised his right hand in a slapping gesture, while his left hand unconsciously pressed against his bum. He didn't have much time, and every word he spoke moved the payload ever closer towards the exit. He only had one chance at redemption. If he had to do it, he had to do it right. Meredith narrowed its eyes as it looked at the half-elf who seemed to have a death wish. It was once a demigod, but due to certain circumstances, its rank had regressed, similar to what happened to Kasaganaga. As a beast that had reached the apex of the mortal realm, it could see no fear in William's eyes. No one could lie in front of a demigod, and although Meredith's rank had decreased, its senses were keen enough to pick up the half-elf's utter disregard for its presence. "What's wrong?" William asked. He looked at the 50-meter-tall ice phoenix with a sneer. "Are you afraid?" "Haha MMH. William forcefully closed his mouth to stop himself from laughing because he felt the danger in his colon start to move. Meredith was still on the fence about whether to fight against William or not. For some reason, Its sixth sense was warning it that it would face great danger if it faced the red-headed teenager whose face was turning paler with each passing second. Just when Meredith was about to refuse, a mocking voice reverberated in the air. "My goodness! A pseudo-demigod is afraid to fight a one-on-one battle," Elliot asked in disdain. "If that's the case, what was the point of you showing yourself right now? Are you perhaps here to fight William in a 2-versus-1 battle? Utterly preposterous. Are you really a crowned ice phoenix?" Conan chuckled when he heard his twin's mocking tone. "More like an ice chicken. Did you see us enter the arena to fight that girl, Rebecca, in a 3-versus-1 battle? If you don't have the guts, then scram, weakling." Meredith frowned and fired 2 ice blade at the 2 annoying familiars that were outside the arena. More than anything else, it disliked being ridiculed by anyone. Just as the 2 ice blades were about to hit Elliot and Conan, a golden staff appeared in front of them and smashed the ice blades into pieces. "Do you feel proud of bullying the weak?" Sun Wukong asked. His voice was filled with contempt. "How about you pick on someone your own size?" Sun Wukong stood up from his seat and raised his hand. The golden staff that blocked Meredith's attack returned to his hand, and a metallic sound echoed spread across the venue. Meredith didn't dare to answer Sun Wukong's challenge and pretended that it didn't hear it. In its current state, there was simply no chance of winning against Sun Wukong, who was a demigod that was at its peak. "Fine. I will fight you in a one-on-one battle," Meredith said as it looked at William. "I will not hold back. So I apologize in advance if I accidentally kill you." William smiled and switched his job class to Elemental Overlord. This was the second job class advancement of the Elemental Lord job class, and he had almost maxed it out during his training in the Atlantis dungeon. He flew over 1,000 meters in the air with a serious expression on his face. If one were to look closely, his legs were already shaking because he was nearing his limit. Meredith screeched and faced William. Rebecca remained on the ground and watched the battle with a complicated expression on her face. "Mortal, I will show you the stupidity of your actions," Meredith stated as its body glowed. "I will turn you into a crystal statue and add you to my collection." William summoned Soleil and threw it down onto the arena, where it embedded itself. He then summoned Stormcaller and pointed it in Meredith's direction. "Enough talk. Let's fight," William said. Meredith flapped its wings and opened its beak. A blue orb of light appeared in front of its beak. It was planning to use a powerful breath attack to freeze the arrogant mortal in front of it. William, on the other hand, merely pointed his spear at his opponent. His lips moved ever so softly as if muttering something. Quickshot War Art, Fusion Form. Suddenly, William disappeared and the blue breath attack of the phoenix exploded in a shower of sparks. A confused expression appeared on Meredith's face as it subconsciously swallowed something that had entered its mouth. The other guests might have not noticed what had transpired, but the experts among the guests saw everything clearly. The people around James looked at each other in shock, because they didn't expect William to do such a daring thing. "Don't tell me." The corner of James' lips twitched as he thought of a possibility. He had already noticed William's strangeness, but he wasn't sure if his hunch was right. After all, if he was right, then his grandson's last resort was totally understandable. William stabbed Stormcaller at the Ice Phoenix's throat in order to stop his descent in his opponent's esophagus. The half-elf hung in place with a smile. "Yes, success," William thought as he summoned several icicles and embedded them on the Ice Phoenix's throat in order to create a firm foothold. After everything was done, William pulled down his pants and released the Kraken. Meredith was feeling smug. Although there was a slight mishap in the order of things, it didn't change the fact that it had already eaten the pesky half-elf who dared to tarnish its reputation. It could sense the stares of everyone in the Misty Sect, and its eyes glowed in triumph. "You can only blame your stupidity," Meredith thought. "So what if you are the one that conquered the 51st floor of Babylon? In my eyes, you're nothing." The Ice Phoenix spread its wings wide and was about to utter a mighty screech to announce its victory. However, instead of a powerful cry of triumph, what escaped its mouth was pure. The spectators all blink in disbelief of what they heard. For some reason, they felt that the sound was oddly familiar. Meredith immediately clamped its mouth shut tight. It also didn't know why such a thing happened. After half a minute, it once again opened its mouth to announce its victory when it smelt something unusual. Its nose sniffed the air and contemplated on the nature of the scent that had suddenly assaulted its senses. "Smells like shit," Meredith thought as it once again closed its mouth. A few seconds later, it could taste something else as well. Taste like shit. It was at that moment when the Ice Phoenix's eyes widened in surprise. Its face then suddenly turned red, then green after coming into a realization. "I'll kill you," Meredith roared in anger. Its voice descended from the sky like a hammer, and the entirety of the Misty Sect trembled due to its might. It couldn't believe that someone was unscrupulous enough to do something so shameless inside its body. "William Vaughn Ainsworth, I'll kill you." Meredith's hate-filled cry resounded in the heavens. It had never hated a mortal as much as it hated William at this point in time. If curses could kill, the half-elf would have died 1,000 times already. Unfortunately, it couldn't, so the red-headed teenager continued to finish his business, which made the guardian of the Savadine Mountains almost crazy with anger. The Ice Phoenix started to fly erratically in the air as if it was suffering from an epilepsy attack. The members of the Misty Sect could tell that something terrible was happening to their guardian, but they had no idea what it was. Thea and the elders looked anxiously at their guardian, who seemed to be suffering from a stomachache. Their guests had the same thought as them. Although they weren't 100% certain, they believed that the one that was responsible for Meredith's current circumstance was none other than William. "Maybe Will is harming the Ice Phoenix from inside," Ian said before glancing at the beautiful princess seated by her side. "What do you think, princess?" Morgana was currently the one in control of Princess Sydney's body, and she nodded her head in agreement. "That is the only thing that I can think of at the moment. I think Darling knew that he had no chance in fighting Meredith in a head-on collision, so he decided to infiltrate its body and destroy it from within." Chiffon looked at the Ice Phoenix that was struggling to fly in the sky with amusement. "Will is really amazing. Even an Ice Phoenix is no match for him." Sun Wukong spat the wine he was drinking at Zhu, who was seated in front of him. The chubby young man looked at Sun Wukong with a face filled with injustice, as he wiped the wine off his face and expensive clothes. "Senior brother, you should at least conform with the basic etiquette when you are in a social gathering," Zhu said in a helpless voice. "Sorry," Sun Wukong waved his hand. "I'll go wash up. I'll be back later." The powerful Monkey King hurriedly stood up and headed straight towards the washroom. As a being of its caliber, Sun Wukong was able to see through things using the power of his fiery golden eyes. His eyes could allow him to identify evil no matter what form it takes. Right now, William was doing a very evil thing, and he regretted his decision because the scene he witnessed was the uncensored version. Sun Wukong cursed when he reached his destination. There were things that you couldn't unsee once you saw them. This was one of those times when the Monkey King wished that he hadn't allowed his curiosity to get the best of him. Rebecca, who was in the arena, frowned. She had formed a contract with Meredith, and they shared their senses to each other. Although the young genius couldn't fully grasp what was happening to the Ice Phoenix, she was feeling a terrible sense of dread that wouldn't go away no matter how hard she tried to calm herself. Meanwhile, inside Meredith's body, whoa! William, who was still in the middle of his business, summoned more ice spears and embedded it on the Ice Phoenix's throat in order to stabilize his position. "Time out," William shouted. "I'm still not done. I'll kill you." Meredith's powerful telepathic voice reached William's mind, and the half-elf could feel its strong murderous intent. "Just calm your tits. After I'm done, I'll fight you for 200 rounds. Die!" Meredith's movements became more erratic, and it could feel its face burn in shame and humiliation due to William's immoral actions. "Fuck! This bird brain has lost it." William felt anxious because everything around him was shaking like crazy. A few minutes later, William finished his business and immediately used cleansing spells to clean himself. The half-elf knew the importance of proper hygiene, so he didn't skimp in using the power of the elements to purify his body after conducting his business. Since you want to play rough, I'll show you how I play rough. William shouted in anger. He didn't even feel any guilt in using the Ice Phoenix's throat as his personal cubicle. He was even angered because Meredith was making things difficult for him as he took a dump. William summoned the chamber pot of serenity with an evil glint in his eyes. Optimus, remove my sense of smell, William ordered as he summoned the chamber pot of serenity. It's payback time. Done. William sniffed around to confirm that he couldn't smell anything. After confirming that his sense of smell had been disabled, he aimed the opening of the chamber pot downwards. Mwahahaha. Time for you to suffer. William roared in laughter. Eat shit, motherfucker. The chamber pot glowed briefly before its seal was opened. Just like a dam that had been broken, a wave of night soil descended down like a torrential river, straight towards the Ice Phoenix's stomach. Meredith felt the changes that were happening in its body and its face grew pale. If in the past it was just flying erratically, now it was like an earthworm that had been sprinkled with salt. Rebecca's face also grew pale as she finally realized what was happening inside the Guardian's body. Her body unconsciously shuddered as she forcefully severed the connection between her and the Ice Phoenix who was wreaking havoc on the entirety of the Savadine Mountains. After an internal struggle, the Ice Phoenix flew towards the heavens in a fury. Its body glowed brightly as it ascended several thousands of meters in the sky. You disgusting half-breed. I will send you to the afterlife even if it's the last thing I do. Its rage-filled voice reverberated, allowing everyone around the Savadine Mountains to hear it. Something inside of Meredith had snapped, and it stopped caring anymore. There was only one thing on its mind, and that was to kill William by self-detonation. Warning. Strong magical energy overload detected. What's going on, Optimus? William asked. He could feel the strong magical fluctuations around him, and his senses were telling him that it wasn't anything good. According to my calculations, Meredith has decided to self-destruct in order to kill you. There are only 30 seconds left before this Ice Phoenix's body detonates. William hurriedly sealed the lid of the chamber pot of serenity and stored it away. He didn't expect that Meredith would be decisive enough to use this method in order to send him to the afterlife. Fuck, I guess I went too far. Maybe I should have asked it politely if I could take a dump inside its throat. Ew. Optimus was at a loss of words due to William's logic. Although it was the one that had proposed this idea, it was Will's decision to summon the chamber pot of serenity and unleash a torrent of unworldly filth inside the body of the pitiful pseudo-demigod. The system even thought that if the same were to happen to it, it might have chosen the same outcome as Meredith, and opted to self-destruct in order to kill William. Less than 15 seconds before self-destruction. Less than 9 seconds. Less than 5 seconds. A powerful explosion erupted in the atmosphere. A blinding light illuminated the heavens, and it was seen for many miles around the Savadine Mountains. Thea, the sect master of the Misty Sect, heard a cracking sound come from the necklace that hung on her neck. The crystal on her necklace was something that was passed to all the sect masters of the Misty Sect. It was Meredith's life crystal, and the crack on its surface made her face turn grim. The blue crystal slowly turned black, which was the indication that Meredith had died. This made her body subconsciously tremble because she didn't expect that something like this would happen to their guardian. Meredith was a phoenix, so she wouldn't really die. She would respawn in the underground sanctuary of the Misty Sect, but her rank would fall to that of a centennial-ranked beast. Also, it wouldn't be able to move for a few weeks in order to recuperate from its forced rebirth that had destroyed its main body. Suddenly, a fluctuation was felt in the arena. In the place where the golden spear was embedded, a handsome half-elf appeared with a refreshed smile on his face. Gained EXP, 30 million. Congratulations. You have slain a myriad beast. You have acquired myriad grade beast core. Special monster first kill bonus EXP. 15 million. Ding. Elemental Overlord job class has reached its max level. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Yes/no. William's smile widened when he read the information on his status page. His Elemental Overlord job class had reached its max level, and now it could be upgraded to its final form, Elemental Archon. Sweet! William wanted to laugh out loud, but he was currently being watched by many people, so he decided to play it cool and just smile evilly. His fight against Rebecca was still not over. Now was not the time to laugh like his grandfather when he wanted to brag to his friends. When Rebecca saw William's smile, she felt her entire body shudder. However, it didn't end there. When she saw the item in William's hand, she unconsciously took a step back. It was the item that had made Meredith suffer, and seeing it firsthand made Rebecca relieve the sensations that the Ice Phoenix had suffered. "Well then," William said as he raised the chamber port, pointing in Rebecca's direction. "It's your turn. Are you ready for this?" Rebecca's stomach lurched as she stared at the damnable item in William's hand. In her eyes, it was the most ominous thing in the world, and no one, alive or dead, would want to be on the receiving end of that dastardly weapon, which would give someone a trauma that would last for the rest of their lives. William took a step forward, and Rebecca took 3 steps back. Several images flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with both of her hands, in order to prevent herself from throwing up. Her expression became extremely pale, which was unbecoming of the label of a young genius born every few hundred years. Seeing his opponent's pretty face dyed with panic, William came to a realization. A devilish smile appeared on his lips as he lowered the chamber pot in his hands. "Do you still want to fight?" William asked. Rebecca firmly shook her head. She would rather concede than face a fate that was worse than death. "So you concede?" William inquired as the smile on his face widened. Rebecca nodded like a hen pecking rice. Her hands were still blocking her mouth, so she wasn't able to utter any words. Even so, her action was more than enough to tell everyone that she had lost the will to fight. "Very well." William stored the chamber pot away and casually used water magic to wash the hands that he had used to hold it. "Since I won this match, I get to give you one order. This is the deal that we had back then, right?" After William had stored the chamber pot away, Rebecca was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and removed the hands covering her lips. Although her expression was still a bit pale, it was starting to recover its color. The proud inner disciple of the Misty sect reluctantly nodded her head. They indeed had that agreement, and Rebecca had already resigned herself to her fate. "From now on, our marriage agreement is officially null and void," William stated. "You are free to do whatever you want to do with your life. Who you want to marry in the future is none of my business. I order you to live your life to the fullest, and live it without regrets. That is all. Our grudges end here." William didn't even bother to wait for Rebecca's reply and walked out of the arena. He headed towards the banquet in order to get some free grub. He had just emptied his stomach, and now he was feeling very hungry. Rebecca watched him go with a complicated expression on her face. A few seconds later, her gaze shifted to the angelic familiar who was looking back at her with a meaningful smile. She bit her lip because she remembered the agreement she had with Elliot, and it made her feel depressed. One of the shackles that bound her was removed, but another rose up to take its place. According to their agreement, she would become the familiar's subordinate for 2 years, since she had lost her battle with William. Elliot smirked before flying towards William. They would be staying in the Savadine Mountains for a few more days, so he had plenty of time to get acquainted with his new subordinate. As William walked towards his lovers, everyone was paying close attention to him. The old men looked at him with great interest. The teenage men looked at him in envy and jealousy, while the girls looked at him with a passionate gaze. William ignored them all and continued walking. However, before he reached Princess Sydney's table, he felt some familiar presence not far from where he stood. Shifting his gaze to the VIP seats of the Misty sect, he saw a brown-haired young man that was looking at him with a smirk. There was a little girl seated beside him, but the latter was busy eating the peach in her hand. The half-elf frowned because although this was the first time he had seen the young man, he was sure that he knew him. A few seconds later, his gaze landed on the chubby young man, and the scholarly man that was looking back at him with a smile. "Long time no see, oink," the chubby young man said. William's eyes widened in shock before a happy expression appeared on his face. He only knew of one person that added oink to their speech, and it was none other than the demonic pig who had fought by his side within the heavenly domain. Zhu! William happily walked towards his old companion's direction and gave the chubby young man a hug. "What are you doing here?" "I thought the Jade Emperor MH. Shah hurriedly covered William's mouth with his hand and whispered something in the half-elf's ears. It was not advisable to discuss anything related to the gods of the temple in public. After hearing Shah's statement, William nodded his head to inform the scholar that he understood. The half-elf laughed and also gave Shah a hug. He was very happy to see them. William thought that his two friends decided to pay him a visit before passing through the cycle of reincarnation. What he didn't know was that the two demons were smuggled to the world of Hestia by Sun Wukong because of their request. "Your Excellency, it is a great surprise to see you here." William bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong. Every time he used his heroic avatar, he could feel the Monkey King's enormous strength, which had helped him greatly in the war of the southern continent. "I just came here to sightsee," Sun Wukong replied as he patted William's shoulder. "It's good to see that you are doing well." The half-elf, Sun Wukong, Zhu, and Sha chatted happily to the surprise of the members of the Misty Sect. The other representatives of the different factions who had seen Sun Wukong's might a few days ago were also shocked. William's lively chat with the three mysterious personages was enough to tell them that the red-headed teenager and the demigod knew each other, and seemed to be very close. "You guys, are you sure about this?" William asked. After hearing Zhu's purpose for coming to his homeworld, the half-elf felt very touched. He couldn't believe that they threw their golden ticket to reincarnate in a higher world, just to repay the kindness that he had given them. "Brothers for life, oink," Zhu said with a smile. "I won't feel comfortable until my debt to you is settled. For the time being, I'll stick with you until I repay you in full." "That goes the same for me as well," Sha commented from the side. "We owe you our freedom, Will. It is only normal that we reciprocate your kindness." Sun Wukong nodded his head. He couldn't stay long in Hestia, so he couldn't join the three in their adventures. The most he could do was watch their escapades from the celestial realm while drinking wine. Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon had joined them after being invited over by William. Zhu told the three ladies about William's battle against the celestial army in the heavenly domain. Sun Wukong had already used his powers to prevent others from spying on their discussion, so Zhu was able to talk without holding back any information. Princess Sydney and Chiffon were the maidens of the 7 deadly sins, which allowed them to converse with their patron gods. William had already met Eros and Adiphagia, so he deemed that it was not a problem for them to know what had transpired in the celestial realm. The same could be said for Ian, who had already met Issei. The beautiful mermaid was made aware of the training William was doing while he was in a coma. When the girls found out about Sun Wukong's identity, all of them bowed to him in respect. They bowed to him not because he was a demigod, but because of the help he had given William during his time of need. While William and his group were talking merrily, the elders of the Misty Sect were feeling depressed. Now that their guardian had regressed once again, they felt wary of the stares that were given to them by the factions of the central continent. Without the protection of their guardian, their sect was like a lamb that was surrounded by wolves on all sides. Unless they received some strong help on their side, their 1,000-year dominion was in danger of being trampled on by the other powerful factions that held grudges against them. Those that had long disliked the Misty Sect due to their arrogance were laughing in their hearts. They were like the vultures and hyenas that were waiting for the lion to finish killing their prey. Once the animal had bled enough, they would charge forth in order to take a bite of the animal that didn't have the power to resist their advances. After the banquet, Thea, alongside the elders of the Misty Sect, conducted a high-level meeting. None of them had expected their guardian to choose to self-destruct during its battle with William, and it caught them completely by surprise. Because of this, all of them were facing a great headache. Without a powerful deterrence, the Misty Sect was just like an average sect that could be stepped on by forces that were much more powerful than them. The reason they were afraid was because they had also done this in the past. Meredith was once a demigod, so very few people wanted to mess with them. This allowed the Misty Sect to develop for 1,000 years, which allowed them to become one of the powerful forces in the central continent. They had stepped upon countless small forces during their rise, and they'd purposefully stepped on each of them due to their strong backing. Without Meredith to hold the fort, the prestige that they had built was just like a castle made of sand. A castle that would easily be destroyed once a powerful wave washed over the shore. "What should we do?" Lady Miriam asked anxiously. The elders looked at her, but none of them could give her the answer. All of them were feeling anxious as well, and they hoped that there was someone that could find a way to solve the difficulty that they were facing. Thea had already asked Rebecca if she knew why Meredith had decided to self-destruct during its battle with William. The young genius only said that William had touched Meredith's reverse scale, which prompted it to self-detonate in an attempt to kill William while he was inside its body. Unfortunately, William survived, and Meredith's rank had dropped to the centennial rank. Thea scanned the depressed faces of everyone in the room. She had already thought of what to do, but she was afraid that none of the elders would support her decision. Seeing that all of them were clutching at straws, she decided to speak up and tell them about her plan. "I have a proposal," Thea said with eyes filled with determination. "We need to ally ourselves with a powerful faction in order to preserve our heritage." The elders' expression turned grim, but they also understood that this was the only course that they could take. The only question was, which faction would they join? They were surrounded on all sides, and their borders contended with two empires, a kingdom and the Glory sect. All of them were incredibly strong, and had been eyeing the resources of the Savadine Mountains for hundreds of years. They were the forces that the Misty sect was very wary about. Any among these four factions could become their new master after the celebrations in their sect ended. For now, no forces would attack them because they were currently their guests. However, after a month or two, these people would definitely send their representatives to negotiate with Thea and kick them while they were down. "Which faction should we join?" Eleanor asked. "Will it be the Glory sect to the west? The Kingdom of Renoa to the north? Or perhaps the Elan and Ire Empire that lies to our east and south?" Eleanor gritted her teeth in frustration. She didn't think that she would see the downfall of her sect during her lifetime. "None of them," Thea answered. "We will ask for external support." "Who are you going to ask?" one of the elders asked. "Looking for external support is difficult. Their power must be strong enough to deter our neighbors. Also, if their base is far away from us, having them as our allies will be useless." The other elders nodded in agreement. They didn't mind getting a strong ally, but they also had to consider that seeking help from factions that were too far away from them would be useless. Thea understood what they were thinking, but she didn't care. As the sect master, the preservation of their sect was her topmost priority. She was prepared to bleed and be extorted by the other party. As long as their territory wasn't conquered before their guardian had regained its full strength, there was still a way to make their comeback. "I'm talking about the Ainsworth family," Thea said in a firm manner. "We will ally with them in order to prevent our sect from being conquered by others." "The Ainsworths? What can they do?" "This is not a good idea, sect master. While William had shown his prowess, he is but a single person. He couldn't possibly protect us from these powerful factions on our behalf, right?" The elders looked at Thea in disappointment. They didn't expect that their sect master would choose to ally themselves with the same person that had caused this problem in the first place. "Think about it. William is the owner of the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon," Thea said. "No one wants to be on his bad side because he can blacklist anyone from entering the 51st floor. Also, he is the owner of a few other floors in the tower. Simply put, no one can advance through the floors that belong to him without his approval." After pondering about this logic, most of the elders realized that this was indeed an effective deterrent to a faction that wanted to expand. Right now, the era of great wars had ended. No one could expand their territory unless they went to war with their neighbors. With several chips in his hand, William could freely designate ownership of the various floors under his command. To the powerful factions of the continent, this was a temptation that none of them could resist. The next day, "You want me to make an announcement that the Misty sect and I are allies?" William asked. "Sure, I don't mind. That is the answer you want to hear, right?" His tone was laced with sarcasm, but no one dared to offend him at this point in time. They were holding on to him as a lifeline. If William didn't agree, the name Misty Sect might cease to exist a year or two from now. Yes, Thea answered. We are willing to heavily compensate you for accepting our alliance. So in short, you want me to become your meat shield, William said as he rubbed his chin. Do you think I'm a goon that you can hire by giving protection money? I'm not that cheap. Lord William, anything can be discussed. Yes, we are willing to accommodate any request you have. Your Excellency, you are our only hope. William had a carefree look on his face. For him, the Misty Sect was a band of scoundrels who only relied on their backing to bully others. Now that they had lost their guardian, they were like wild ducks that would fly away once they heard a gunshot. Oh, the irony! William chuckled. A few years ago, I was being ridiculed by your sect. Now, you are practically begging me to save you guys. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. William then shifted his attention to Eleanor and Lady Miriam, who had their heads bowed in shame. I bet both of you didn't see this day coming, right? William sneered. Although he was the root cause of the Misty Sect's possible downfall, he didn't give a hoot about their low-quality acting. I failed to see your greatness because of your upbringing, Eleanor replied. It was a terrible mistake on my part. I am willing to do anything so I can have your forgiveness. Rebecca's master had no choice but to eat her pride and lower her standing in front of William. If this was the only way on how their sect could be saved, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. She was an orphan that was picked up by the previous sect master and raised with love and care. For her, the Misty Sect was not only a sect but her home. Eleanor would do anything in her power to prevent its downfall. Elliot and Conan stood on William's shoulders with their arms crossed over their chest. They had no intention of intervening in the discussion. Even so, a mischievous glint flashed on Elliot's eye. Unlike the straightforward and innocent Conan, Elliot was just as much of a scammer as William and James. Even if he didn't say anything to William, the angelic familiar knew that the half-elf was already formulating a plan on how to make the Misty Sect cough up their resources until they cried a river of blood and tears. Seeing that the Misty Sect was dead set on using him as a meat shield, William decided to call for some backup. When it comes to scamming people, James was the true professional. With him calling the shots, the red-headed teenager was sure that Thea and the elders of the sect would have to think thrice if they thought that they could take advantage of the Ainsworth family. Isn't this problem easy to solve? James said with a smile that would make all the toothpaste models quit the commercial industry. Lord Ainsworth, please tell us the solution to our problem, Thea said with a hopeful expression. She could tell that William wasn't interested in their proposal, so they decided to do whatever they could to satisfy his grandfather so the alliance could be formed. Since both of them were Ainsworths, it didn't matter who they talked to. In fact, James was better because William would obey him. As long as they could convince the old man to agree to the alliance, all their problems would disappear. The answer is really simple, James replied with confidence. All you need to do is make me the sect master. If the sect belongs to me, then I will be able to get all of its treasure. I will be able to prevent any losses from happening. The old coot smiled and patted his chest as if he was someone with good moral character. Thea and the elders of the Misty Sect looked at him in disbelief. For a brief moment they thought that James was joking. However, seeing his leave it to me expression, they realized that he was serious about taking the entire sect as his own. William, who was standing at the side, looked at his grandpa and realized that compared to James, he was just a small-time scammer. His original plan was to split the resources of the Misty Sect by 50-50. He never thought that James would shamelessly want to take everything. Lord Ainsworth, isn't this inappropriate? Thea asked. At most, we can agree to a 70-30 split. You will have 30%, and we will get 70%. Okay, bye. James didn't even allow Thea to finish her sentence, and walked away taking William with him. As he was about to open the door of the room, he glanced back at Thea with a smile. Good luck to all of you. I'm sure that in 3 months' time, there will be no more Misty Sect in the Central Continent. At least, if I become the sect master, your sect would still be standing. After saying those parting words, James and William left the room, leaving Thea and the elders of the sect with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. "Gramps, do you think they will agree to your request?" William asked as he walked beside James down the hallway. "I don't really care if they agree or not," James replied. "I won't lose sleep over something like this. The only ones that won't be able to sleep tonight are those fools who thought that they could take advantage of our family's name." William nodded his head in understanding. Although the Misty sect was a powerhouse in the central continent, it was nothing compared to their family's property inside the Tower of Babylon. Just as James predicted, none of the top brass of the sect was able to sleep that night. The founding celebration would last for 3 days, but they no longer felt any reason to celebrate. Even so, they couldn't possibly cancel the event because this would further their ridicule as the other factions laughed at their current circumstance. The next day, the representatives of the Ire Empire, Elan Empire, Kingdom of Renoa, and Glory Sect met with Thea privately. All of them promised great benefits to the Misty sect for as long as they became their subsidiary force. These 4 powerhouses had also had a high-level meeting a day ago and decided to split the territory of the Misty sect among themselves. As for the sect itself, they would become their armed forces whom they could order to do the dirty things for them. Thea had to use all of her willpower to keep the calm expression on her face, as she listened to the representatives of the 4 powers, who boldly told her that they wouldn't take no for an answer. Either the Misty sect submitted to them, or they would use military force to make Thea and the elders of her sect submit to their rule. The representatives left with smug expressions on their face because for them, the Misty sect was already in the bag. No external forces would dare to participate in this conflict and suffer the wrath of their combined forces. "Let's make a vote," Thea said as she scanned the faces of the depressed elders around her. "They only gave us until tomorrow to decide. After that, there will be no turning back." Faced with the threat of being conquered on all sides, Thea clenched her fists as she counted the votes of the core members of the sect. She knew that when morning came, things would never be the same again. The disciples of the Misty sect were unaware of the threat that hung above their heads. Only the inner disciples like Rebecca were told about the sect's current plight. "I shouldn't have agreed to your proposal," Rebecca said through gritted teeth, as she stared daggers at the angelic familiar who was looking back at her with an angelic smile. "If I hadn't accepted the heart crystal, I would not have been able to form a contact with Excellency Meredith. Even if I lost the match, the sect would still be safe from being invaded on all fronts." Elliot chuckled as he landed on top of the table. "Well, what's the point of saying these things now?" Elliot asked in a teasing tone. "All of us must face the consequences of our actions. Even if you regret your decision, know that I didn't force you to do anything. You were the one that made the choice. I only gave you an option." Rebecca lowered her head as she tried to control her raging emotions. Elliot was right. Now that everything was over, even if she regretted her decision, there was nothing she could do but accept the outcome. "What will happen to our sect?" Rebecca asked. Elliot shrugged. Just like William, he didn't care about the Misty sect. The only reason he visited Rebecca was to finalize their agreement. "These things are outside your control," Elliot replied as he flapped his wings. He then flew towards Rebecca and hovered a few inches away from her face. "Let your sect master and elders handle this problem. You're just a disciple. There's nothing you can do to influence the outcome." Rebecca raised her head and looked at the familiar who looked exactly like William. If she reached out her hand to grab him, she could easily crush him in her grip. However, she couldn't do that because she was now the familiar's subordinate for 2 years. Even if she planned to cause Elliot harm, the power of the contract would prevent her from doing so. "Just close your eyes and accept your fate," Elliot said as he moved closer. He then caressed the side of Rebecca's face and marveled at its smoothness. "Don't worry. I am not a bad employer. I will make sure to give you benefits as well." Rebecca sighed and accepted her fate. She closed her eyes and waited for Elliot to brand her with the symbol of ownership. "You will not regret your choice." Elliot's silky voice reached her ears. "From now on, you belong to me." Rebecca felt something soft press over her lips. A few seconds later, She felt a surge of electricity travel all over her body. Elliot backed away as he looked at the symbol that appeared on Rebecca's chest. A golden lightning bolt, with two wings spread out on both of its sides, glowed brightly. This was the proof of ownership that only became possible due to the power of the contract that was supervised by the god of contract, Sancus. "I'll see you tomorrow," Elliot said as he flew towards the window. "Don't worry about your sect. If your sect master and your elders are not stupid, they will definitely choose the lesser evil." Elliot chuckled internally as he flew towards William's residence. Now that the matter with Rebecca was settled, it was now time to conquer another maiden. However, the lady he had in mind was a cut above the rest. It was none other than William's sixth master, Chloe. "Sometimes, I really wonder if Conan and I ended up with switched roles," Elliot muttered softly. "I'm more suited to be the devil than he is." "Everyone, thank you for being part of the celebration of our Misty sect," Thea said while standing on a platform. Today was the last day of the feast that they had prepared for their founding day celebrations, and then, after this, their guests would leave the next day to return to their respective territories. The four representatives of the factions that bordered the domain of the Misty sect had smiles on their faces. They had already sent a report of the battle and its conclusion to their respective leaders. It was only a matter of time before the once prosperous sect of the Savadine Mountains fell into their hands. "It has been a pleasure hosting all of you here, and I pray that there will be more occasions where we can all gather and enjoy each other's company," Thea stated. She had already prepared herself to make the announcement, but deep inside, she was feeling very bitter. However, she also knew that this was the only way she could preserve the legacy that their sect had built for over 1,000 years. "Today, I will step down from my position as sect master," Thea announced. "A new era is at hand, so it is only fair that the management of the sect change hands." Several of the guests were surprised by Thea's announcement, but their surprise didn't last long. They understood that the Misty sect was on its last legs, so they thought that Thea was planning to run away and leave her subordinates to fend for themselves. "Well said, sect master." The representative of the Glory sect clapped his hands in approval. "A new era is indeed at hand. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your early retirement." "Retirement is good." The representative of the Renoa kingdom nodded his head in agreement. "Although you're still young, retiring early is not a bad thing. At least you won't have to suffer again." The representatives of the two empires didn't say anything and simply smiled. Whether Thea retired or not was not important. They knew that the end would still be the same, and there was nothing Thea could do to stop it. Thea glanced at her rivals, as she used her willpower to finish the rest of her announcement. "Without further delay, let me introduce our new sect master to everyone," Thea declared as she made a gesture. "All hail His Excellency James von Ainsworth. All hail." A handsome old man walked towards Thea with confidence. A confident smile hung on his face as he faced the various powers of the world. All the elders, as well as the inner disciples of the sect, bowed their heads respectfully. They had been briefed a few hours ago about their sect master's decision to step down from her position. Even though the regular disciples didn't know why it happened, they decided to trust their elders and pay tribute to their new sect master. "Good day, everyone." James greeted the people who were looking back at him in disbelief. "From this day onwards, I will be the new sect master of the Misty sect, and Lady Thea will be the vice sect master." James chuckled internally because he had already anticipated this outcome. Even Lawrence, as well as his old friends from the Hellon Kingdom, looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. Even Wendy's grandfather, Javon, thought that this was just a prank. However, Thea and the elders all had serious expressions on their faces, which meant that the old scammer had indeed become the new sect master of one of the most powerful sects in the central continent. "I am not someone who likes to give long speeches, so I'll just keep it short," James said. "The Misty sect now belongs to me, so hands off. If any of you think that you can steal what is mine, then feel free to do it. I am looking forward to playing with all of you." Two men walked towards James and stood by his side. One was Vlad, the other was Sun Wukong. Some already knew who Sun Wukong was, but they didn't know who Vlad was. All of them were very curious about the identity of this man who followed James around. Vlad and Sun Wukong glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Immediately, the powerful aura of two demigods burst forth from their bodies. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically, especially those belonging to the Misty Sect's four neighbors. They thought that the Savadine Mountains were already in the bag, but this development made them feel that they may have unknowingly kicked the hornet's nest. When Vlad and Sun Wukong stopped releasing their auras, James cleared his throat and continued his speech. "I am William's grandfather," James stated. "I have met several of your envoys in the Tower of Babylon. My grandson has given me full authority over his property in Babylon. This also means that the task of looking for potential partners for collaborations is in my hands. Any faction who dares to annoy me will be blacklisted from the Tower of Babylon. Their accomplices will also not be allowed to advance on the upper floors, especially the floors that fall under our family's jurisdiction." James paused as he allowed his words to be digested by everyone around him. A minute later, he continued his speech and dropped another bomb. "I forgot to add that I am also the former commander of the Red Plague," James said in a teasing tone. "I will be more than happy to visit the people who touch what is mine. That is all. I bid you all a good day and please enjoy the feast that my sect has prepared for each and every one of you." James walked away from the platform with a smug expression on his face. He felt very good because it had been a while since he had pulled off a heist as big as this. Just as he expected, Thea had come to meet with him late last night in order to talk about the future of the Misty Sect. James wasn't someone who shied away from an opportunity to earn big. Since the entire sect had now been given to him, he could only happily accept the gift with both hands. Now that he was the sect master, it was only natural to protect his family's property. After James walked down the platform, he didn't leave the venue. He closed in on the four representatives of his new neighbors, with a smile that made the bodies of the four men shudder. "Thea told me that you four bastards planned to take what is mine yesterday." James chuckled as he patted the shoulder of the representative that belonged to the Glory sect. "You've got guts. You dare to steal what belongs to me." I didn't know that the Misty Sect belonged to you, Lord James." The elder of the Glory sect stuttered. "If I knew, I wouldn't have done what I did." James grinned as he nodded his head in agreement. "Of course I understand. This is why we need to talk about how you are going to compensate me for emotional distress." The old scammer also glanced at the three other representatives that belonged to the Renoa Kingdom, Elan Empire, and the Ire Empire. Only a fool would pass up this great opportunity to add more gold coins to their family's treasury. "You guys are in cahoots with each other, so you're not off the hook," James said in a teasing tone. "Don't worry, I won't ask for much, but the compensation must satisfy me. If not, I will take my two demigod friends, as well as the Red Plague to visit your territories and have afternoon tea with your bosses." Thea and the elders of the Misty Sect, who overheard the discussion, felt very happy. Seeing the people who had once threatened them with an ultimatum, being threatened in return by James made them gloat in their hearts. It was also at this moment when they realized that they had made the right decision in handing the Misty Sect over to James' hand. Not only was the old coot decisive enough to take the entire sect as his own, he even found an excuse to extort other people. William, who was subtly paying attention to Thea's and the elders' expressions, laughed in his heart. He knew that this was James' plan to make the top brass of the Misty Sect feel indebted to, and give their respect to him. With this, the reluctance in their hearts will decrease by a good margin, William thought as he watched his grandpa in action. All that is left to do is tie up some loose ends, then go to Hestia Academy to have the next tier of the Familiomancer class unlocked. After that, I will wait for my father's acquaintance to find me. Once the true power of the Dungeon Conqueror has been unlocked, I can go to the Silver Moon continent to visit my mother. William sighed in his heart. He thought that it would still take him a few years before he could be reunited with his mother in the Silver Moon continent. Now that he had the power to protect himself, he didn't have to worry about the elven clans who had made him their mortal enemy. Once the full power of the Dungeon Conqueror was unlocked, It was only a matter of time before he would be in command of countless armies, just like his father, Maxwell, had been when he was still at the peak of his powers. Sixth Master? Aren't you going back to Hestia Academy? William asked the fairy-like familiar who was sitting on his right shoulder with Elliot. Celeste told me that I should accompany you when you go to Hestia Academy, Chloe replied as she licked a chocolate lollipop. Why? Are you not happy that I'm here? Of course I am happy. Then, why do you have that constipated look on your face? It's not good to hold it in, you know? The smile on William's face stiffened as he walked towards the flying carriage that would take him back to the Creator Empire. In truth, he was very afraid of Chloe because she had the tendency to go ballistic and smash things around her. If not for Elliot being there to distract her, William would have definitely had a hard time keeping his cool with a little ticking time bomb on his shoulder. James and Vlad would be staying in the Misty Sect for a week before returning to the Tower of Babylon. His grandpa had already informed him that his uncle, Morgan, was the one in charge of the floor of Asgard while James was away. William didn't have any recollection of this elusive uncle of his. After he was delivered in Lant, he had never had the chance to meet his uncle since he'd opened his eyes in the world of Hestia. They say that Uncle Morgan is my father's twin and they looked exactly like each other, William thought. Since I saw my father when I inherited his profession, I will also be able to recognize Uncle Morgan when I see him. William then glanced at Zhu and Sha that was walking by his sides. Their purpose for coming to Hestia was to repay his kindness, so they intended to stick with him for the time being. The half-elf had no complaints with this arrangement. In fact, William was very happy because, for him, Zhu and Sha were like his sworn brothers whom he could count on with his life. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, bid him goodbye because he had to return to the celestial world. The Monkey King had already broken several rules when he forcefully broke through Hestia and smuggled Zhu and Sha through with him. In order to not bring more trouble to himself, he decided to return and lie low for a while, so that the Jade Emperor and the stuck-up law enforcers wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Princess Sydney, Ian, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Pearl were all standing in front of the flying carriage and waiting for him to arrive. Charmaine's sister looked at William with a serious expression on her face. After she lost consciousness during their battle, she had been in bed for 3 days and was bereft of strength. Pearl felt that her lethargic state was caused by William. The only evidence she had that the half-elf had done something to her when she was out of commission were the 2 puncture marks on her neck. "Are you guys ready to go?" William asked. Everyone nodded. They had already prepared everything for their departure, and all that they were waiting for was Emperor Leonidas' signal to return to the Creator Empire. As William was about to board the flying carriage, he felt something move inside his consciousness. His expression immediately became serious, as he looked at his lovers with a complicated expression on his face. "Hold this to me for safekeeping," William said as he passed Soleil to Ian. "There is something urgent that I need to attend to. I will all see you in the Creator Empire." William didn't even wait for Princess Sydney's reply before he flew towards the sky. Zhu and Sha flew behind him, while riding a cloud made up of sand. They had noticed the look of concern on William's face, so they decided to follow him and see what was troubling him. The half-elf didn't ask them to leave him alone, because he didn't plan on keeping any secrets from the 2 of them. When they arrived at a location without any people, William took his 2 friends inside the Thousand Beast domain and headed straight towards the Undying Lands. The sounds of chains breaking echoed within the hidden sanctuary of Avalon. Malachi could feel his strength growing by the minute as he waited for the shackles that bound him to shatter. He had been trapped inside Avalon for thousands of years, and the seal had finally lost its power. Finally, "I am free!" Malachi rejoiced after his last shackle was destroyed. Powerful magical fluctuations surrounded Malachi, and his body started to shrink. In his Dracolic form, he was over 20 meters tall, but now, his height was only a little over 2 meters. Naklavi, as well as the other 5 generals of the undead army, stood in anticipation. They had stayed inside Avalon for thousands of years in order to wait for this day to arrive. This was the scene that William saw when he arrived in the Undying Lands. Millions of undead were kneeling as they showed their obedience to the being that floated over Avalon. "You're here, William," Malachi said. "I was about to ask you to come, but it is good that you came here voluntarily. There is something that I need to tell you." William looked at the Dracolic, who had mostly regained his powers. Although he was still not at his peak condition, the power that William felt was no joke. This was a power that transcended a demigod and, for a brief moment, the half-elf thought that he was looking at a god. "What can I do for you, Your Excellency?" William asked. Malachi and him had already come into an agreement. Even though the Dracolic seemed scary and formidable, he had a feeling that Malachi would abide by the oath he had made to William several years ago. "I will take the Undying Lands with me," Malachi replied. His words were firm and would not take no for an answer. "I will be leaving your domain today." William nodded in understanding. However, he was still curious about one thing, so he decided to ask the question that had been in his mind ever since he had met Malachi. "Your Excellency, can I ask you a question?" "Okay, but I'll only answer one question." Zhu and Sha listened at the side and didn't dare to interject in the conversation. They had already seen many powerful beings, including gods, but meeting Malachi made them feel weak. They had no doubt in their minds that if the Dracolic decided to end their lives, all that Malachi needed to do was stare at them. "Avalon is the last bastion of humanity, and you have been trapped inside it for thousands of years," William said. "Your Excellency, are you on the side of humanity or against it?" Malachi chuckled because this question was indeed laughable. Almost everyone that knew him had long ceased to exist. Some of them had died on the battlefield while others died of old age. Even so, he still remained because he still had some unfinished business to attend to. "My allegiance belongs to Hestia," Malachi said. "As long as she needs me, I will remain for her sake." William frowned because Malachi's answer was vague. He didn't state if he was on the side of humans or not. The Dracolica's answer hinted that his allegiance belonged to the world in its entirety. He was not bound by any race, law, and other restrictions built by those who lived in the world. "It's fortunate that the two of us are not enemies," William sighed in his heart. "Even if I held the power of the Dungeon Conqueror, I don't have the confidence to emerge victorious against him." On that same day, an island that was thousands of meters long appeared in the sky near the Savadine Mountains. Those who saw it felt their bodies shiver because of the unholy presence that it radiated. However, this feeling didn't last long because just as fast as the island appeared, it disappeared just as quickly. No one knew if what they saw was only an illusion or not. However, one thing was certain. All the guests that still hadn't departed from the Misty Sect saw it. They felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end when they saw the island. Among the guests, only one was able to recognize it, and a grim expression appeared on his face. "So, the time has finally come," Vlad muttered. "Malachi is finally free and, with his appearance, this world will face an unprecedented calamity." Vlad felt his blood turn cold because he knew that no one would be safe from what was about to transpire. "I need to visit a few of my acquaintances," Vlad thought. "They have to know that the twilight of this world is at hand." William watched the Undying Lands until it vanished from his sight. Malachi had activated its stealth ability, and no one knew where the giant floating island would appear next. Although William didn't know what Malachi's goal was, one thing was certain: the Dracolic was not his enemy. Malachi had made this perfectly clear to him, and the half-elf could tell his sincerity. Before Malachi left, he said some parting words to William. He told the half-elf that if they ever meet in the future, William should pretend that they didn't know each other. The red-headed teenager didn't say anything, because there was no need for words. He believed that those who had participated in the War of the Southern Continent would be able to recognize the powerful undead army that had made a deep impression in their hearts. There were many smart people in the world, and it would be fairly easy for them to connect the dots. After all, there was only one Naklavi in the world. Once they saw the Devil of the Sea rampage in the battlefield, they would associate it with William. Even if he denied it, no one would believe him. "I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get there," William muttered. "Till we meet again, Malachi." Malachi hovered above the floating island as he navigated Avalon through the skies of the central continent. He had been trapped inside the undying lands for thousands of years, and the geography of the world had changed with the passing of time. He planned to travel across the central continent to map its regions and familiarize himself with it. William had given him the general layout of the world and the various factions that resided in it. Of course, Malachi planned to verify the information with his own eyes in order to plan for the future. Among the various empires in the list that William had given him, there was one particular name that caught his attention. The Ares Empire, Malachi said softly. Fortunately, Astarte has left her descendants behind. They will be of great help in what is to come. Avalon flew steadily in the sky above the clouds. Its first destination was the Amazon Empire. Malachi wanted to know if the blood of the warrior goddess was just as powerful as it was in the past. He was going to pay a visit to the descendants of his acquaintances who had fought with him during the darkest era of the world. Time was of the essence, and the Dracolic had no intention of wasting it. 2 weeks passed, and the flying carriage of Emperor Leonidas finally reached the border of the Creter Empire. A one-way teleportation gate had already been established, so it didn't take long before the emperor, along with his entourage, arrived at the capital city of the Creter Empire, Asmar. Sydney, have you already told William that the two of you will be married 2 weeks from now? Emperor Leonidas asked. Princess Sydney nodded her head. He already knows, Your Majesty. He will be there on the promised date. Good. The arrangements have already been made. The two of you only need to appear and everything will fall into place. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Leonidas nodded his head and went back to the castle to rest. Everyone did the same and returned to their temporary residences in the capital city. Kenneth, Lilith, and Pearl were Princess Sydney's guests, so they were given VIP treatment. Empress Andraste still needed to do things in the Ares Empire, so she tasked Lilith to be her representative at Princess Sydney's wedding. Lilith had no complaints because she wanted to know more about William. The half-elf intrigued her. No one knew what happened during his battle with Meredith. Everyone had their own speculations, but none were able to confirm it. Everyone agreed that William had infiltrated Meredith's body and attacked it from inside. That was the only explanation that they could think of. Even William's lovers believed that this was the case. 2 weeks later, the wedding was held as planned. Princess Sydney wore a beautiful wedding dress that made her look divine. The hearts of all young men were broken when they saw the lady of their dreams. They had seen many beautiful women in the past, but none were as beautiful as the princess who was about to marry the handsome half-elf whose popularity was at its peak. If I could marry her, I would die without regrets. To be able to spend the night with such a beauty is every man's dream. I'm so envious. That William boy is so lucky. He will be able to have his way with the princess. If only she had met me first. Hello? Have you looked in the mirror? Why would the princess marry someone who looks like a sardine? It's about time that you faced reality. All the guys could only sigh as they thought about the lucky half-elf, who would be marrying the granddaughter of Emperor Leonidas. The heirs of the high-ranking nobles were disappointed as well. They had all tried to ask for the princess' hand in marriage, but she firmly rejected their advances. Now they could only look at her from afar and curse the half-elf who was lucky enough to be able to take her maidenhood on their wedding night. What they didn't know was that the pure maiden in their minds had lost her purity long ago. Of course, no one knew this except for William, Ian, and Chiffon. Even Emperor Leonidas was not aware that her granddaughter had already been stamped by William's seal of approval. William was wearing a black suit that highlighted his red hair and light green eyes. The ladies of the realm giggled when they saw him. There were also 2 little familiars floating by his side who were wearing similar clothes. One wore white, the other black. Just like William, both of them were very handsome. If not for the fact that they were only as tall as an adult's hand, both of them would definitely be the target of the noble ladies who were looking for an eligible candidate to marry. Elliot threw flying kisses to the beautiful ladies that William passed as he walked towards the altar. Conan, on the other hand, had a serious expression on his face, as if he was the one that was about to get married. The moment the half-elf stood side by side with Princess Sydney, everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven. Both of them complemented each other, and everyone was certain that their children would be just as good-looking as they were. The ceremony proceeded without any mishaps. Both of them exchanged rings and kissed in front of everyone. Somewhere in the venue, Prince Jason looked at the woman of his dreams with a calm expression on his face. In the past, he did everything he could so that he would be the one to marry Princess Sydney. However, after the worldwide announcement, he knew that his chance had flown away. This was why he had resorted to drinking. It was the only way he knew of that could help him forget about his heartbreak. "Does it still hurt?" Princess Vanessa asked as she placed her soft hand over her beloved's chest. "Yes," Prince Jason replied. "It hurts." Princess Vanessa nodded her head in understanding and hugged her prince tightly. She knew that time would heal everything. "Don't worry. I will make you forget her soon enough." Prince Jason lowered his head. He then looked at the collar that was on Princess Vanessa's neck and caressed her face gently. "Let's go," Prince Jason said. "I've seen enough." "Okay." Princess Vanessa nodded and allowed herself to be led away by the one she had loved for many years. William glanced in their direction before wishing for their happiness in his heart. He had asked the system to look for Prince Jason in the crowd, because he thought that the latter would do something to mess up his wedding with Sydney. Fortunately, the prince simply watched from afar and left with Princess Vanessa to find their own happiness in life. "I pray that the next time we meet, we will be friends and not enemies," William prayed in his heart as he watched them disappear in the distance. The half-elf was not the only one who was looking in Prince Jason's and Princess Vanessa's direction. Emperor Leonidas and Prince Maximilian were doing the same. They gave the two of them their silent blessing and wished for their happiness. William and Princess Sydney left the venue while being showered by cheers and applause from everyone in the kingdom. Lilith stared at the two of them with an indifferent gaze. However, deep inside she was already making plans of her own. The Amazon princess was aware that William was keeping his distance from her, but she wasn't too bothered by it. Her divinity was greed after all. There was nothing in the world that she couldn't take, for that was the power of her divinity. "If I can't have it, then I'll just steal it," Lilith mused. High above the heavens, inside the temple of the 10,000 gods, a certain greedy goddess chuckled. She was well aware of how stubborn her daughter was, but she believed that she had found her match in William. "You can steal as much as you want, daughter of mine," Mammon said with a smile. "However, that also goes both ways. Since you decided to steal, you should also be prepared to have something stolen from you. I pray that the boy, William, will teach you this lesson, Lilith. For not all treasures are silver and gold." After spending a few days with Princess Sydney, William once again returned to Ammon's temple to report his completion of the quest that was given to him. "Tell me, did you wash your hands before you came here?" Ammon asked with suspicion. The corner of William's lips twitched because this was the first sentence that came out of Ammon's lips as soon as he appeared in front of him. "Of course I did," William replied. "I'm a very hygienic person, you know?" Ammon arched an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he went straight to business and informed William about his next trial. "Listen well, half-elf. Due to the manner of how you cleared the other trials, I decided to give you one last trial," Ammon said. "If you clear this trial, I will honor my words and lift the curse on Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies." At first, William thought that he just misheard Ammon's words. But after asking for confirmation, Astrid's twin brother had indeed said that this would be his final trial, and it made William very happy. "No matter what it is, I will definitely accomplish it without fail." William patted his chest with confidence. "Come at me, bro," Ammon snorted. "I sincerely hope that you will be able to pass this trial as well. I look forward to your performance." William quieted down and waited for Ammon to finish his explanation. He was very curious about what the final trial would be. Naturally, he expected that this trial would be more difficult than the two trials that he had finished not long ago. "There is a young lady who is staying in Hestia Academy that goes by the name Shannon," Ammon said. "What I want you to do is help her with her problem." William nodded his head. What is her problem? Well, you can go and ask her yourself. After you finish this last trial, you don't have to report to me. I will honor my word and carry my end of our agreement. Thank you, Your Excellency. Amun waved his hand in a casual manner. No need to thank me. Like I said, this is our agreement. You may now go. William gave Amun a brief bow before leaving the temple. The Grand Marquis of Hell watched the half-elves retreating back with a mischievous smile on his lips. Good luck, William, Amun mused. You will need all the luck in the world in order to clear this quest. After his short chat with William, Amun went to the Temple of the Gods to see his sister. Astrid had taken a hands-off policy in regards to the red-headed teenager's trials, so Amun thought it would be a good idea to inform her about William's last quest. You really asked him that? Astrid inquired as she looked at her twin in disbelief. You tasked him to meet Shannon and help her solve her problems? Yes, Amun answered. I was supposed to give him a few more trials, but I'm afraid that he will be able to breeze through them in no time at all. Since that is the case, I should just let him face the last boss. Who knows? Maybe he will surprise me. Astrid stared long and hard at Amun. Are you sure about this? Although I think that his chances for succeeding are slim, that boy is indeed capable. I thought he would not be able to clear the 51st floor of Babylon, but to our surprise, he really managed to do it. Are you sure you thought this through? Are you prepared for the possible result of this endeavor? Amun chuckled. If he passes, then great. I will even be thankful to him if he manages to solve Shannon's problem. Astrid sighed as she drank her tea. Her twin had taken a gamble, and he was betting his chips on William's success. I guess this is his way of showing that he cares for her, Astrid thought. I just hope that my brother will not regret the decision he made today. After leaving the temple, William hurriedly went to find Chloe. She was Celeste's familiar and knew a lot about Hestia Academy. The half-elf was hoping that he would be able to gain some information regarding the girl named Shannon, who seemed to be studying inside Hestia Academy. How do you know about Shannon? Chloe frowned. Not many knew about Shannon's existence. For William to know about this secret meant that he had been told the news by someone else. Chloe crossed her arms on her chest and eyed William with a critical gaze. She didn't understand how a closely guarded secret was known to someone who was not even enrolled at the academy. A god told me, William replied with a smile. Then listen and listen well, Chloe said after thinking things through. She decided to tell William all the information she knew about Shannon, to prevent William from investigating on his own. If he was caught by one of the guards that were tasked to protect the white-haired girl from the academy, he might be subjected to a severe punishment that might also find its way to her, because she was William's sixth master. Shannon is a year older than you, and she has a very peculiar ability, Chloe whispered. Almost everyone who has laid their eyes on her has committed suicide. So, if you don't want to die, don't even try to find Shannon in the academy. This is for your own good. Do you understand? William could only nod his head because Chloe was starting to get agitated. This was the first time that he had seen her act this way. Although he was confident in his strength, he wasn't omnipotent. The way Chloe was acting made him realize that there was more to Shannon than met the eye. For now, he just nodded his head in order to calm the little familiar, who was looking back at him with an anxious expression written on her face. 2 days had passed since William had talked to Amun in his temple. The half-elf had a meeting with Emperor Leonidas, and told him about his decision to leave the Creator Empire to go to Hestia Academy. Surprisingly, the Emperor didn't forbid him from doing so, and even insisted that he take Princess Sydney and Chiffon along with him on his journey. William was quite happy with this development, because his 2 wives would be coming with him to the academy. Hestia Academy is the biggest learning institution in the central continent, Emperor Leonidas said. This is where the elites of the younger generation gather. My sons have all studied there at one point in time. Unfortunately, my grandchildren weren't able to do the same due to conflicts in familial interest. William knew better than to ask what this conflict was. Emperor Leonidas would soon step down from his throne, and his sons were all gunning to take his position. Because of the political struggle amongst the members of the royal family, The princes and princesses decided to stay in the capital to help their parents win the emperor's affection. Since you are already part of our family, you better do your best to stand out in Hestia Academy. Emperor Leonidas patted William's shoulder. You are very famous right now, but that won't stop a lot of people from wanting to know your true strength. Also, your wives are very beautiful. I'm sure that many young men will feel jealous of you, and this will cause them to make your life difficult in the academy. William smiled and didn't say anything else. He was more than happy to dump a ton of night soil on the faces of anyone who wished to cause harm to him and his wives. The half-elf was sure that after they saw him in action, they would be too disgusted to even look at his face. Emperor Leonidas had given him 2 flying carriages pulled by griffins to make the journey towards the testing area of the academy easier. Those who didn't want to, or didn't have the means take the back door, had to take an entrance exam. Just like the Hellon Royal Academy, any student could enroll in it. However, they would need to pass a trial before the gates of the academy would open to them. The fun part about the trial was that it was open year-round. Anyone who wished to take the test could visit the island of Antilia. This island was managed by Jophiel, who was tasked with supervising all promising students who planned to enroll in Hestia Academy. You are not allowed to fail the entrance exam, Chloe said with a serious expression on her face. You are my disciple, so failing is not an option. If you fail, my reputation in the academy will take a hit. 6th Master. Is there an easier way to enroll in the academy without going through the trial? William inquired. Although he was confident that he would pass the test, he felt that it was too troublesome to start from scratch. Chloe nodded her head in acknowledgement. Of course there is. Do you think that some of those spoiled and arrogant nobles have what it takes to pass the trials? Naturally, there is an easy way to enter the academy, and that is by paying 2 million gold coins per person. That's it. William clapped his hands together. Wait here. I'll go ask Emperor Leonidas to give me a few million gold coins. William was about to go and see Emperor Leonidas to get the VIP ticket to the academy when a teasing voice reached his ears from behind. Clearly, the emperor didn't mention this to him when they had their talk. There's no need to go and see grandfather, Princess Sydney said with a smile. He has already given me 6 million gold coins, so Ian, Chiffon, and I can enter Hestia Academy through the back door. Why only 6 million? What about me? Grandfather said that you are already rich. He added that you should pay for your own education. You are already the owner of many floors in Babylon. Paying 2 million gold coins is something you can easily afford. William scratched his head because he couldn't refute her words. The only problem was that he didn't have any cash on hand. All of his money was handled by his grandfather. Knowing the old coot, the latter would fight him to the bitter end if William asked him to give him a few million for enrollment. There was also the issue with Zhu and Sha, since both of them had just arrived in the world of Hestia. Although they had raided a bandit headquarters, along with Sun Wukong to gain some funds, it was still lacking and didn't even amount to 500,000 gold coins. Lilith, who had accidentally walked in on their discussion, offered William an alternative. I can pay your enrollment fee, Lilith commented. I can even pay the enrollment fees of your 2 friends. All you need to do is come with me to the Ares Empire, so I can withdraw some of your withdraw some gold coins from our treasury. William snorted and ignored Lilith's proposal. He was not a fool. The half-elf was aware that the moment he entered the Amazon Empire, he would only be able to come out after he was milk dry, and his hips dislocated from too much SNU. No thanks, William replied. I can handle this myself. Okay, but if you change your mind, my offer is always available. Lilith leaned on the wall and gave William a teasing smile. William went to find Kenneth and told him what he was planning to do. The delicate-looking elf replied that this issue was already taken care of in their end. Princess Eowyn is scheduled to enroll at Hestia Academy in order to learn more about the world, Kenneth explained. The expedition in the southern continent opened up her eyes, and it made her realize how big the world was. The royal family supports her decision because they believe that they can't stay cooped up in the Silver Moon continent forever. All of those that participated in the tournament, excluding me, were to become the princess guardians during her stay in the academy. Their enrollment has already been paid for. William eyed his ex-roommate with a confused look on his face. Then how about you? Why didn't they pay for your enrollment? There's no need to do that. I will take the test with you, Kenneth replied. He didn't want to tell William that his relationship with his family was very bad. They would not bother spending anything, let alone 2 million gold coins, just to let him study in the human world. I see. Well, I think the trial won't be an issue. Although I don't know how strong you are. Sydney told me that you came second place in the Tournament of Champions. Compared to your achievement, being a runner-up isn't something to be proud of. While the two of them were talking, Kenneth suddenly felt dizzy and unconsciously grabbed onto William to steady himself. The half-elf supported his body in concern because Kenneth's face had become extremely pale all of a sudden. What's wrong? William asked. His tone was laced with concern, which secretly made Kenneth happy. In truth, Kenneth didn't know if William still thought of him as a real friend, and was merely being civil with him because he was Lady Arwen's disciple. I'm fine, Kenneth replied as he took a step back from William. This is a normal occurrence, so there's no need for concern. When are we going to leave? William didn't pry any further because he could see that the silver-haired elf's face had regained its color. He told him that they would leave in 2 days and head towards the island of Antilia in order to take the test of Hestia Academy. After making sure that Kenneth was really fine, William set out in order to prepare for their journey. He was only one trial away from fulfilling his promise to Est, Ian, and Isaac, so he was looking forward to meeting Shannon in the academy. I just hope that her problem isn't too hard to solve, William thought as he walked along the hallway of the palace. Est, wait for me. I miss you. Helon Kingdom. Young master, what's wrong? Isaac asked as he looked at Est with concern. Est shook his head as he picked up the book that had fallen on the floor. Nothing. I just thought I heard William's voice. Elizabeth, Est's mother, smiled as she looked at her daughter with a knowing glance. This was not the first time that her daughter's thoughts had wandered when she was alone and had nothing to do. She knew that Est had wanted to travel with William to the Creator Empire, but King Noah had prevented her from doing so. After Prince Lionel had been executed, and Prince Rufus exiled from the kingdom, only Prince Ernest was left. King Noah had decided to raise him as the next ruler, and Est became his study partner. Since she was unable to accompany William to the central continent, Est tasked Ian to take her place and keep the half-elf safe. Although she knew that William had a legion of beasts to protect him, she was still worried about his safety. Young master, my lady, we should be leaving for Lant soon, Isaac reminded Est and Elizabeth. They had been invited to celebrate Eve's 7th birthday. The nobles of the kingdom were doing their best to form a good relationship with the Ainsworth family, but James was aloof and ignored their advances. Only a select few, like Est, had managed to keep close ties with William's family, and this was largely due to the half-elf's influence. Is everything prepared? Elizabeth asked. Isaac nodded. Yes, my lady. Sir Herman and Lady Nana have just finished preparing the carriage. We can leave any time. Let's go, Elizabeth replied. Arriving early is also a good thing. This was not the first time that Elizabeth had visited Lant. Due to William's invitation, she would go there at least once a month to breathe some fresh air and play with the adorable Eve, who was growing into a fine young lady. Elizabeth's health gradually became better thanks to her short vacations to the countryside. Usually, the trip from the capital to Lant would take 4 days, but after the war, James had built a teleportation gate in the center of his 3 territories, which were managed by his son, Mordred. Since then, the trade in the countryside had increased and several merchants had made the place more lively. Once they passed through the teleportation gate, it would only take half an hour to reach Lant when using a flying carriage. This was why Elizabeth could enjoy her short vacations in Lant and not worry about the exhausting travel from the capital to the countryside. When they arrived, they saw several familiar faces as well. William's 2 knights, Dave and Conrad, were already there and having a lively conversation with Matthew, who had recently become a father to a beautiful baby girl. Leah was in the kitchen helping Helen with the celebration dishes that they were going to serve for Eve's birthday party. "Grandma!" A lively voice greeted Elizabeth as soon as she strolled towards the garden. Suddenly, a 7-year-old girl with long red hair ran towards her with a big smile on her face. "Eve!" Elizabeth hugged the treasure of the Ainsworth family and kissed both of her cheeks. "Did you behave like a good girl while I was away?" Good girl." Ariadne, Eve's mentor, walked towards the two, followed by 7 ducks and a white goose, who served as Eve's protectors. Just like always, no one could remember what she looked like. Only Eve was able to see through her ability and not forget her appearance. "Good day to you, Lady Elizabeth," Ariadne greeted. Est's mother looked up at the approaching oracle and nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Miss Ariadne, I pray that you have been well since our last meeting. Well enough to be able to catch that mischievous girl whenever she plays truant and does not attend my classes." Elizabeth giggled because she had already expected this answer. Eve was a free spirit and she would always do things depending on her mood. She had been raised with love and care, and although she was not really a spoiled child, everyone was willing to pamper her since she was loved by all. "Everyone, lunch is ready," Helen said as she stepped into the garden to fetch Elizabeth, Eve, and Ariadne. "Eve, come with me for a bit. I made a dress for this occasion." Eve bid Elizabeth and Ariadne goodbye as she followed Helen back to the house. Her dress was dirty because she had been out in the fields, playing with the ducks. If not for the fact that today was her birthday, she might have gone on an adventure, bringing the ducks and goose with her. Elizabeth sighed after Eve entered the house. "Are you really going to take Eve to the central continent half a year from now?" Elizabeth asked Ariadne, who was standing beside her. The oracle of the herd nodded her head. "She has learned almost everything that she can learn here in Lant. We need to go on a pilgrimage to the central continent, so she can officially receive the blessing in the main temple of the gods. All the oracles that have come before her have done the same. It is only a matter of time before her powers are fully awakened." "But isn't it still too early?" Elizabeth asked. She had just turned 7. "Can't that pilgrimage wait until she's a bit older?" Ariadne shook her head. "The prophecy of the elves is reaching maturity, and soon, the Dark Prince will reveal himself. Eve needs to receive the blessing of her patron god, so she will be protected from the threat that will cover the entire world in darkness. If she misses this chance, it may never come again. So, although she is still young, it is imperative that we go to the central continent." Ariadne's tone was firm. She had seen things in her vision that she couldn't share with anyone. The reason she would wait half a year before journeying to the central continent was because King Minos would be sending his sons, Icarus and Daedalus, to accompany them on their journey. The two beasts were about to have a breakthrough in their strength and, according to King Minos, it would take them half a year to consolidate their powers. Although the white goose was strong, it was only at the peak of the millennial rank. Only a few could match it in the southern continent, but its strength would only be average in the central continent. In the place where the major powers of the world congregated, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons that lurked within its vast landscape. Only the power of myriad beasts would ensure Eve's safety, so Ariadne was willing to wait for the 2 minotaurs to upgrade their strength, so they could serve as Eve's bodyguards. "I will miss her terribly," Elizabeth sighed for the second time. "Lant will never be the same without her." Ariadne shared Elizabeth's opinion, but she was someone who could see the bigger picture. Eve's fate wasn't tied to the southern continent because this stage was too small for her. Ariadne knew that the fleeting peace that they were experiencing right now would soon come to an end, and a battle of unprecedented proportions was about to begin. After a week of travel, 3 flying carriages arrived at the island of Antilia. Lilith had a carriage all for herself, while Kenneth and Pearl shared another. As for William, he shared his flying carriage with his lovers, alongside his 6th master Chloe. Zhu and Sha, who had stayed inside the Thousand Beast domain, were being given VIP treatment by Charmaine and the rest of the elves in William's villa. The 2 demons had been very curious about the dungeon of Atlantis, so they decided to explore it together. Chloe had told William everything she knew about the administrator of the island, Jophiel. As for the entrance exams, Chloe didn't know much about them because all of them were random. Although he doesn't get along with the majority of the professors in the academy, he is still the ideal person to manage the entrance exam because he is the fairest of all, Chloe said. He will not fail anyone as long as he sees their potential. This is also why he is called the gatekeeper of Hestia Academy. It is not bad to form a good relationship with him. William nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, Sixth Master. This exam is a walk in the park for me. That's the spirit. Chloe placed her hands on her waist and eyed William with appreciation. Elliot and Conan were relaxing on the couch. They, too, thought that the exam would not pose any problems for them. After all that they had been through in the dungeon of Atlantis, the two familiars had already perfected their teamwork with William. They were more than ready to face any kind of difficulty that the examiner would throw at them. For some reason, this exam takes me back to when I first enrolled at Helon Royal Academy, William said softly as he patted Chiffon's head. It has been many years since then, and to this day, I still haven't experienced the happy academy life I envisioned. Kakik, indeed, you still haven't experienced a fulfilling academy life, Conan agreed. So many things have happened, and your youth passed by so quickly. The corner of William's lips twitched as he eyed the devil familiar who was eating some butter cookies. His words implied that William was no longer young, but in reality he was only 18 years old. The years he had lived on Earth didn't count. Well, we should do our best to enjoy this opportunity, Elliot said as he lazily leaned on the cushy pillow like a king. After all, this is the last Academy arc of this series. Before William could ask Elliot what he meant that this was going to be their last Academy arc, a knock was heard on the door of the carriage. Will, the administrator is starting to gather the examinees. We should head over as well. Kenneth's voice was not too loud, but it was more than enough for William to hear his voice. After telling Kenneth that he would be there shortly, the half-elf talked to Zhu and Sha via telepathy, and told them that it was now time to leave the Thousand Beast domain. 5 minutes later, William, Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth walked towards the open area where the introduction would be held. Only the examinees were allowed to enter the area, so Princess Sydney, Ian, Chiffon, and Chloe could only wish him luck on the exam. The little fairy also told William that they would be waiting on the final island, where those who passed the exam would appear. Soon, a middle-aged man with short blonde hair and blue eyes stepped on a raised platform to address everyone that had come to take the Hestia Academy entrance exam. Good day to all of you. My name is Jophiel, and I will be your supervisor in the upcoming exam, Jophiel announced. There are more than 2,000 of you gathered here today, but only a few will be able to enter the academy grounds. Those who want to back out now can still back out. After you sign the death waiver, there is no turning back. You only have one life. Do not throw it away just because you've dreamed about entering Hestia Academy. Jophiel scanned the surroundings, but all he saw were determined faces. The people that had gathered at Antilia Island knew that there was a chance of death during the trials. Although the Academy had stepped up to prevent any casualties, there were still many young men and women who had died taking the exam, which had raised Jophiel's notoriety among the populace of the central continent. It's your funeral, Jophiel stated. However, he didn't try to dissuade them again. All he did was ask everyone to sign the death waiver before the start of the exam. Conan, you don't have to sign that death waiver, Elliot said as he scratched his head. As long as we don't use 100% of our power, we won't die even if we are killed. Kakik, you don't understand, Elliot, Conan replied as he signed a death waiver. Although we can't die, that doesn't mean that we can't follow the standard operating procedure of mortals. Isn't it more fun this way? The words of this dotted line are suspicious. It said that all items that we possess would be confiscated by the Academy on the condition that we die during the trial. Really? Elliot read the spot where Conan was pointing at and chuckled. Doesn't this mean that we can also confiscate the items of those who died? Oh, when you put it that way, it is indeed possible. Great. Let's keep a lookout on the people who are going to die. Let's split the items 50-50. Kakik. Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Conan flapped its wings and waved the waiver in his hand. He then raised his voice so that he would be heard by everyone who were currently signing their death waivers. Everyone, do not worry. I, Conan, hereby swear that I will take responsibility for your possessions when you die, Conan declared. I won't allow the Academy to profit from your deaths. So, please, rest in peace. Elliot smacked his forehead when he heard his twin's declaration. My goodness, you shouldn't tell this to them face to face. Can't we just quietly safeguard their possessions once they kick the bucket? You sir over there, I just saw how you will die. Do you mind if I accompany you later during the trial? Everyone drew in deep breaths as they stared hatefully at the two familiars who were already eyeing their possessions even when they were still alive. The man that Elliot had called out earlier immediately tore his death waiver and left the premises. For some reason, he felt that the angelic familiar's cryptic announcement had unnerved him, so he decided to try again next year. William, Kenneth, Zhu, and Sha walked away and pretended that they didn't know the two suicidal familiars who had earned the ire of everyone. Although William was confident in his strength, he didn't want to antagonize thousands of people. Miss Beautiful, it would be best if you don't take the exam, Elliot said as he flew over a pretty lady who seemed to be in her late teens. The thought of a monster eating you whole breaks my heart. Will I really die? The pretty girl asked with an anxious expression on his face. Elliot nodded. Yes, but if you want to survive, I am selling Lucky Charms. They can help you survive this calamity. They are very cheap, just 1 gold and a kiss on the lips, and your chances of dying will decrease drastically. Take note that the only refund I will give back is the kiss. The gold coin is non-refundable. Elliot's sweet talking and suaveness was quite effective, and the pretty lady bought 1 Lucky Charm and gave him a gold coin and a kiss on the lips. After getting the Lucky Charm, the lady went away with a sense of security. Some of the participants felt that the familiar was just scamming them, but the thought of dying was something that they couldn't push away in their mind. A gold coin and a kiss was cheap compared to their lives, so more and more people were starting to get tempted by Elliot's proposal. Give me 1 Lucky Charm. A teenage boy who had freckles on his face approached Elliot. Elliot looked at him with a serious expression and shook his head. I only sell my Lucky Charm to girls. All of you guys can just roll over and die for all I care. Ah, Miss Beautiful with the pink dress. Can I interest you in some Lucky Charms? Elliot flew in the direction of the girl wearing a pink dress and left the boy with an awkward look on his face. The young men who saw this scene cursed Elliot in their hearts and vowed to target him during the exam. The angelic familiar didn't give a hoot about what they thought. He was not easy to kill, and even if they succeeded in doing so, William could summon him again after 24 hours. Your familiar sure is something, Kenneth said with a complicated expression. According to Lady Celeste, familiars were born with traits belonging to their master. So, you have this kind of side to you that I didn't know about. You might have misheard her, William replied with a face filled with righteousness. Do I look like a womanizing skirt chaser to you? I am like Conan, straightforward and honest. I don't have a hobby of picking up girls and asking for a kiss. Isn't that right, Conan? Yes. William isn't like that. Conan patted his chest like a trustworthy person. He just kisses women in his dreams and makes love to them every night. He had been doing it for Yampage. William hurriedly grabbed the whistleblower and covered the devil's mouth tight. Conan kept on struggling in his grip, but William held him in a vice grip, preventing him from spilling his secrets. Kenneth looked at him weirdly, but didn't comment more about the matter. He just closed his eyes and waited for Jophiel to start the entrance exam. What William did with his lovers was none of his business. Half an hour later, all the waivers had been gathered. Jophiel gave William a long, hard stare after he received the half-elf's waiver and seeing the red-headed teenager's name on it. A minute later, he turned around and made an announcement. Everyone follow me. We are going to the exam's location, Jophiel declared. No one could see his face, but a glint of something ominous passed his eyes for a brief moment. Looks like this year's exam is going to be interesting. I look forward to your performance, William von Ainsworth. The forest floor seemed to be trembling as thousands of people ran at the same time. Jophiel, the lead examiner, ran in a carefree manner followed by the aspiring students of Hestia Academy. In the beginning, there were several people who wanted to show off their prowess and ran ahead of him. Jophiel didn't mind because he had already told everyone their destination. He said that those who were able to reach the northern tip of the island would be able to pass the first stage of the exam. The only condition was that they had to run towards it. Anyone who flew, used spells, artifacts, or rode beasts would automatically be disqualified. Those who ran ahead of Jophiel and the rest of the examinees felt very smug. They were confident in their physical prowess and wanted to leave a good impression on the lead examiner. Unfortunately, they underestimated this simple marathon and were soon panting for breath when they reached the quarter mark of their journey. Their running course was 1,181 miles long. Every quarter mark of their journey, their body weight would increase by 100%. Only the original 100% will increase and not the increment. This in itself was not a big deal, but there were wild beasts that would occasionally attack the runners using ranged attacks, especially if they were running solo. Although these beasts were not that powerful, the constant harassment made the already difficult run more difficult. In the end, these runners waited for the main group to arrive and ran alongside them. There was safety in numbers, and they had learned it the hard way. William and his group were not normal individuals. They were all quite strong, so they paced themselves properly. They just followed behind Jophiel and kept the examiner in their sights. When the main group reached the halfway mark, the lead examiner increased his pace, which surprised the majority of the runners who were following behind him. There were several repeaters in the group, so they already knew that this was bound to happen. They had even given this course a name, and they called it the beginner killing course. Most of the first-timers would drop at this stage, and all of them would start training for a few months, before going back to Antilia Island to take the examination again. These veterans ran at the rear of the group and allowed the first-timers to run ahead of them. In cycling, there is a trick called drafting. The lead cyclist would be the one pushing against the wind pressure and create a pocket of air behind him. The cyclist following him would suffer less air resistance and match the lead cyclist's speed using less effort. If you use this technique, you will save a lot of energy. This was why a team of cyclists took turns in taking the lead position, so that others could rest behind them, allowing the group to have enough stamina to send their ace to reach the finish line in one mad sprint for victory. I guess that time we spent running in hell is finally paying off, Zhu said as he controlled his breathing. Sha nodded his head as he saw another examinee fall behind the group. More and more people were falling behind, and some of them couldn't even run anymore due to exhaustion. They had been running for 4 hours, and they estimated that it would take them at least 10 to 15 more hours to reach their destination. "Are you okay?" William asked Kenneth, who was starting to lag behind. He could tell that something was wrong with the elf because there were instances when he would suddenly falter as he ran beside him. "I'm fine," Kenneth replied as he rubbed his temple. He was doing his best to stay awake, but the drowsiness he felt was getting stronger with every hour that passed. William frowned and he asked Zhu and Sha to look after Kenneth for a while as he sped up to the lead to talk to Jophiel. There was a question he was meaning to ask, and he wondered if the lead examiner would allow such a thing. "Sir, excuse me," William said as he ran side by side with Jophiel. "There are several restrictions placed on this trial. However, there is no rule that states that you can't carry a person to the finish line." Jophiel glanced at William and nodded his head. There is indeed no rule that forbids anyone from carrying someone to the finish line. So, is it allowed? It is allowed. However, very few do it. The weight increase will still affect the person that is being carried. Meaning, the burden of the one carrying that person would also increase drastically as we near the finish line. "Thank you for answering my question." William gave Jophiel a brief nod before going back to his group. Jophiel gave William a sidelong glance before once again looking in front of him. He had witnessed many people do the same thing in the past. Among them, those that succeeded didn't surpass the number of fingers on his left hand. Whether William would be able to accomplish that feat, he would only know once the half-elf crossed the finish line. "I'll carry you," William said. "Don't worry. I'm confident that I can carry you all the way. After a brief internal struggle, Kenneth accepted William's offer. He was really at his limit, and the power of his divinity couldn't be denied. The half-elf carried Kenneth in a princess carry, and marveled on how light he was. Half a minute later, Kenneth closed his eyes to sleep. Those who held the power of sloth weren't really built for long marathons. The silver-haired elf had already gone above and beyond his capability. He was even surprised that he managed to last this long in an event that required constant physical activity. The hours passed, and only a few hundred were still following behind Jophiel. The sun had already set, and the surroundings were quite dark. If not for the fact that Elliot used his powers to create several balls of light to illuminate the way, some of the survivors might have already tripped on the ground due to how dark it was. William had no problem seeing in the dark because he was a half-elf, and was blessed with dark vision. William estimated that they were almost at the last quarter of their journey. However, something unexpected happened. Just as they made a turn in the path, Jophiel suddenly disappeared. He literally vanished in front of everyone, and even William didn't know how the lead examiner accomplished such a thing. Right under his nose. Suddenly, a loud howling sound was heard in the distance. William assumed that it came from a wolf because the howl was quite distinct. As if to answer the call, hundreds of howls erupted out of nowhere, and it made the survivors frown. All of them were quite proficient in fighting, so they weren't afraid of a battle against wolves. However, their confidence collapsed when they heard an earth-shaking howl that held considerable power behind it. Only William, Elliot, Conan, Zhu, and Sha were not fazed by this powerful presence who seemed to be the alpha of the wolf pack. Optimus had already identified the source of the howl, and had shown the information to William in his status page. When the half-elf saw the name of the millennial beast, a smile appeared on his face, as if he was meeting an old friend. It was none other than a thunder-horned wolf, a millennial beast that was at its peak stage, and the same beast that William had killed back in Lant, alongside Ella when the wolf tide descended upon the Hellon kingdom. For the examinees, this was a creature that was out of their league. Jophiel looked with indifference at the thousands of dire wolves that were charging towards the examinees' direction. This was not included in the trial, but the wolf pack suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If William wasn't in the group, Jophiel would have faced this wolf army alone to protect everyone. However, since William was already there, he decided to just watch as the battle unfolded. He wanted to know the abilities of the person that had gained so much fame after his achievement in the Tower of Babylon. This was also in alignment with the order of the headmaster of Hestia Academy. As the person that was in charge of the entrance exams, Jophiel was given full authorization to gauge William's current strength. Just like everyone else, he was very curious about William's combat ability. If he managed to pass this trial with flying colors, the Academy would definitely welcome him with open arms. They were always in the lookout for promising individuals that would help safeguard the world of Hestia in its entirety. Screams erupted in the forest as the examinees found themselves face to face with thousands of dire wolves, and their leader, the thunder-horned wolf. None of the teenagers were weak. Even though they were completely outnumbered, they had the ability to overcome the ferocious dire wolves that were eyeing them with greed. The only problem was that none of them were strong enough to fight against a millennial beast at its peak stage. If it was only a centennial beast, they could probably beat it. But a millennial beast was too much for these examinees, and the mere sight of it unnerved them. "You can put me down now," Kenneth said as he opened his eyes. He awoke because he felt something that could potentially threaten his life. After looking at the beast army in front of him, Kenneth knew that William was enough to easily defeat all of the direwolves, including their leader, even if he fought alone. "Okay." William nodded his head. Just as soon as Kenneth's feet touched the ground, the thunder-horned wolf roared and the thousands of dire wolves attacked en masse. William didn't care too much about the dire wolves because he believed that the examinees were strong enough to handle them. However, he still gave an order to Elliot and Conan to keep the teenagers from getting killed by the wolf army. "Do you need help?" Zhu asked. William shook his head. "I am more than enough to play with this thing." "Okay, we'll just look after the others." Zhu commented. Just like William, he wasn't worried about a mere millennial beast. He was not aware that the thunder-horned wolf's last resort was strong enough to wipe out an entire capital of a kingdom when push came to shove. The thunder-horned wolf's final attack, Storm Annihilation, was as powerful as a full-powered attack by a myriad beast. Among all the millennial beasts, only this particular wolf was capable of doing that. Only those with complete confidence in their abilities would actively provoke this sinister beast, who was notorious for mass destruction. William flew towards the thunder-horned wolf to prevent it from joining the fray and hurting everyone. The two forces clashed and the battlefield became extremely chaotic. Howls, grunts, shouts, roars, and screams reverberated in the air as the examinees fought with everything they had done. Ah! The pretty girl who bought Elliot's charm was hit by an air blast from an alpha wolf, and her body slammed to a tree. She had been seriously injured. Her face became instantly pale when she saw the 2-meter wolf charging in her direction. The examinees who were fighting near her were too busy, fending off other dire wolves, so no one was able to give her any support. Just as the wolf lunged at the girl to bite her head off, a lightning bolt hit its face and sent it flying a few meters back. "Miss Beautiful, worry not, for I, Elliot, am here to save you," Elliot said as he floated between the wolf and the pretty girl. Lightning sparked around his body and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his fingertip. Chain lightning, a lightning bolt that was as thick as an electric pole, obliterated the alpha wolf, turning its body into a piece of charcoal. However, it didn't end there. Just as the name suggested, the lightning passed through the other wolves that were near its location. The pretty girl's mouth hung open as she looked at the unbelievable scene in front of her. She never expected the little familiar, whom she bought her lucky charm from, to easily kill the alpha wolf that almost ended her life. "All those who bought lucky charms from me are under my protection," Elliot said as he flicked his hair in arrogance. "Girls, stand behind me. I'll deal with these small fries. As long as I, Elliot, am around, I will not let them touch even a strand of your precious hairs." Elliot fired a barrage of lightning bolts at the dire wolves that had panicked after one of their leaders had died. The alpha wolf was a rank C beast, and the other dire wolves were rank D. For Elliot and Conan, who had faced stronger opponents in the Dungeon of Atlantis, this battle was a walk in the park and carried no suspense. Shield bash. Conan summoned a shield and slammed it into a dire wolf who had escaped Elliot's powerful attacks. Just as he was about to look for another target, he heard a call of help coming from a teenage boy who was being assaulted by 6 dire wolves. "Help!" The teenage boy screamed in desperation as the wolves tried to attack him in every direction. He could handle 2 wolves at a time, but 6 wolves was something way beyond his abilities. Just as he was about to be attacked from his blind spot, a round shield flew in the air and smashed the head of the wolf who used a sneak attack on the boy. It then flew towards the other wolves, hitting them all in the head and giving them serious concussions. Shield boomerang. Conan summoned more shields and hurled them in different directions. Although he specialized in defense, the Devil Familiar had learned 2 offensive skills after William had reached the max level of the Familiomancer class. Although its damage was not as powerful as Elliot's lightning bolts, Conan's attack skills were strong enough to deal with weaker beasts that were rank C and below. Zhu casually swiped his 9-toothed rake at the dire wolves that had targeted him, and ended their lives in a heartbeat. Shah, on the other hand, was already holding a gourd in his hand. Sand flowed from it and became deadly weapons that ended the life of all the dire wolves that were unlucky enough to be within 20 meters around him. Jophiel nodded his head in appreciation because he wasn't expecting William's group to be very strong. As one of the adamantium-ranked warriors in the academy, he could tell that the dire wolves posed no threat to them whatsoever. Kenneth stood still and held a short sword in his hand. He didn't actively participate in the battle, and only attacked the wolves that had chosen to attack him. As the runner-up of the Tournament of Champions, mere dire wolves were not enough to faze him. If William wasn't busy dealing with the millennial wolf, he would definitely say that Kenneth was currently in energy-saving mode. The moment Shah and Zhu joined Elliot and Conan in protecting the examinees, the dire wolves' ferocious charge was put to a complete stop. If they didn't die from Elliot's lightning bolts, they would find themselves coming face to face with a shield that would knock them unconscious. If they survived those 2 attacks, they would have their bodies torn apart by Zhu's 9-toothed rake. If ever they were truly lucky, and survived this 3-layered attack that protected the students, they would find themselves encased in sand and have their bodies squeezed until they burst apart. The examinees looked at their 4 saviors with respect and admiration. They believed that if Elliot, Conan, Zhu, and Shah were not present, all of them would have died in the first stage of the entrance exam. The 5-meter wolf crashed on the ground with a bloody nose after receiving a powerful kick from William. William had equipped his Zen Master Job class and pummeled the thunder-horned wolf's face with punches and kicks that made it realize that the red-headed boy was way stronger than it expected. After being beaten black and blue without having the ability to fight back, the leader of the wolf pack gave a loud howl before running away in defeat. The remaining dire wolves also turned tail and ran after their leader. They thought that they were dealing with easy prey, so the thunder-horned wolf ordered the attack. They didn't expect that they were about to kick a steel plate and would suffer terribly from it. That's it. William blinked in disbelief as he watched the thunder-horned wolf and its lackeys run for their lives. The half-elf scratched his head in disappointment. He was waiting for the big boss to launch the storm of annihilation so that he could deliver the coup de grace on its bum and make it regret it was ever born. The thunder-horned wolf was still in the prime of its life and didn't have the intention of using its ultimate move. Even if it survived its suicidal attack, it would be greatly weakened and would become the prey of the other strong beasts on the island of Antilia. It would not allow itself to become the prey of others, so it decided to retreat instead of continuing a losing battle against the half-elf, whose evil smile made it clench its chrysanthemum subconsciously. After the battle ended, everyone tended to their injuries. Elliot was holding a rejuvenating balm in his hand and busied himself in administering first aid to the ladies. Instead of asking for gold coins, he only asked for kisses, which made the boys draw deep breaths in jealousy. A few minutes later, Jophiel reappeared and clapped his hands to give applause to the survivors. There had been no casualties, due to everyone's efforts, and this was enough to gain his approval. With the power vested upon me by the Academy, I hereby declare that all of you who stayed to fight passed the first stage of the exam, Jophiel said. He then used a magic spell to magnify the power of voice and shouted to those that had chosen to escape and save their own lives during the battle. Those who RQN away will be disqualified from taking the exam. The Academy has no need for people who would abandon others in the face of danger. Teaching them would just be a waste of time and resources. When the deserters heard this, they immediately regretted their decision. They then returned to the group and argued with Jophiel that they had no obligation to fight a losing battle. Also, they pointed out that they didn't have strong ties with the others who were also participating in the exam. Since they were strangers, they had no reason to endanger their lives for the sake of others. All of your reasons are justified, Jophiel replied to the group of deserters. But, since I am the chief examiner, my words are law. If I say you failed, then you failed. Of course, if you feel that I am in the wrong, feel free to fight me. Those who win will no longer have to participate in the next set of exams, and will be directly enrolled in the Academy. Jophiel crossed his arms. I am giving you deserters a one-way ticket into the Academy. All you need to do is beat me. So, who wants to try first? No, scratch that. All of you come to fight me at the same time. If I can't even win against a bunch of cowards, I will immediately resign from my position. You are abusing your authority. Don't think that we are afraid to fight you, one of the deserters said in anger. That's right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid of you. Who's scared of who? Just don't whine that we bullied you, Mr. Examiner. Everyone, let us all fight together. We are being treated unfairly. Let us prove that we are not cowards. More than 70 people encircled Jophiel and summoned their weapons. They believed that, with their numbers, they would be able to defeat a single individual. Jophiel was not a saint. Although he was strong, the group of deserters believed that they had a chance of winning against him. Jophiel just smiled and made the come-and-get-me gesture to the aggrieved examinees. William's earlier battle made his blood boil, and this was the perfect opportunity to vent out his pent-up adrenaline. The examiner had long accepted that he couldn't do anything about the rich and influential people from using the backdoor by buying their way into the academy. This was why he had high standards for people that were trying to enroll normally. What he hated the most were cowards, so he would not bat an eye when it came to disqualifying those whom he deemed unworthy to enter the academy gates. 15 minutes later, all the deserters were lying on the ground and groaning in pain. "Send the rescue team," Jophiel said through a communication crystal. "The first stage is over. Out of almost 3,000 examinees, only 123 remain." "Understood," a woman's voice replied. "Where will you take those who passed the first test?" Jophiel didn't reply right away and seemed to be making a big decision on the spot. A minute later, he opened his mouth and told his superior about his decision. "I intend to divide them into 2 groups," Jophiel reported. "The power levels of the one named William and his group far exceed those of his peers. It would be unfair to bring them onto the same stage, so I decided to ask my subordinate to watch over the first group, while I personally monitor William's group." The tapping sound of a finger hitting a table could be heard on the other end of the communication crystal. Clearly, Jophiel's superior was weighing the pros and cons of this sudden change of plans. "Very well, I approve of your decision," the woman said. "Report to me if anything out of the ordinary happens. Celeste is already aware that William is taking the entrance exam. She is now heading towards your location. At most, it will take her a day or 2 to arrive." "Understood. Thank you for the clearance." "You're welcome. I look forward to your next report." Jophiel closed the connection and wrote something in the small notebook in his hand. "Excels in hand-to-hand combat," Jophiel said softly as he wrote in his notebook. "Able to easily fight against a thunder-horned wolf without using any magic power. Based on the technique he used, he is either a brawler, a monk, or a martial artist that had designed his own fighting style. He has 2 familiars. One specializes in pure offense and wields the power of lighting. The other familiar, on the other hand, specializes in defense, but is also able to use offensive attacks using shields. Although the offensive damage of these attacks isn't lethal, it is strong enough to deal medium damage to rank sea beasts and below." After writing his initial thoughts about William and his 2 familiars, Jophiel returned the small notebook inside his storage ring. He then crossed his arms to wait for the support team to arrive. It is part of their procedure to pick up the stragglers and take those that had been disqualified back to their main camp before proceeding to the next stage of the entrance exam. The entrance exam only had 2 stages. The first one was the trial of endurance, and the next one is the trial of strength. William had already shown Jophiel that he was able to contend against millennial beasts, so he had prepared a special test just for him and his group. The island next to the Antilia Island was home to a troublesome race that was starting to pose a serious threat to the local population. Jophiel was planning to send William and his group to this location and order them to help the locals deal with the threat that was looming over their heads. A day after the first trial had ended, William and the rest of the examinees were taken to a seaport for their next exam. "These 2 ships will take you to the examination grounds," Jophiel explained. "The red ship on my left will take you to the normal exam area. Once you pass this exam, you will gain the opportunity to become a student of Hestia Academy. The black ship on my right is a ship that will take you the special exam. The difficulty of the exam in that area is very hard. Take note that there is no special reward for passing this trial. Just like the normal trial, those who will pass this exam will have the opportunity to become a student of the academy." The examinees began to murmur among themselves. They didn't understand why there had to be 2 ships instead of 1. Some of them had taken the test several times, and this was the first time that they saw the black ship in the seaport. Naturally, Jophiel could understand their confusion, so he decided to stop beating around the bush and start his plan. "You, the young man with red hair and a stupid expression on his face. Step forward," Jophiel said as he pointed in William's direction. William looked behind. He was very curious who the red-haired person was, and wanted to see the stupid expression on his face. After checking the hair color of everyone, William realized that there wasn't anyone with red hair among them. The corner of Kenneth's lips raised slightly as he eyed the confused half-elf who was still looking for the person that Jophiel was pointing at. "No need to look behind you," Jophiel said after clearing his throat. "Your name is William, right? If yes, step forward." William glanced at Jophiel in disbelief. "Are you referring to me?" "Of course." Jophiel nodded. "Do you see any other person among your peers who has red hair and a stupid expression on his face?" "Clearly, I was talking to you." William crossed his arms over his chest and refused to budge. He refused to acknowledge that he had a stupid expression on his face. "With all due respect, sir, how can someone as handsome as me look stupid in your eyes?" William questioned. "I think it is about time that you visit an eye specialist. It is best to handle this kind of problem during its early stages than let it become worse over the passing of time. Also, I plan to take the red ship instead of the black one. Step forward or I will fail you. If you question my orders again, you will be banned from entering the academy and will not be allowed to step through its gates, even if you resort to paying the 2 million gold fee." William snorted and reluctantly stepped forward. Although he was unwilling, he knew that having a falling out with Jophiel at this point in time was not a good thing. "You will take a separate test from the others," Jophiel declared. "Of course, if any of you want to join him, feel free to do so. Just know that the chances of you losing your life are higher compared to the normal exam." Kenneth stepped forward and stood beside William. Zhu and Sha did the same. They were there to accompany William, so they would naturally stick with him as he took the special trial that Jophiel had prepared for him. None of the other examinees stepped forward. They recognized William's group and somehow understood what the head examiner was trying to do. Even though they didn't want to admit it, they understood that William and his companions were way above their league. The battle against the thunder-horned wolf and the dire wolves was the best proof of their outstanding battle prowess. After waiting for a few minutes, Jophiel deemed that no one else was bold enough to join William's group. He then raised his hand and asked the remaining examinees to board the red ship, so that they could sail towards their destination. After all the examinees had boarded the ship, he then looked at William's group with an indifferent expression. "All of you are coming with me," Jophiel ordered. "Let's board the black ship." He didn't wait for anyone's reply and walked towards the ship. William sighed as he followed behind Jophiel. The half-elf had a feeling that this special exam of his would be a pain in the bum. After the two ships departed, Celeste finally arrived on the island of Antilia. As a professor, she had the privilege of monitoring the examinees who planned to enroll at the academy. The beautiful elf met Chloe, Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon on the final island. This was the place where those who passed the two exams would gather. There were other professors on the island as well. Their purpose was to look for promising individuals to join their faction. Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon had been scouted by these professors beforehand. The beautiful Princess of Frisia had warned Ian and Chiffon that they shouldn't outright reject the offers of the professors, so that they wouldn't take offense. The excuse that they had given to those who invited them into their factions was that they wanted to see what the academy had to offer before they made a decision. The professors accepted this reason and didn't try to push the issue. They only said that the girls could approach them once they had settled in the academy. Also, Chloe's presence was more than enough to intimidate these recruiters. The little fairy was infamous for its notoriety inside the academy. Only those that hid under a rock inside Hestia Academy wouldn't know who Chloe was. You either liked her or hated her. There was no middle ground when it came to the little fairy, who liked to speak to others by using her fists. "It's good to see you again, Chiffon," Celeste said with a smile. Chiffon briefly nodded her head, but didn't say anything else. The pink-haired girl had kept her distance from the beautiful elf. Although she didn't dislike Celeste anymore, that didn't mean that she planned to have a close relationship with her. While Chiffon kept Celeste at arm's length, her relationship with Chloe was good. The little glutton and the little familiar often ate pancakes together for breakfast. Due to Chloe's straightforward personality, it was very easy for Chiffon to get along with her. Princess Sydney, on the other hand, looked at Celeste with great interest. Both women were very beautiful. The princess was the epitome of youthful beauty, while the elf's beauty had a sense of maturity in it. She noticed that Celine and Celeste looked like they were in their early 20s, and were blessed with the good looks of the elven race. One represented lust, the other chastity. However, her divinity reacted at the presence of her counterpart's divinity, and soon a subtle clash of power ensued between the two. One actively sought out otherworldly pleasures. The other kept her innocence intact. There had been many cases in history when the maidens of these two divinities would often clash against each other. This was a common occurrence when lust and chastity collided. Princess Sydney and Celeste kept a tight leash on their divinities, and prevented them from causing chaos in their surroundings. Although the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues were the opposite of each other, that didn't mean that they were enemies. Conflicts may arise every now and then, but this was only natural among those who held such great powers. However, unlike the 7 sins who sometimes went out of their way to antagonize each other, the 7 virtues were always united. They would never harm each other, and would even offer their support if one of their members needed assistance. This was also why the Holy Order of Light was founded. This was the main difference among the chosen maidens that carried the power of sins and virtues. "I've heard many things about you, Celeste," Princess Sydney said as she extended her hand for a handshake. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh." "Likewise, I have long wanted to meet you, Princess Sidwin. It seems that your beauty matches the power of your divinity." Celeste took Princess Sydney's hand and shook it twice before letting go. "Are you here for my husband?" "Husband?" Princess Sydney smiled sweetly as she placed her hand behind her back. "Yes, William and I got married a few weeks ago. Feel free to write a letter to your sister and inform her about this matter." "I will do that," Celeste replied. She did her best to retain the calm expression on her face, while deep inside, she was cursing William for being a womanizer. As the virtue of chastity, she was not a fan of a man who took more than one wife. Celeste was still on the fence about William, but her sister had already given her maidenhood to the half-elf, to test whether he was the Prince of Darkness or not. So far, the results were negative, and because of this, Celine was willing to give William the benefit of the doubt. The Maiden of Chastity just found it hard to stomach that the half-elf had married 2 of the 7 sins, while her sister was in the demonic continent looking for her master. "Sister, the man you chose is scum," Celeste sighed inside her heart. "The way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if he continued his streak and married more women. I better correct this attitude of his when he is in the academy. I will not allow my sister to be tied up with a womanizer." For the sake of her sister's happiness, she would do her best to teach William that being a skirt chaser was a very deplorable profession. The black ship traveled for a full day before docking into a port. During the journey, William just slept because he hadn't gotten a good rest since he left the Creator Empire. After Malachi had parted ways with him, the half-elf busied himself in upgrading his job classes to their maximum level limit. So far, the only job class that had met the full requirement of the Jack of all trades was the Ice Sovereign. This was William's first job class that had reached its max level, and right now he was focusing on the Elemental Lord's final class, which was the Elemental Archon. Although his Einherjar job class was powerful, William wasn't too keen on using it unless he had to. He was afraid that after he had lost all of the memories of his life on Earth, the next memories he would lose would be his memories of Asgard. When those 2 were gone, would he lose the memories that he currently had in this world? William didn't even want to think of such a thing. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. As William walked behind Jophiel, he eyed the people that lived in the outpost. The adults seemed to be on edge, but when they saw Jophiel, they all greeted him with respect. The half-elf also noticed that there was also relief in their faces. It was as if Jophiel's presence was enough to make them feel safe and secure. Chloe had told William many things about the Hestia Academy, and this information had greatly piqued William's curiosity. According to his 6th master, Hestia Academy was no ordinary academy. It was a territory that encompassed vast swaths of lands, and, when you combine all of these lands together, it was more than enough to found a kingdom. For such an academy to flourish, it only meant one thing. It had a very powerful backing. None of the empires, kingdoms, or other influential factions, dared to set their eyes on the Academy's territory. It was a neutral power that everyone wanted to be on good terms with. This was why most of the royal heirs and high-ranking nobles in the central continent enrolled in the Academy to form powerful connections with people in high places. Such connections would definitely prove to be helpful in the future when they graduated and succeeded their parents' positions. Jophiel took them to the outpost town known as Stonescream Stronghold. This was the town that had been built on this island, which was under the government of the Academy of Hestia. This outpost had less than 10,000 people, and most of them were refugees who belonged to the various ethnicities of the central continent. With no place to go, these people traveled all the way to the free city of Rhea, where most outcasts and refugees gathered. Sir Jophiel, our hunters had reported increased activity coming from the direction of the colony. The commander of the outpost reported. Although he was the commander of Stonescream Stronghold, he was very polite and respectful when talking to Jophiel, which showed how important the head examiner was in Hestia Academy. Did they attack any of the hunters? Jophiel inquired. Did they try to come near the outpost? The commander nodded his head and his face became very serious. Our hunters have experienced harassment. Although no one on our side received any lethal injuries from these conflicts, they did suffer minor injuries. There are also sightings of their scouts observing our outpost from the edges of the forest. Perhaps they are observing our defenses and looking for any kind of weakness that they may exploit. Jophiel nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, these people behind me have come to help. Send all the information you have about our neighbors to our quarters. We will discuss how to best solve the current problem without resorting to full-blown hostilities. That is for the best, the outpost commander replied with a strained smile. We are completely outnumbered, and war is the last thing we want to happen. Jophiel asked some casual questions about the outpost's current condition, before taking William and the rest to the quarters that were meant for the envoys of Hestia Academy. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Jophiel gave them a brief summary of the problem that was currently plaguing Stonescream Stronghold, inside a conference room. Our academy helps to relocate people that have nowhere to go, Jophiel explained. This island is one of the locations where we plan to build a flourishing city that would cater to the refugees, outcasts, and other wandering nomads that have no place to settle. Unfortunately, this island has unique inhabitants that makes our expansion very slow. William crossed his arms over his chest as he listened to Jophiel's explanation. Although the head examiner used the word expansion, the half-elf immediately understood the gist of the problem. Sir, are you planning to colonize this island? William inquired after Jophiel finished his vague explanation. Jophiel eyed the red-headed teenager before shaking his head. You got it wrong. There are no people on this island. When the explorer team of the Academy visited these lands, they had confirmed that there were no humanoid creatures in any form that inhabited this land. And this information held true until recently. The head examiner placed a crystal in the middle of the table and a projection appeared in front of everyone. A foreign race had become stranded in this land, and their numbers have increased drastically as the years have passed. Jophiel stated as the projection showed the appearance of the problem that they had to face. At first, these foreign guests posed no threat to the outpost. You could even say that we were not aware of their existence until something unexpected happened. Jophiel tapped the crystal twice and a new image appeared in front of everyone. These creatures have a terrifying ability that allows them to evolve and, if not solved immediately, could pose a threat, not only to the people in the outpost, but to the entire world as well. We are afraid that if they were to find a means to leave this island, then a calamity might befall upon the entire world. Gentlemen, the Academy considers this incident a Class S mission. If you are able to find a way to help solve this problem, you will not only pass this exam, but you will also be greatly rewarded by the Academy. Do any of you have any questions? William had a complicated look on his face as he looked at the creatures that were in the projection. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the Class S mission that the Academy had presented to him. If it had been other people who were sent to the island, he believed that they would have a problem dealing with the evolving creatures. But, for William, this wasn't a big deal. Since that was the case, he asked Jophiel the only question that he had in mind. "What are they called?" William asked. Jophiel cleared his throat before answering William's question. "They are called Requiem ants, a race that is said to have come from one of the forbidden lands of the central continent, the Eternal Evergarden." William read the information about the Requiem ants and scratched his head. He was currently inside his own room with Elliot and Conan, and reading the data that was given to them by the commander of the outpost. According to the data, the ants had slowly evolved over the years. After bringing back the bodies of small dead animals to their nest, their queen had given birth to ants that possessed similar abilities to the creatures that it had consumed. Every generation of the ants not only became bigger, but stronger as well. According to the report, the ants had managed to salvage the body of a rank E beast that had died of old age, near their nest. That was the trigger that had allowed the next generation of ants to evolve into beasts that could destroy the ecosystem of the island. Although rank E beasts were in the lowest power ranking, this power classification could be ignored if there were enough of them to overcome a strong enemy through numbers. According to the data that William received, a rank E beast would give the Requiem ants queen the ability to produce 3 rank E ants, with that beast's characteristics. These 3 rank E's hunted other rank E's until their numbers increased. Then, when they numbered in the hundreds, they started hunting rank D beasts. They evolved at an alarming rate, and none of the human hunters dared to hunt alone. A month ago, the hunters spotted a handful of Requiem ants who had the strength of rank B beasts, hunting other rank B beasts in the island. They believed that there could be more that were hunting on the parts of the island that they hadn't explored yet. This discovery prompted the top brass of the academy to start putting together an evacuation plan that would take the villagers off of the island. This was also why they had sent Jophiel and a few other adamantium ranks to Stonescream Stronghold to prevent any kind of invasion from the race that was starting to flip the balance of power on the island. "Kasaganaga will have a field day if you set him loose on the island," Elliot said as he read one of the documents that had been spread out on William's table. "Right now, the strongest fighting force they have are rank B beasts that could possibly number in the hundreds," Conan commented as he sat on William's shoulder. "Will this be enough to prompt our rainbow-colored deity to make a move? Maybe Kasaganaga will think that it is far beneath it to dine on low-class creatures." William rested his chin on the back of his clasped hands and stared into space. "Elliot, Conan, don't you think that this whole Requiem ants business is fishy?" William asked. Elliot tilted his head in confusion. "Fishy? What do you mean fishy?" Conan, who was seated on William's shoulder, chuckled as he realized what William was thinking. "I see, there is this angle as well," Conan nodded in approval. "They really know how to take advantage of the situation." Elliot looked at William and Conan with a frown. He didn't understand what was strange about the current situation. Seeing that his twin was still clueless about the situation, Conan decided to speak out and explain the strangeness of the circumstances that surround the threat Requiem ants. If the Academy really wanted to exterminate the ants, they could easily do it by sending adamantium-ranked warriors, headed by a saint or two, Conan said with a smirk. "Hestia Academy is a powerhouse in the central continent. Do you really think that it will be hard for them to nip this threat in the bud? Since they didn't do it, it could only mean one thing. They have other plans regarding the further evolution of these ants. TSK. Their appetite is quite big." William nodded his head in agreement. Perhaps the Academy wanted to evacuate the people in the outpost in order to turn this island into a breeding ground for the Requiem ants. Frankly, I would not be surprised if the Academy started feeding them millennial beasts in order to produce millennial ants that could become their super soldiers, which would then serve as troops for the Academy. Conan snorted. The only thing they needed to do is to make a soul contract with the Ant Queen and make her brood obey their every command. With such a convenient pawn at their disposal, they could easily build a military power that wouldn't lose to the empires in the central continent. William sighed. His lover, Princess Sydney, had made a contract with the Myriad Ant Queen and was in command of millions of ants. The Myriad Queen had the ability to give birth to millennial ants, but she couldn't do it willy-nilly. At most, the queen could give birth to 1 millennial ant a month, but that was already a fearsome ability. If the Requiem Ants Queen could give birth to dozens of millennial ants in a week, wouldn't that simply become overkill? Elliot finally realized the crux of the matter and frowned. He then rubbed his chin as he pondered the reason why Jophiel had sent William to the outpost. So, this S-class mission is fake? Elliot asked after organizing his thoughts. He couldn't come up with a proper explanation to what Jophiel was thinking. William and Conan exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. This S-class mission is real, William sneered. They just think that an ordinary examinee will not be able to handle this situation. I think Jophiel just wanted us to hunt some of these rank B ants in order to cull their numbers. This will be enough for us to pass the exam. Conan laughed because he already understood what William was thinking. The devil familiar felt sorry for the Hestia Academy because they were not aware of his master's capabilities. Sending him to the island was something that they never should have done. Elliot's eyes widened in surprise when he also realized what William and Conan had in mind. If his hunch was correct, then this whole incident would bring them an unexpected opportunity. My goodness! Don't tell me! Elliot's body shuddered in excitement. You're planning to do that? William gave Elliot an angelic smile. A smile that looked so innocent on the surface, but was as black as James' heart underneath. Let's go, William said as he stood up to leave the room in a good mood. It's time to take a look at these ants and see what they are capable of. The evacuation will start in 2 days' time, a middle-aged man whose hair was all white said as he looked at Jophiel's projection. We have already sent the ships and they will be arriving at the designated time. I expect that you will be able to flawlessly handle this matter, Jophiel. You can count on me, Headmaster, Jophiel replied. It will be done as you envisioned. The headmaster of Hestia Academy nodded his head. How is that boy, William? According to your report, you, him, and his companions arrived on Antilia Island 4 hours ago. Did you already mention the S-class mission to him? Jophiel nodded. I think that he will start moving when morning comes. For now, he and his companions are resting in their quarters. Pass him after he had eliminated a few of the ants, the headmaster ordered. He has already proven himself worthy after clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. What we are doing is simply formalities. As you command, Headmaster, Jophiel bowed. Report to me if anything happens. Make sure to keep an eye out on the boy. We don't want him to accidentally die on the island. Him dying on this piece of land would be a great loss for humanity. Worry not. I will ensure that he arrives at the academy safely. While Jophiel and the headmaster of the academy were chatting with each other, William and his companions had snuck out of the outpost and infiltrated the forest, headed towards the nest of the Requiem ants. I've heard about these ants before, Kenneth said as he ran beside William. The elders had captured a queen from the everlasting Evergarden and decided to raise it in one of their territories. However, they had underestimated the ants' capacity to evolve, and a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions broke out in their clan's ancestral grounds. Their plan was to make the ants' queen a beast companion of one of the elders, but she refused and resisted any kind of spiritual binding. After suffering hardships, the queen retaliated and ordered her army to raze everything in their path. Tens of thousands of centennial and millennial ants started to attack the elven clans. It was similar to a beast tide, but each ants was a powerhouse with the weakest at the level of a centennial rank. It was simply too much for anyone to resist. Fortunately, the Guardians and Lord Sepharin intervened. The ants had all been wiped out, and the king decreed that such experiments shouldn't be done ever again. I'm sure that the same thing will happen here if the humans think that they can control the ants who hail from one of the forbidden grounds of the central continent. William was dumbfounded by Kenneth's explanation. Tens of thousands of centennial and millennial ants was an obscene number. Without pseudo-demigods and demigods to guard against an invasion, these ants could easily wipe out entire cities in the span of an hour or two. We should eliminate this threat as soon as possible, Kenneth urged. They may be weak right now, with their strongest warriors at rank B, but once they slay a higher-tier beast, things will start to get ugly. Don't worry, I already have a plan in mind. William chuckled. William wasn't worried even if it was true that the Requiem ants couldn't be tamed. Unlike the elves and the humans, William was confident that he could negotiate with the Requiem ants' queen, with the help of a certain rainbow-colored anteater. With such a handy deterrent by his side, no ants would dare to disobey his orders. An hour later, the group finally arrived at the ants' nest. They had masked their presence from the ants by controlling their aura. However, it would be impossible to do that now because each entrance was guarded by rank B Requiem ants. "What should we do now?" Zhu asked. "Should we just barge right in and make our presence known? If we do that, we might get swarmed by millions of ants." Sha nodded his head. "Although they are just small fries, if the commotion gets big enough, Jophiel will surely be alerted. There's no doubt that he will head in our direction at full speed and investigate. That will complicate the plan you have in mind, Will." William nodded in agreement. He had already formulated several approaches to this problem and none of them was feasible. In the end, he decided to use his trump card and get it over with. "Kasaganaga, I choose you," William said, and he summoned the rainbow-colored anteater from the Thousand-Beast domain. "Oh? Are we already in the nest?" Kasaganaga looked around in curiosity. William had informed it beforehand about his plan, and the anteater readily agreed. In fact, Kasaganaga informed William that it had even raised a Requiem ant queen in the past. When William asked what happened to the ant's queen, Kasaganaga only smirked as if saying, "Don't ask questions you already know." The moment the Requiem ants guards saw Kasaganaga, all of them ran towards the entrance of their nest like little crabs on the beach. Kasaganaga walked towards the entrance with an evil smile on its face. Clearly, it was looking forward to the harvest that it was about to reap. Unfortunately, William was there to stop it from its gluttonous appetite. "You're forgetting our purpose for coming here," William said as he grabbed the drooling anteater, who was very keen on entering the nest. "Relax, I got this," Kasaganaga replied as it patted its chest. "Do you think I will be tempted by these low-ranked ants? I will raise the ant queen and feed it centennial beasts, then millennial beasts, then myriad beasts, then More drool escaped its mouth, which made William shake his head helplessly. He carried the anteater inside the nest like a repellent charm for insects who might try to ambush them underneath the earth. What the half-elf didn't know was that the superior ants had already run for the queen's location, in fear of the anteater who was their natural enemy. Using the system to scan the underground domain, William headed straight to the queen's room in order to see whether she was open to negotiation or not. The only ant queen that he had seen was the myriad ant queen that had become Princess Sydney's beast companion. Kasaganaga had told him along the way that Requiem ants were very primitive creatures. Only when the queen had evolved into a millennial beast would she start to have human-like features. After upgrading his shepherd job class, William gained the ability to communicate with any beasts, including ancient and mythical beasts. "Is it true that you can't tame the Requiem ant's queen?" William asked the anteater he was carrying in his arms. "The answer is yes," Kasaganaga replied. "They can be tamed, but very few are capable of doing that. Fear is one of the most effective means to make someone submit to you. However, these ants have a very strong tolerance to fear, so not everyone can make them bow their heads in submission." William smiled. "That is where you come in, right? You are indeed smart." Kasaganaga raised its head in arrogance. "Without me, you have zero chance in making them follow your orders. You should be grateful that you have me on your side. Yes, I am truly blessed to have such an amazing companion by my side. Can I have one of the queen's legs? I promise I won't eat more. Maybe." William completely ignored the gluttonous anteater's request. He had even silently ordered Elliot and Conan to stop Kasaganaga at all costs, if it tried to eat the ant's queen whom he was planning to add to his king's legion.